The sun sets over a lonely construction site, casting long shadows. Another day ends at this half-finished building, a place that should be empty. But inside, a lone worker finds the usual mess left behind, muttering about those damn kids. He laments how they keep trespassing and trashing the place without a care in the world. His cheapskate boss won't even hire a guard, leaving him to clean up a mess he's not paid for. Frustrated and fed up, he gives a stray soda can a swift kick. The can rolls across the dusty concrete floor, a small clatter echoing in the silence. It spins and skitters away into the dim light, before coming to a gentle stop right beside a single, elegant, high-heeled shoe. The worker's eyes go wide, his annoyance instantly replaced by a nod of unease as he calls out into the darkness. His mind races, trying to process the shape he's seeing in the gloom. He points his flashlight forward, the beam revealing a woman's lifeless body discarded amidst the trash. The story immediately hits the news, breaking the story of the body found at the construction site, as we focus on a woman named Finn. The victim is identified as 5-year-old Sharon Russo, but Finn seems completely disconnected, just staring at her meal. Her friend's voice cuts through the haze, asking if she's all right. Noting she's barely touched her food, Finn blinks, realizing she had spaced out again, lost in her own world. As she finally takes a bite, a TV in the background reports the grim details of Sharon's death. The police have no motive yet, and are warning the public to avoid the crime scene. Then comes the bombshell. This is the third murder of its kind, and a serial killer is now suspected. Her friend is horrified, exclaiming that the city is no longer safe, while Finn quietly agrees, her face a mask of composure. Her friend is horrified by the sheer brutality, questioning if some people are just born evil. Finn, however, finds the randomness of the violence to be the truly terrifying part. On the TV, a police spokesperson urges the public to remain vigilant as the investigation continues. The blonde friend suggests they all stick together until this is over, turning to Finn for agreement. But once again, Finn is completely gone, staring off into the distance, lost in thought. Her friends notice she's zoned out again, but this time, a dark realization flickers in Finn's mind. It's him. And then, a faint, chilling smile curls at the corner of her lips. Her friend catches it, her concern turning to confusion as Finn's inner monologue finishes. It's definitely him, that psychopath. The scene abruptly shifts, landing us in a quiet office building late into the evening. The clock on the wall shows the late hour as 2 remaining workers complain about their endless tasks. One of them, the manager, stretches out, muttering that she regrets taking the promotion. She suddenly notices Finn has returned, asking why she's back so early and all by herself again. Finn offers only a quiet, unnerving stare in reply. She places her phone on the desk, the screen lit up with her favorite subject, Psychopaths. Her manager lets out an exasperated sigh, clearly fed up with this morbid obsession. She asks if it's another crime documentary, telling Finn she seriously needs a new hobby. Trying a different angle, the manager pries, asking if Finn is still single. She is. Leaning over the desk, she lectures that this hobby scares people off, which is why she's made no friends in 2 years. Finn's simple question, "I thought we were friends," makes the manager awkwardly joke that she has no choice. Seeing Finn's completely serious face, she quickly backtracks, claiming she was kidding, and that she's just a very busy woman. Having failed to get through, the manager switches tactics, telling Finn she needs to find new hobbies and mingle. She keeps pushing, asking if Finn has ever even considered dating or if she's crushing on anyone at all. For a moment, she seems genuine, thinking to herself that Finn is a kind person who just needs to open up. But her pushiness returns as she offers to set up a blind date, and Finn can feel her patience wearing thin. The manager then spots the perfect role model across the office, telling Finn to take a look. She points out the charismatic Isaac Evans, asking why Finn can't be more outgoing and charming like him. As Isaac effortlessly flirts with his coworkers, Finn's inner voice dryly notes that he smiles at everyone. While her manager gushes about how charming he is, Finn's gaze sharpens with analytical focus. The manager adds that he's a newcomer, yet somehow he's already managed to become the office favorite. But Finn's mind isn't on his popularity. It locks onto a single, crucial detail: he's left-handed. Finn calmly offers a chilling possibility. Maybe he's a psychopath who uses charisma to manipulate people. Her manager scoffs at the idea, arguing that Finn can't just assume the worst about a nice guy. She even claims that this is why Finn's teammates avoid her. She makes them uncomfortable. But Finn has tuned her out, already researching the subtle signs of a psychopath on her phone. As the workday ends, the manager loudly reminds everyone to clock out so they don't have to come in on the weekend. With a flourish, she jokes about how much she loves the office, practically living there herself. The other employees, including the charming Isaac, exchange goodbyes and head for the door. Just as Finn is about to leave, her manager stops her, announcing a sudden change of schedule. She's being moved to the night shift for a month, and the manager smugly reminds her it's in her contract. When Finn doesn't argue, her boss sarcastically congratulates her for being the perfect, obedient employee. As the sun sets over the city, Finn begins her solitary walk home. The world keeps moving, but her mind is stuck on her own isolation. She reflects on her deepest fear, being vulnerable with another person. She just can't grasp why people are so desperate to find someone to spend their life with. Why live in constant fear of being alone? She convinces herself she'll be just fine on her own, but her resolve crumbles as a tear escapes, a silent testament to her pain. She can't deny the truth any longer, not even to herself, because sometimes, despite all her defenses, it gets incredibly lonely. Looking at her own reflection, she sees the weary face of someone trying too hard. A past criticism haunts her, a voice telling her she should try to be more like him. A single word echoes in her mind. Smile. She wonders if it would hurt to try, forcing the corners of her mouth upwards. With a fragile, practiced smile, she looks up through the window. And there he is, Isaac Evans, watching her from inside with a coffee in hand. He takes a slow sip, a silent confirmation passing through him. He knew it was her. A subtle smile plays on his own lips as he thinks her name. Finn. Later, as the day winds down, Finn walks alone along the sun-drenched sidewalk, but just a few paces behind her, a familiar figure rounds the corner. Isaac follows, his gaze fixed on her as he walks the same path. The evening deepens into night, settling over a quiet, waiting train station. On the platform, she waits for her train, just another face in the evening crowd. She puts in an earbud, tuning into a true crime podcast to pass the time. The show's intro booms, a deep dive into the darkest corners of the criminal world. As the train doors slide open, the host's voice beckons her to dive in. She steps across the threshold, completely lost in the story. And tonight's topic? The disturbing and ever-present threat of stalkers. The narrator details their obsessive methods, as the camera reveals Isaac, on the very same train. Finn stares out the window, completely oblivious to the chilling irony unfolding. The train ride ends, and she arrives in her neighborhood, the streets quiet under a deep purple sky. A lone streetlight buzzes and flickers, waiting for her to step into the dark. Her footsteps are the only sound echoing through the empty street. But then, she hears another set of steps, heavy and close behind. A glance over her shoulder confirms her worst fear. The man from the train is right there. Her heart hammers against her ribs as she instinctively clutches her bag tighter. Every warning from the podcast is now screaming in her head. Her fingers fumble inside, finally closing around her pepper spray. She whips around, aiming it directly at his calm, unbothered face. With a shaky voice, she demands to know why he's following her. Just then, the only streetlight above them begins to flicker and buzz wildly. And in an instant, it dies, plunging them both into total darkness. Then, just as suddenly, another light source illuminates the quiet alley. He stands there completely unfazed, warning her to be careful with that pepper spray. But Finn's expression hardens. She's not buying his innocent act for a second. He casually pulls an earbud out, acting as if he couldn't hear her over his music. She ignores his excuses and repeats her demand, her voice steady. Why was he following her? He just laughs it off, claiming this is all a big misunderstanding because he lives around here. She immediately calls his bluff. If that's true, why has she never seen him before? He simply says he just moved in. With a casual gesture, he points down the very same street she's heading. As if on cue, the broken streetlight buzzes and flickers back to life, flooding them with light. And in that moment, the horrifying truth dawns on her. This strange man is her new neighbor. And sure enough, there are moving boxes stacked right outside one of the doors. It gets worse. He explains their units are right next to each other. What are the odds? Finn finds it all a little too odd, asking when exactly he moved in. He just says a couple of days ago. She points to the boxes, but he casually dismisses them as empty trash he'll take out tomorrow. Trying to diffuse the tension, she waves it off, saying she was just curious. But he leans in with a thoughtful expression, finding this whole coincidence amazing. He tells her he has a completely random question for her, asking her not to get weirded out. Then, with an unnerving intensity, he asks her if she believes in destiny. The question hangs in the sterile silence of the hallway. Finn is left utterly speechless, her mind racing. What did he just say? He leans into his point, asking if she ever feels the universe is trying to tell her something. He muses that he's probably seen her around before, and then, as if by magic, they discover they're next-door neighbors in the very same building. It's just too wild. Isaac admits that he's normally a skeptic when it comes to things like destiny, but this is just too much to be a simple coincidence, he asks, putting her on the spot. A tense silence hangs between them in the sterile apartment hallway. But Finn, thoughtfully playing with a strand of her hair, finally breaks it. She counters that while these kinds of events are rare, they happen more than you'd think. They only gain meaning, she explains, if people choose to give it to them. She looks him dead in the eye, stating plainly she doesn't believe in destiny or coincidence. Things are either caused or random, and there's nothing in between. Isaac takes a moment, a subtle smirk playing on his lips after being so thoroughly shut down. He has to hand it to her. Her logic is sound, and he admits he can't really argue with that. Finn, eager to end this strange encounter, just says she's exhausted, and welcomes him to the neighborhood. He wishes her a good night, seemingly letting the conversation end there. But just as her hand touches the door, he calls out her name, stopping her in her tracks. She turns back, a flicker of confusion and alarm crossing her face. How does this stranger already know her name? But Isaac isn't finished. He also knows her age, her birthday, and her flawless 2-year attendance record at work. He continues, his tone unsettlingly familiar, praising how she's so perfect she practically never makes mistakes. He lists her habits: no company parties, no drinking, no smoking, things he claims to admire, revealing a chilling, obsessive knowledge of her life. He even knows she's a loner who watches true crime documentaries. And Finn can only think, what is happening? She finally cuts in, her voice tight, telling him he knows far too much about her. He just smiles, hoping he doesn't sound creepy, claiming he just asked around because she's so popular. And by sheer coincidence, he says, the apartment right next to hers just happened to be available. He rambles on about destiny, then catches himself, remembering she's not the type to believe in fate. He turns away, dropping the act entirely, admitting he moved here the moment he found out where she lived. With a chilling intensity in his eyes, he confesses the simple truth. He is here because she is here. Finn stands frozen, the horrifying reality of the situation finally crashing down on her. She puts the pieces together, her voice shaking slightly as she calls him out for stalking her. He just laughs, brushing off the word, insisting he just wants to get closer, literally, right next door. He tries to soften the blow, suggesting he just wants to be friends. Isaac explains he's seen her around the office and finally worked up the guts to approach her. He then pivots, bringing up the serial killings and how dangerous it is for her to be walking home alone. The stalker has the audacity to suggest they walk home together from now on. Finn flatly rejects his offer, while quickly tapping in her apartment's security code. With a soft click, the door unlocks, offering her a precious escape. He watches her, saying he'll be heading inside his place now. She forces a polite goodbye, just wanting to get away from him. But as she's about to slip inside, she calls out his name. Isaac. A flicker of something crosses his face, so she knows his name too. A small, knowing smile plays on Isaac's lips. He finds her little game amusing. He turns and walks away without another word, heading for his own door. Finn slips inside her apartment, the heavy door shutting behind her. On opposite sides of the wall, she thinks to herself what a total psycho. And as she stands there, a distant, sun-drenched memory begins to surface. A peaceful field from what feels like a lifetime ago. She recalls a small, bandaged hand gently pulling her forward. Her eyes reflect the golden light of this long-forgotten moment. The memory sharpens, focusing on the face of a young boy. A boy with a bandage on his cheek, his expression soft and kind. A small, almost imperceptible smile plays on the young boy's lips. The memory fills out, showing him standing in a sunlit room, one fist raised playfully. His kind eyes meet hers for just a moment before the vision shatters. Finn gasps, jolted back to reality by a single word from a podcast. Psychopath. Lying on her bed, she'd been listening to a true crime show, analyzing the local serial killer. The hosts describe a calculating monster who feels no remorse, a perfect predator. They note his 3-month cooling-off period, and specific MO, calling him a pro at avoiding detection. As the podcast warns that the killer is only getting more dangerous, she's heard enough. With a heavy heart, she turns off the disturbing analysis. Sitting alone in the warm glow of her room, the chilling profile of the killer weighs on her mind. The morning sun streams in as she glances at her phone, realizing she's overslept. But sleep offered little rest, her mind still heavy with the profile of the killer. She swings her legs out of bed, a sense of purpose cutting through her exhaustion. Moving to her desk, she can't shake the connections forming in her head. She opens her laptop, a quiet sense of validation washing over her. She was right. All the recent murders, she's convinced they were all committed by the same person. A faint, knowing smile touches her lips as she wonders if the police will finally catch him. She begins to search for an old case, a name from the past, Noah Inoue. But the search results come back empty, a dead end that only deepens her focus. Surrounded by her research, a much darker thought takes hold. Are they going to meet again soon? As a new day breaks across the city's skyline, the clock in the office shows the afternoon is already ticking away. But over at Finn's cubicle, her chair is empty. Her manager notices, a rare sight indeed. Finn is late? She sarcastically wonders if the apocalypse has finally come. Just then, a cheerful voice calls out, "Yo, manager." She turns, her expression dripping with annoyance, reminding him they are not best friends. But Isaac Evans is all smiles, pointing out how chipper he is today. His eyes scan the room, and he seems to realize someone is missing. He asks where Finn is, but the manager just brushes it off, saying she's probably still adjusting. Still, the manager muses aloud that it's strange Finn hasn't called, as that's not like her at all. A sudden, chilling realization washes over Isaac. His face pales as he stammers out that this might be his fault. Before she can even ask what he did, he's already sprinting out of the office. She's left standing there utterly bewildered, calling out his name to an empty hallway. Later, as the sun sets over the city, she takes a smoke break. She finally gets the chance to ask him, why was he with Finn last Friday? Isaac calmly explains that he moved into the apartment right next to hers. They're neighbors now. A smirk plays on her lips. She had a feeling he was into Finn, but didn't expect such a bold move. He swears it was just dumb luck, but she warns him it had better be, because the alternative is just creepy. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Isaac admits that yeah, he might have freaked her out. He explains his master plan. Knowing Finn's obsession with psychos, he intentionally acted like a creepy stalker neighbor. But she didn't even flinch, just punched in her passcode like he wasn't even there. He grinds the cigarette out, thinking his act must have been too obvious for someone so sharp. His manager just laughs, telling him Finn would never skip work over that. She'd just think he was a loser. Besides, she adds, Finn already thought he was a total psycho before his little performance. Isaac's face drops. He can't believe it, asking why she didn't tell him something so critical sooner. But she just stares back, a terrible realization slowly dawning on her. She asks him to clarify that whole psycho act he just described wasn't just a story, was it? And then she absolutely explodes, calling him a moron for being a genuine, certified creep. She can't believe his nerve, yelling that he's lucky Finn hasn't called the cops on him yet. But Isaac, ever the optimist, just sees a silver lining if she hasn't called. Maybe it's fine. His manager is speechless, calling him hopeless and regretting she ever thought they were a good match. He suddenly changes his tune, insisting that he actually does like Finn. He vows to apologize, and asks if she'll still help him out, just this once. Her answer is a cold, hard hell no. She tells him he's on his own now. He had his chance, and he completely blew it. With a final twist of the knife, she adds that Finn probably doesn't even want to see him. But just as she walks away, Isaac spots a familiar figure across the street. It's her. And thank God she doesn't look fazed at all. Not a single care in the world. She tells him to just give it up. After acting like such a jerk, it's no surprise if Finn avoids him. But Isaac doesn't even hesitate, turning his back on her and walking away. He yells that he's not giving up and breaks into a dead sprint, leaving his shocked manager behind. As evening settles over the city, a quiet tension hangs in the air. Citizens murmur to each other, feeling unsafe and wondering if the police can even handle the situation. But Finn seems completely untroubled, walking with friends as they suggest a new ramen place. She agrees to the plan, a calm, almost wistful look on her face. A little while later, she stands alone inside an elevator, descending. A sharp ding echoes as it reaches the underground floor. She waits patiently for the doors to slide open, unaware of what's on the other side. As the doors begin to close, Finn stands inside, completely unaware that Isaac is sprinting towards her. He lunges, his finger jabbing at the call button, but he's just a second too late. The doors continue to slide shut, sealing the gap. With a final, desperate shove, he wedges his hand in, forcing them back open. Finn looks up, startled, as the doors part again to reveal a disheveled figure. His hand trembles as he leans against the wall, trying to catch his breath. It's Isaac, panting heavily after his all-out chase to catch her. He finally manages to look up, a faint smile playing on his lips. Finn just stares back, her expression unreadable as she takes in his sudden appearance. An awkward silence hangs between them until he finally breaks it with a simple hi. Finn breaks the tense silence, coolly observing that he seems a bit out of breath. She looks at him, her expression unreadable, and asks if he's in a rush. Isaac avoids her gaze, admitting with an apology that he ran to catch up with her. Her suspicion grows. She asks him why he would do that, and what he could possibly need. He finally begins his confession, apologizing for his behavior last Friday and admitting it was all a lie. The whole thing about him being a stalker, he clarifies, was just a misunderstanding. He explains that after the pepper spray incident, he thought it would be a funny prank to act that way. Isaac hangs his head, admitting the joke was stupid and insensitive, though the part about her being popular was true. She listens stone-faced as he says he'll understand if she's angry and doesn't want to talk. He then makes his final plea, asking if they can just start over and be friends. Finn's response is not at all what Isaac was expecting. She calmly asks if it was all just an act. She then sighs, saying it's too bad because she was really starting to get into it. She'd been excited about having a psycho neighbor, a real-life thriller playing out. With a disappointed look, she laments that it's back to boring reality now. Isaac is left completely speechless, his mind reeling from her bizarre reaction. She stares him down for a tense moment, letting him stew in his confusion. But she can't keep a straight face for long, letting out a little snort. She finally bursts out laughing, mocking the utterly dumbfounded look on his face. Wiping a tear from her eye, she apologizes for being so weird, admitting she can see the appeal of a good prank. Who pretends to be a stalker? He's definitely a unique character, she says, still laughing. Having had her fun, she tells him that as far as she's concerned, they're even now. A prank for a prank, all settled in her mind. She turns to leave, wishing him a nice day as the elevator dings open. Without another word, she steps inside, ready to head back to her own apartment. But Isaac isn't about to let her go that easily. He quickly follows, calling out her name and stopping her in the hallway. He looks her in the eye, confessing he was serious about wanting to get closer. He quickly pitches an idea, a cafe with great pastries, promising they'll be back before their break ends. Finally, he summons his courage and asks if she'll have lunch with him. She considers it, then playfully asks if he's treating, and with his eager yes, she agrees. A spark of triumph flashes in Isaac's eyes. Head secured his chance. Finn confirms it with a casual smile, ready to grab lunch together. And with that, their impromptu date was officially on. The two of them walk side by side, heading out of the office. Isaac strolls with a newfound confidence, feeling like he's finally made a breakthrough. She leads the way down the hall, seemingly unbothered by the sudden development. He watches her go, a subtle, satisfied smirk crossing his face. Later, back in the office break room, the news is already spreading. Her manager can't believe it, commenting on how persistent that new guy Isaac really is. But when Finn mentions they're going out to a cafe, her colleague is left utterly stunned. Her manager is in total disbelief, asking if Finn is actually going to have lunch with him. She even tries to warn Finn off, suddenly calling Isaac a jerk and a stranger. But Finn stops her, turning around with a calm, knowing look. Wasn't this her idea? She asks if her getting closer to Isaac isn't exactly what the manager wanted all along. Caught off guard, the manager asks how she knew, and Finn admits she had a hunch. She explains that Isaac knew personal details about her, information only her manager had. Finn gently reminds her that leaking an agent's private information is a huge breach of protocol. It could have jeopardized her safety, and will get the manager in deep trouble if it happens again. Panicked, the manager starts apologizing, explaining it was a misunderstanding, and that she knows Isaac from a past job. She admits she never seriously considered setting them up, but when Isaac started showing interest, she thought they'd be a perfect match. She recalls Isaac mentioning how he learned his tricks from his old teammates, and while she knew he had a warped sense of humor back in the day, she truly believed he had matured, but now realizes he's still the same old jerk. Remembering the awful prank he pulled, she begs Finn to cancel their plans immediately. But Finn just calmly sips from her mug, telling her it's all good. The manager is stunned she's still going to meet him after what he did. Finn simply smiles, reassuring her that he's just being friendly, and it's only lunch. Defeated, the manager can only think one thing. That dumb prank of his actually worked. And so, despite her manager's warnings, Finn arrives at a quaint cafe for her meeting with Isaac. The atmosphere is warm and cozy as they settle in for what's supposed to be just a simple lunch. She takes her first bite of cake, still a little unsure of what to expect from him. A moment of silence passes as the flavor washes over her. Her eyes widen in disbelief. It's heavenly. Maybe the best thing she's ever tasted. But her bliss is cut short by the sound of laughter, and she looks up, demanding to know what's so funny. Isaac just smirks, telling her she's cute when she's like this, acting like one bite of cake has changed her entire world. He gestures to the absolute mountain of desserts on their table, dryly noting she ordered a lot for someone who only kinda likes sweets. A little flustered, she asks if he's worried about the bill, but he smoothly insists it's his treat. She glares at him, telling him to wipe that smug look off his face before he makes her lose her appetite. Seeing her reaction, Isaac's smirk fades, and he apologizes, saying he's just glad they can talk like this. Finn quietly studies him, realizing he seems surprisingly normal, has nothing like the strange, intimidating person she'd heard about. He admits the rumors aren't entirely wrong. He's not a social butterfly, and even his manager finds him weird. Making friends has always been hard for him, so he just doesn't bother trying to force it anymore. But then, to her surprise, Isaac looks at her with genuine understanding. He tells her he knows exactly what that's like, because he's been in her shoes before. It's tough, he says, when people judge you just for being different from their idea of normal. Leaning in, he dismisses any notion that she's the weird one here. In fact, he thinks she's pretty amazing just the way she is. But Finn's expression completely shifts, the warmth draining from her face. She cuts right through the moment, asking if this is his usual strategy for luring in victims. She lays out her theory. He zeroes in on women who are alone, using his charm and good looks to make them feel comfortable and safe. Then, once they finally drop their guard, he strikes and kills them. Isaac just stares, completely blindsided by the sudden dark accusation. He stammers for a moment, asking if she could possibly be serious, and then he just cracks up, laughing out loud. What is this, an interrogation? He can't believe at first she thought he was a psycho, and now he's the serial killer from the news. He then turns her own logic back on her, questioning if her talk about prejudice was all just an act. But Finn isn't backing down, pointing a finger as she lays out her own theory. She wonders aloud if the charming man sitting before her is just an act. She frames him with her hands, suggesting that anyone who enjoys sick pranks might be capable of far worse. After all, Isaac just smirks, telling her it's not fair to keep bringing up the prank he already apologized for. He calmly warns her that throwing around baseless accusations like that can lead to serious trouble. But she insists she'll suspect everyone. Noting that psychopaths are known for appearing perfectly normal, this just confuses Isaac. If she's so cautious, then why is she still sitting here with him? He points out the obvious flaw. If he were the killer, being seen with a loner like her would be incredibly stupid. His logic hits home, leaving Finn speechless and forced to actually think for a moment. Finn concedes his logic is fair, but still insists it doesn't mean he isn't a psychopath. Isaac just laughs, noting she's already decided he's guilty, and asks why she's so fixated on the idea. She looks down, her strange reasoning bubbling just under the surface. The answer she gives is completely bizarre. She's fixated because she wants to meet an actual psychopath. Isaac is stunned into silence for a beat, simply asking why. She tells him there are things she needs to confirm. He questions if these things are really worth the potential danger of meeting a genuine killer, but she dismisses his concern, cryptically stating that he wouldn't understand her reasons. So he changes tactics, asking if she'll cut ties with him if he's not a psycho. She bluntly agrees, seeing no other reason to connect with him. Isaac feels a little hurt, saying she's not giving him a fair chance and asking if she sees anything else interesting about him. He even throws out the idea that perhaps they could just try being friends. Her eyes narrow slightly. So there's nothing else? What a real bummer. But Isaac suddenly changes his tune, deciding he doesn't care about her reasons. As long as he gets a chance to talk with her, that's all that matters to him now. She's a little surprised he still won't leave, but coldly tells him to suit himself. And with that, their strange meeting comes to an end as night falls over the city. Leaving the cafe, they part ways on the busy streets. Her friends worry they'll be late for their shift, but Finn seems completely unconcerned, because her attention is completely fixed on Isaac as he walks away. She just stands there, watching his back get smaller in the distance. A thoughtful, almost calculating look crosses her face, no longer so easily dismissing him. But something about him makes her hesitate, a flicker of a long-forgotten memory. Her friend's voice barely registers, asking if she's all right. They try to pull her along, reminding her they need to go. But Finn is frozen in place, her mind frantically trying to connect the dots. And then, an image flashes through her mind, a boy with a bandaged cheek, smiling softly. The memory hits her with stunning clarity. She remembers that day, that park, and him calling her name. Her eyes widen in the present, a wave of shock washing over her. As if he could feel her realization, Isaac turns back with a knowing smile. He's waited for this moment, and now they stand face to face once more. But the story cuts away from that tense reunion, dropping us into the mundane chaos of a busy office. The team is swamped, groaning about overtime while their manager tries to keep everyone focused. Finn, however, tries to lighten the mood, playfully suggesting their boss could be a bit more optimistic. But the stress is getting to her too, and her cheerful facade begins to crack under the pressure. A coworker's casual joke about wanting a pizza party suddenly hits a nerve. Her mind flashes back again, this time to a younger Isaac, looking up at her from a flight of stairs. In a bizarre coincidence, her manager stands up and makes an announcement to the whole office. If they can clear their queue by 11 p.m., she'll treat them all to pizza. But the offer doesn't cheer Finn up. Instead, she's left reeling at her desk, head in her hands. Her friends immediately notice something is wrong, their voices laced with concern as they ask if she's okay. Her friend's voice cuts through the haze, asking if that's blood on her hand. Another coworker rushes over in a panic, exclaiming that she's bleeding and needs the nurse immediately. But Finn just brushes them off, insisting she's fine and will go by herself. As she walks away, a blue-haired colleague just leans back in his chair, watching her go. His gaze follows her with a quiet, unreadable intensity, a silent observer to her breakdown. Alone in the hallway, Finn presses a hand against the wall, trying to steady herself. Her expression is completely drained, the weight of everything pressing down on her. The long, empty corridor to the clinic stretches out before her, a daunting path. It's such a drag, she thinks. Just another hassle she has to deal with right now. With a heavy sigh, she pushes herself forward, her legs feeling weak beneath her. She takes another tired step forward, just trying to get to the clinic. But with that single step, her world completely warps. The hard linoleum floor is suddenly replaced by the cool splash of water. Her eyes fly open in a silent, shocked gasp. Before her, the drab corporate hallway has vanished, replaced by a serene, sunlit forest stream. Just as quickly, the illusion shatters, and she's staring up at the sterile ceiling lights again. She's breathless, disoriented, her mind struggling to catch up with what she just saw. Then, another memory surfaces, the reflection of a small, bruised girl staring back from the water. Her hand begins to tremble uncontrollably, a visceral reaction to the forgotten pain. Looking down, she sees a puddle mirroring that same impossible forest, and she instinctively reaches for it. But before her fingers can touch the illusion, a strong hand catches her from behind. She looks back, her mind still reeling from the sudden, jarring vision. It's Isaac, holding her steady, telling her he had to step in because she looked ready to collapse. He asks if she's okay, his voice cutting through the fog in her head. Her breath catches as she finally registers his face, her lips forming his name. The next thing she knows, she's in the company infirmary, a thermometer confirming a slight fever. The office manager, acting as a medic, asks if nosebleeds are common for her with headaches. She looks concerned, noting that Finn's blood pressure also seems a bit high. Finn can't think of any reason for it, lost for an explanation. When asked about overwork, she denies it, leaving Isaac to watch as the mystery deepens. Finn meekly suggests her recent trouble sleeping might be the cause, searching for any logical answer. From the corner, Isaac chimes in with a snarky guess. Documentary marathons keeping her up. The office manager ignores him, getting serious and asking if Finn's dealing with stress or relationship issues. Finn's gaze turns distant, her silence a telling answer to the pointed questions. The manager explains that anxiety can lead to high blood pressure and nosebleeds, all while Isaac casually browses his phone. She advises Finn to avoid anything stressful for now, though the main source of it seems oblivious. If it happens again, she's told, a trip to a proper doctor is non-negotiable. Back at their desks, the manager insists Finn end her shift early, saying the team can handle the rest. Worried about her going home alone, she asks for a volunteer to drive her, and Isaac's hand shoots up, only for the manager to shut him down. She glares at him, snapping that this whole situation is his fault because of his stupid, stressful pranks. But Finn is somewhere else entirely, haunted by a vision of a bandaged boy named Noah. The manager continues her tirade, convinced Isaac is just trying to get out of work. Finn doesn't even seem to hear her, her expression lost and distant. But Isaac ignores the manager's words, pleading for just one chance to make it up to her. A strange feeling settles over Finn as she quietly decides it's time to go. Despite the manager's protests, Isaac ends up escorting her to the station. They walk up the steps in a tense, awkward silence. The quiet stretches on as they wait on the nearly empty platform. He stands beside her, but she seems completely unaware of his presence. Her mind is adrift, wrestling with the chilling fact that she can't remember her own past. He finally breaks the silence, asking if she's really okay with this, letting him, a potential killer, be the one to escort her home. Finn glances back, unimpressed, and says she'll assume he's joking. Besides, he couldn't try anything in such a crowded place. Isaac backpedals, claiming it was just a bad attempt to cheer her up. She retorts that cheering people up clearly isn't his specialty. He just laughs, remarking how clever she is even when she's not feeling well. Just then, the train's arrival is announced, its doors hissing open along the platform. Seeing her chance to escape, Finn thanks him for his time and turns to board. But before she can take a single step, Isaac's hand shoots out and grabs her arm. His voice drops, the playful tone gone, as he apologizes for his behavior. Isaac admits he's not sure how to act around her without making things weird or overstepping, but he needs her to know one thing, that he truly cares about her. Finn is stunned into silence, watching as his grip on her arm softens. He knows he's terrible at showing sincerity, but this time, he's being completely genuine. He promises her that what he's saying now is the truth. Standing there on the platform, he just hopes his feelings can finally reach her. He asks her to take care, releasing her hand just as the train doors begin to close. A small white object is left behind on the platform, unnoticed as the gap seals shut. Isaac watches her through the window, sharing one last, lingering glance as the train pulls away. His eyes follow her, a silent confession still lingering in the air. Through the window, Finn's reflection looks back, her expression heavy with thought. She raises a hand to the glass, a final, quiet goodbye. Isaac sees it, and a faint, bittersweet smile touches his lips. The train continues on, and she slowly lowers her hand. Her thoughts are a whirlwind, her gaze falling to her palm. She clutches a small red charm, a final gift he must have given her. The day fades into a warm golden afternoon. Sunlight streams into a quiet apartment somewhere in the city. A phone on the bed suddenly buzzes to life, shattering the peace. Lying in the quiet of her apartment, she glances at the screen's glow. A message chimes in from an old colleague, asking about the serial murder case. Her fingers tap out a quick, decisive reply. She tells him not to worry, she'll just swing by the station herself. With the message sent, a look of quiet resolve settles on her face. A fleeting thought crosses her mind. She hopes he wouldn't mind her getting involved again. And so, her path leads to the local police precinct as the sun begins to set. Inside, the sound of determined footsteps echoes down the sterile hallway. A detective storms through, already fuming about the reporters making his life hell. But his true rage is reserved for a far more heinous crime, the theft of his strawberry drink. A colleague smirks, teasing the great detective Scott Lee for getting an earful from his superiors. But Scott isn't laughing. He's frustrated, knowing the media leak just made his job infinitely harder. His partner tries to lift his spirits, reminding him he's the best for the job, before mentioning new files have arrived. And one more thing, he has a visitor waiting for him. Across the room, a young woman is already looking through a case folder, completely absorbed. Scott immediately confronts her, demanding to know who let her touch restricted files. He asks why she isn't at work, and she calmly explains that she's on the night shift now. He scoffs, furious that anyone would let a stranger, especially her, into his office. His partner just laughs, reminding Scott that he practically raised the girl himself. But she pays his protective outburst no mind, simply telling him she brought a gift. She offers him a canned drink, a small peace offering she thought he might need. Scott sighs, reluctantly giving her a 5-minute window before she has to leave. As they walk, he immediately starts chiding her for showing up unannounced again. She knows if she had called first, he would have just told her not to come. He continues his lecture, insisting a police station is no place for her to be hanging out. Finn quietly confesses she's not into that stuff and that she doesn't have any friends. Scott dismisses her feelings, telling her everyone in this line of work is miserable. Finally losing her patience, Finn declares she's an adult, and this is the only place she feels safe. Her raw honesty cuts through his gruff exterior, leaving him completely speechless. Feeling hurt, she asks why he keeps pushing her away, wondering if he hates her that much. But Scott sees this as a guilt trip, a manipulation tactic that he insists won't work on him. Her face falls as she wonders if she should just stop visiting, which only makes Scott more flustered. He asks if she's going to cry, and the very thought of it brings tears to her eyes, shattering his tough facade. He immediately backpedals, telling her she can come whenever she wants, just not when the big bosses are around. But after a moment, his detective instincts kick in, and he asks if there's another reason for her visit. He presses her for the truth, sensing that something more is at play here. And there it is. Finn admits she heard he was assigned the serial murder case, and Scott knew he was right. He turns away, annoyed, wondering which one of his loose-lipped teammates spilled the beans. Finn quietly asks if a specific person told her, confirming Scott's own suspicion. The name hangs in the air Noah as a vision of a young man in a prison jumpsuit flashes before them. Scott plays it cool, denying they know anything and asking Finn why she'd even think it was him. She quickly tries to backpedal, blaming it on the constant news coverage. But her mind flashes back to Noah being escorted away, her gut feeling screaming that it has to be him. The fear has been eating away at her, she admits, leaving her sleepless night after night. With her anxiety boiling over, she finally asks the question that's been haunting her. Is there any chance Noah is the killer? Scott immediately reaches for her hands, trying to ground her, asking why this is all coming up again. He questions if she's been taking her meds, but she insists her therapist cleared her long ago. He stands, trying to bring logic back into the room, reminding her Noah was released years ago with a strict no-contact order. Gently placing a hand on her head, he tells her she's in no state to work and offers to drive her home. As she watches, he turns away, patting his pockets as he looks for his keys, breaking the intense moment. As he searches, Finn can't help but notice the irony. He tells her to forget, yet is the one getting worked up. The agitation on his face confirms her suspicion that he's just as haunted by the past as she is. Deciding not to be a burden, she quietly grabs her bag, ready to head out on her own. She tells Scott not to worry, she'll just take the train, but he insists she wait for him in the car. Finn tries to brush off his concern, even offering a word of encouragement for his work, but he's not letting it go. He asks if she can change her schedule, worried about her going home alone, but she says that's no longer an issue. Waving goodbye, she reveals she has a new neighbor, her coworker, Isaac, who she's convinced is a total psycho. Scott's patience finally snaps, scolding her for jumping to conclusions and labeling every stranger. He tells her it's not healthy to live like this, but as he speaks, his gaze drifts downwards. His lecture is cut short as he points out something simple. Wait, your shoe's untied. Without a second thought, Scott kneels down, offering to tie it for her. But for Finn, this small gesture is the last straw. She feels she shouldn't have even come here. Her mind races with self-pity, convinced she only ever makes him worry, and that she needs to stop. Before he can touch her laces, she quickly kneels down to his level. She admits she only came to see him because the news had made her paranoid. She tries to reassure him, saying he has enough to deal with and doesn't need to babysit her. With a gentle but firm smile, she tells him she can take care of herself now. Looking him in the eye, she declares that she's an adult. A quiet thank you for everything hangs in the air between them as Scott looks away, processing her words. He finally breaks the silence, noting she's dressed up, before muttering a quiet idiot Scott to himself. A sudden memory flashes a younger Isaac Evans, holding a lunchbox with quiet determination. But in the present, Scott is left staring at an empty doorway, realizing Finn has already left. A heavy sigh escapes him. He kicks himself for not even getting her number. Later at the office, a familiar plaid bow taps against his desk. His colleague drops it there, explaining he saw Finn toss it in the trash. A female colleague leans in, noting Finn seemed pretty annoyed, and asking what Scott said to her this time. She crosses her arms with a smirk, calling him the resident heartbreaker. Scott just glares back, curtly telling her to stop being so nosy. But she won't back down, insisting that she has a right to care about Finn, and that he's failing as her guardian. He leans back, finally revealing that Finn herself just declared she's an adult who doesn't need a babysitter. But his colleague sees right through him, asking how much longer he plans on ignoring Finn's obvious feelings. Scott tries to brush it off, insisting it's just a phase she'll grow out of. But his colleague stands firm. He finally relents, explaining that Finn is just confused from a life of trauma. Her father was an abuser, her only friend, a murderer. Scott's mind drifts back, recalling how Finn had never known true affection until her auntie took her in. In this woman, Finn found the first real maternal figure she'd ever had. But that fragile happiness was shattered when her auntie fell ill and passed away. Devastated, Finn refused to be fostered by anyone else, which is when Scott himself requested a transfer to become her guardian. He explains that because of her past, she's always on guard, making it difficult for her to form normal connections. All he wants is for her to experience a normal life, to have friends, hobbies, and maybe even find someone to date. He just desperately hopes she'll one day realize she deserves happiness and that not everyone is like her monstrous father. He concludes that for Finn to truly move forward, she has to distance herself from everything that reminds her of her past. And with a heavy heart, he admits that this separation might have to include him. Their tense conversation is broken when a colleague brings over the files for their first case, and Scott tries to pivot back to work. But his colleague isn't done, stopping him with a single word. She looks him dead in the eye, reminding him that Finn has the right to choose her own life. It's not his decision to make. Scott turns away, the weight of her words hitting him hard. He knows she's right, a quiet resignation washing over his face, but he tables the discussion for later. Right now, they have a criminal to catch. The focus shifts to fingers tapping away at a keyboard with practiced speed. His colleague is now at her desk, digging into the case, her full attention on the screen. A soft, familiar voice greets Finn, gently asking how she's feeling. Back in the office, a male colleague rushes to her desk, his face a mask of worry. But Finn eyes him with suspicion, wondering if his concern is real, or just a performance born from guilt. He clasps her hands, his expression almost comically desperate. He insists he's truly worried, even if she is the iciest person he knows. Finn brushes it off as just a headache, her attention drawn to a pink box on her desk. She seems completely unmoved by his dramatic display, her expression distant. Her colleague follows her gaze and points out the neatly wrapped lunchbox. He mentions that Isaac left it for her earlier, surprised that their stoic coworker has such a thoughtful side. Finn picks up the attached note, a simple, quiet message wishing her well. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the office, a conversation drifts down the hall. Her colleagues are discussing the recent serial killer, noting the pattern is just like a thriller movie they've seen. They excitedly theorize that the police should investigate it as a copycat crime. We see the group includes Isaac, as they rehash the killer's MO, mentioning the gruesome photos leaked online. One of them shudders, recalling the horrifying images of blood splattered everywhere. Isaac just listens quietly, his expression unreadable as they confirm each victim was stabbed twice. But then, a cold, mocking smirk spreads across his face as he scoffs at the killer's amateurish work. He actually laughs, finding it pathetic that someone would go to all the trouble of tying up a victim for just 2 stabs. His coworkers stare, shocked and unnerved, as Isaac calls it a complete waste of a thrill. The tense silence is broken as one of them calls out his name, utterly bewildered by his chilling detachment. Just down the hall, Finn is standing with a neatly wrapped lunchbox, looking for someone. Suddenly, Isaac's voice calls out, his cold eyes locking onto her from across the room. He smoothly dismisses his unnerved colleagues, telling them to go on ahead without him. As he walks over to Finn, other employees whisper amongst themselves, noting what an unexpected pair they make. She correctly guesses he came to her work since she wasn't home, and he awkwardly asks if she's feeling okay. He then asks if she was looking for him to return the lunchbox he'd left behind. She holds it out, a hint of disappointment in her voice, as she notes it's still unopened. He asks, a little too calmly, if that fact upsets her, and she admits that yes, it kind of does. A strange intensity flickers in his eyes as he seems to consider her words. Instead of apologizing, he simply asks if she'll eat that lunch with him right now. And so, the two of them begin walking through the city streets at night. Finn breaks the silence, asking Isaac if he always does things like this. She clarifies, wanting to know if he's always alone, and he admits he sometimes joins his teammates. But as they approach a park, he reveals this is the first time he's ever eaten here with someone. She's genuinely surprised, and he can't help but notice the happy look on her face. She admits it makes her feel special, prompting him to remark on how trivial things seem to affect her. He almost sounds dismissive, labeling her feelings as if they're unimportant. But Finn looks at him intently, insisting that because it's him, it matters to her. Curious, she asks if he ever gets lonely, a question he immediately shuts down with a simple no. She starts to get nervous, suddenly worried that she might be getting on his nerves. Isaac reassures her she's not being a bother. He just has his reasons for being the way he is. Changing the subject, Finn seems genuinely surprised to discover that he knows how to cook. He admits he had to learn early, but she finds it impressive, even joking that it's a skill to win over girls. He can't tell if she's giving him advice or just teasing as she holds out a piece of asparagus wrapped in bacon. She holds the fork steady, her expression unreadable as she offers him a bite. A smirk plays on his lips as he asks if she's trying to kill him, maybe with a little poison. She leans back, completely deadpan, suggesting it's not impossible before asking if he's kidding. His playful look vanishes for a moment, replaced by an intense, unreadable stare. Then, without a word, he reaches forward and gently takes hold of her wrist. Leaning in, he takes the bite directly from her fork, a silent, bold answer to her challenge. His eyes never leave hers as he finishes the bite, a silent, intimate challenge. Finn is completely frozen, her mind reeling from the sudden closeness. She can't help but analyze every detail, searching for a ghost from her past. The question echoes in her mind. Are those the same eyes? Does his voice sound the same? He pulls back slightly, the intensity in his gaze still holding her captive. Then he leans in again, his voice a low whisper as he says her name. He asks her to consider what happens if her entire impression of him is wrong. What if the man she's been projecting onto him isn't him at all? The weight of his question settles over her as the city lights blur around them, and she realizes she needs an answer, because she can't settle for this uncertainty any longer. Her mind races, his words echoing as she tries to find the truth. She tells him that the more he pushes her away, the more certain she becomes. He offers to just leave her alone, then immediately claims she's misunderstanding him. For a moment, he lets his guard down, admitting his afraid she'll eventually leave. But he quickly puts the walls back up, dismissing her questions as a waste of time. She calls him out for being too reserved, but he just scoffs at the idea of needing help. Is this all just an act? Is he just trying to be the cold person everyone thinks he is? It doesn't explain his confusing actions or why he seems to enjoy messing with people. He insists that's not it, but she points out his words and behavior don't match. Then, a moment of self-doubt. Maybe she's the one being too careless, pushing too fast. She finally stands, pleading with him to just tell her what's really going on. But Isaac simply turns away, calling her impatient for sticking around despite his behavior. He deflects, asking why she's blaming him for her own feelings. A wave of frustration hits her. She's sick of people trying to fix her. She admits she enjoys having company, but won't force herself on him. After all, if he's causing her this much confusion, why does she even stay? He tells her to just do herself a favor and avoid him from now on. But as the words hang in the air, his entire expression softens. With a knowing smile, he asks her if getting all that out wasn't too difficult. It feels good, right? Her eyes widen, finally realizing this was all just a test. He advises her to talk about her feelings more often. It's healthier. With the tension finally broken, Isaac asks if she's ready to head back. He starts to walk, glancing over his shoulder to see if she's following. He even offers to listen more if she needs it, leaving her completely flustered. He gives her some space, walking ahead into the warm evening light. Finn just watches him go, her mind reeling from his sudden change in demeanor. The scene cuts away to a quiet, empty office desk later that day. A phone suddenly chimes, lighting up the silent workspace. It's a text from someone saved as Idiot Scott, telling her to wait for him. Elsewhere, Scott himself is digging through old case files, disgusted by the shoddy work. He concludes the original detectives were either lazy or simply didn't care. His new team confirms his suspicions. The case files show almost no follow-up work was done. With a sigh, they realize they're essentially starting this entire investigation from scratch. Scott rolls up his sleeves, ready for the sleepless nights ahead, telling them to start with what they have. He steps up to the whiteboard, ready to break it down, explaining that their suspect has a very specific type. His colleague chimes in, adding that the killer also has a consistent and brutal MO. It's clear to everyone in the room. They are hunting an organized serial killer. Scott elaborates that while the method is the same, the most recent victim showed signs of a greater struggle. He lays out the gruesome crime scene photos, showing victims with hands bound and precise wounds to the chest and neck. All were killed in their homes except for the last one, who was found dumped at a construction site. His colleague, Jae Han, confirms the pattern. All three victims shared a similar physical appearance. The specifics are chillingly consistent. All were young women with long brown hair and brown eyes. Scott writes the profile on the board, but the words long brown hair echo in his mind. Suddenly, a terrible realization dawns on his face. That description, it fits someone he knows all too well. His memory flashes back to a worried Finn, telling him about a complete psycho she encountered. He turns to Jae Han, asking a loaded question. Does she believe in coincidence? She scoffs, replying that for a cop, coincidence is a luxury they can't afford when a pattern is this clear. Scott grimly agrees, noting it's the exact same lesson he's always drilled into Finn. Knowing they're friends, he asks Jae Han if she knows when Finn's new shift ends. At that moment, a notification sound dings, as Finn stands alone in the quiet, empty office. Head sent her a simple message. Don't go home yet, wait for me. But back at her apartment, everything is unnervingly still. A half-eaten meal sits on the table, cold and forgotten. The digital clock on the shelf glows ominously, showing just how late it's gotten. Lounging on his own couch, Scott can't shake the growing sense of unease. He stares at the ceiling, waiting for the sound of her door. Why isn't she home? A darker thought surfaces. Who is she with? He's not the only one waiting. Isaac is standing outside her office building. A colleague of Finn's spots him, asking if he's there to meet her. She casually mentions Finn left early, saying someone was picking her up, maybe a boyfriend. This gnawing uncertainty is eating Scott alive, filling him with a sharp, nagging regret. He can't just wait in his own apartment anymore. His feet carry him down the hall on pure instinct. A series of firm knocks echoes against Finn's door. He stands there, listening, hoping for any sign of her inside. But the silence is his only answer, and the hard truth sinks in: she's not here. He could turn back, go wait on his own couch like before, but his feet feel anchored to the cold floor. He's not going anywhere. Defeated, he slides down against the wall, his posture surrendering to the long wait ahead. If she's not home, hell be the first thing she sees when she returns. He settles in, his expression hardening with a quiet, stubborn resolve. He rests against the door, the minutes bleeding into an hour. The world outside his vigil fades away into a dull, quiet hum. Then, a voice cuts through the silence, calling his name: Isaac. He opens his eyes, and there she is, Finn, finally standing before him. Her name escapes his lips as the present moment dissolves into a memory. He recalls another time Head waited, and Shed teased him, asking if he needed something. He had just wanted to walk home with her. But by the time he arrived, she was already gone. Her apology was soft, admitting she never expected anyone to wait for her. Back in the present, he pushes the memory away, just relieved that she's finally safe. But he can't forget what she called him back then, the psycho neighbor. But their reunion is cut short by the arrival of a sharp-dressed man, stepping right between them. Finn turns to Isaac, confirming his name with a knowing look. Isaac just stares, his mind racing, trying to place this unwelcome interruption. She then cheekily remarks that he's quite the charmer, realizing why Finn is so wary of him. Her playful jab hangs in the air, but her eyes are sharp, calculating. The man introduces himself with a disarming smile. His name is Scott, and he's a detective. He immediately turns his attention to Isaac, asking if he's all right, noting he looks like he's just seen a ghost. Before Isaac can even process the question, Finn quickly steps in, nervously claiming to be a fan. Scott raises an eyebrow, clearly not expecting that response. A fan? She explains she saw him on TV once, discussing the Cold Lake murders back when she was a student. She lays it on thick, praising how he fearlessly exposed a politician's kid during that old case. Scott chuckles, remarking that the interview almost got him fired, but she insists he was amazing for calling out police incompetence. She then playfully asks if he remembers her being there, before admitting she was just a face in the crowd. Isaac, completely baffled, pulls her aside to question her sudden change of heart, but she reminds him he told her to be nice. Scott smoothly interjects, apologizing to Isaac for Finn's confusing behavior, saying she can be a bit rude. He explains her little habit of assuming every new person is a psychopath, even blaming her for chasing off the previous tenant. Finn immediately protests, claiming the guy was just evicted for not paying his rent, looking thoroughly annoyed. He then turns back to Isaac, teasingly noting that she's harmless and single, which makes her absolutely mortified. As she tells him to just shut up and leave, Scott flips the script, asking if she's the one crushing on Isaac. He finally drops the act, handing Isaac a bag he'd left in the car, and telling him to get some rest for work tomorrow. With a final look back, Scott promises to call Finn later. She seems to accept this, clutching her bag with a hint of a blush. Finn then turns to Isaac, wishing him a good night before their first day at work. As she heads inside, Scott thanks Isaac for making sure she got home safe. He remarks that Isaac must be a really nice guy to care so much for a new neighbor. It's a relief, he says, to know someone else is watching out for her when he's not around. But then, his friendly tone evaporates, replaced by a chilling seriousness. Isaac's eyes narrow, sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Scott's hand clamps down on his shoulder, delivering a quiet but clear threat. Then he just turns and walks away with a casual wave, leaving Isaac frozen in the hallway. Isaac can only stand there, replaying the encounter. What the hell was that a threat? The sheer audacity of Scott's warning is just irritating. The next day, the office empties out as colleagues wish each other farewell. Finn says goodbye to a new friend, who wishes her a safe journey home. She turns from the departing coworker, ready to head out herself. And that's when she spots Isaac, leaning casually against the wall by the elevators. He looks up as she says his name, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Later, the two of them are waiting on a quiet, late-night train platform. They stand in a comfortable silence, two new neighbors on their commute home. But Finn can't help but check her phone. A flicker of concern on her face, still no word from Scott. The air on the platform is thick with unspoken thoughts as they wait for the last train. Isaac glances over at Finn, whose weariness is written all over her face. Finally, the train doors hiss open, revealing a completely empty car. They take their seats, a respectable distance between them, as the train begins to rumble. The steady motion of the journey through the city's neon glow is almost hypnotic. A fleeting memory surfaces for Finn, her younger self, tired and waiting alone. Isaac notices her struggle to keep her eyes open, her resolve fading with each stop. Her head begins to nod, the long day finally claiming its victory, and with a soft tilt, she drifts off to sleep, her head coming to rest on his shoulder. His gaze is intent as he breaks the silence, noting that she's acting different today. It's her quietness, he explains, that feels so unfamiliar. She lets out a weak laugh, asking if that's really so weird. But he presses on, a genuine concern in his voice as he asks if something is wrong. He finally gets to the heart of it, his expression hardening as he asks her about Scott, wanting to know their relationship. Finn keeps her gaze low, turning the question back on him. Why would he ask something like that? And with a surprising vulnerability, Isaac just lays it out on the table. He's jealous of him. Has seen how she's more herself when Scott is around, and he admits he wants that genuine side of her for himself. A heavy silence fills the train car before Finn finally concedes. Hes right, and it's because she likes Scott. She doesn't just like him, she likes him a lot. And the confession hits Isaac like a physical blow, but she immediately follows it up with a painful admission. Her feelings are totally one-sided. She's not even looking for him to reciprocate. She's just content with the way things are now. A thick, awkward silence descends upon them as the train speeds through the night. But Isaac, still reeling, can't drop it, asking how she and Scott got so close in the first place. She deflects, asking why he's so desperate to know, adding that it's a long story. He immediately senses her hesitation and backpedals, assuring her she doesn't have to talk about it. As the train rumbles along the tracks, Finn finally breaks the silence, calling out his name. The brakes let out a loud screech, announcing their arrival at a station. Changing the subject completely, she looks over at Isaac and asks if he'd like to get a drink. The full moon hangs in the starry sky, setting the stage for a much longer night ahead. And just like that, her mind drifts back to another night, another time. A memory of him finding her on a quiet rooftop, a secret spot she'd found. He looked younger then, a little less guarded, as he stepped out into the night air. She'd been sitting there for a while, just watching the city lights blur into the stars. He called her name, and she turned, blinking as if waking from a dream. She apologized for being lost in her thoughts, but he assured her it was nothing important. He then casually asked if she was having one of her spacing out episodes, and her eyes widened in surprise. He quickly clarified he wasn't some stalker, had just seen it happen before, and their manager had mentioned it. Taking the drink he offered, she admitted that sometimes she did, but not this time. Tonight, she was simply lost in the beauty of the sky, wondering what it felt like to be up there. It must be like being completely free, she says, still gazing into the distance. Her quiet observation seems to strike a chord with him, and he turns to study her. He then notices her grip on the bottle, asking if it's really okay. Since Head heard she didn't drink, she explains it's not that she can't, just that she hasn't had the chance, prompting him to tease her about still being suspicious. He then offers to tell her how he and Scott met, suggesting the alcohol might make her bolder. She quickly tells him he doesn't have to, but he insists, feeling he owes her some honesty for messing with her head. But before he can continue, Finn decides to take matters into her own hands, chugging the drink for some liquid courage. The harsh taste hits her immediately, and she pulls back with a grimace, complaining about how awful it is. Isaac watches her with an amused smirk, lightly mocking her for going all in like that. With the tension broken, he begins to open up, first by acknowledging the obvious age gap between them. He continues, brushing off their age difference by pointing out it's not like they're blood-related. Finn's thoughts, however, are stuck on Scott, annoyed that he didn't even notice she'd put on makeup for him. Isaac watches her slump over the table, realizing she's done nothing but talk about Scott all night. She's completely sidestepped his question, her drunken mind a mess of hating Scott one moment and liking him the next. Suddenly, she jolts up with a realization Scott only sees her as a kid because he's known her for so long, and it's not fair. Isaac listens patiently before revealing a dark piece of his own past. His aunt raised him after his father was killed. The revelation clicks in Finn's mind. She and Scott would never have gotten close if his father hadn't died. She blurts out that she's thankful the bastard was murdered. Lost in a drunken rage, she curses the man, hoping he's suffering eternally in hell. Deciding she's had more than enough, Isaac gently takes her wrist, telling her it's time to go home. He gently prods her, asking if she thinks she can even stand up on her own. As they head for the exit, he can't help but comment on how truly tipsy she is. Finn stubbornly insists she's fine, telling him to just worry about himself as they walk down the stairs. But of course, her overconfidence is her undoing as her ankle twists beneath her. A short, startled cry escapes her lips as she loses her balance completely. Isaac shouts her name, moving in a flash to catch her before she tumbles. He pulls her securely against him as their groceries clatter down the concrete steps. Now held close, a blushing Finn looks up, drunkenly remarking on how handsome he is. She traces his jawline, telling him she likes his eyes, comparing them to a deep and calming ocean. With a slight smirk, he asks if she finds him so charming. Why doesn't she just like him instead? His bold challenge hangs in the air, and Finn's drunken mind wavers for a moment. But then she decides, what's the harm in giving it a try? Isaac's eyes widen for a split second, caught completely off guard by her sudden move. She closes the distance, and he instinctively pulls her in, meeting her halfway. The kiss is soft, hesitant at first, a silent confession in the empty stairwell. He pulls back just enough to breathe, the air thick with unspoken emotions. For Isaac, this is a moment he's been dreaming of for a very long time, a chance to finally be this close to the woman he's watched over. His grip on her tightens, a silent act of possession. Lifting her into his arms, a dark, final thought echoes in his mind. You're mine. The next morning, Finn slowly wakes, a strange warmth still lingering, but as consciousness returns, her mind drifts back to a distant, painful memory. A promise made in a sunlit clearing to a boy named Noah, back when she was a bruised and broken child who had given up on everything. She had asked him a desperate question, a final plea. If she ever found the desire to live again, would he come and find her? And then, the chilling conclusion to her request. And kill me? Her eyes snap open, the dream fading but the feeling remaining. Sunlight pours into her room, a stark contrast to the darkness of her thoughts, and a single, heavy realization settles in her mind. She's still alive. The haunting dream fades, leaving her staring blankly into the unfamiliar light of morning. She finds herself in a bedroom, one that's surprisingly organized and tidy, a stark contrast to Scott's usual chaos. A jolt of panic hits her. What is she doing? If Scott ever found out about this, he'd kill her. Then, a gentle touch on her head brings a name to her lips, Isaac. Her mind flashes back to a vulnerable moment when he'd opened up to her. Had told her how his aunt took him in after his father's murder, a tragedy that ultimately led to her meeting Scott. But now, she recalls his reaction felt off. He wasn't surprised at all, as if he knew her story already. That nagging suspicion pushes her out of bed and toward his closet. Her eyes scan the room, finally landing on a simple cardboard box tucked away in the corner. Compelled by a deep sense of unease, she kneels down, ready to uncover whatever secrets he's hiding inside. After finding nothing in the box, her search continues around the rest of the room. Her gut feeling drives her to the floor, checking for anything hidden under the bed. And sure enough, she spots something tucked away just out of sight. With a sense of anticipation, she pulls it out, only to find an adult magazine. She sighs, feeling a bit foolish. Of course, he wouldn't leave anything incriminating just lying around. But just as she's about to give up, a familiar voice calls out her name. It's Scott, fresh from the shower, explaining that he brought her here after she passed out. He seems genuinely worried, telling her she can call in sick if she needs to rest. Then his eyes lock onto the magazine in her hands, and he completely panics. He asks what she was doing, and without missing a beat, Finn admits she was snooping around. Scott is in disbelief, but Finn retorts that maybe he shouldn't leave a guest alone in his room. He cuts to the chase, asking if she was looking for proof he's a killer, or if she's just interested in him now. Finn avoids his gaze, quietly admitting that either way, what she did was wrong. He smirks, saying he'd have let it slide if she was just curious, but she wasn't, was she? His expression turns cold, leaving the unspoken threat hanging in the air between them. Scott then claims he's worried about her, chillingly pointing out that if he were a killer, she wouldn't be leaving this room alive. He warns her to be more careful, reminding her how she let her guard down and got drunk with him last night. Overwhelmed, Finn sits on the bed and apologizes for all the trouble. But a flicker of defiance returns as she insists she's not acting this way because she's afraid of dying. Scott just smiles, calmly telling her that her bravery won't stop others from worrying about her reckless behavior. He tells her honestly, he can't just relax after seeing how often she puts herself in danger. But Finn's attention drifts, her eyes landing on a pair of eyeglasses sitting on a shelf. Scott says if she's so curious, she should just ask him directly, but she scoffs, certain he'd never tell her the truth. She glances around his impersonal room, noting the lack of family photos. He's a complete mystery. He admits he's a private person, prompting a nervous Finn to ask if she said anything about herself last night. Scott looks at her, almost in disbelief. She doesn't remember anything at all? He leans in, a hint of disappointment in his voice, before revealing she spent the night talking about him. Finn's face flushes with embarrassment, and she quickly apologizes for how awkward that must have been. But he smoothly reassures her, reminding her that he did say he wanted her to open up more. Now, he declares it's only fair he gets to ask her some questions, though he dismisses last night as just drunken antics. Finn wonders to herself if getting close to someone is always this complicated. Scott just gives her a look and suggests they do things the traditional way. And then, right there on the edge of his bed, he asks her to go out with him. The scene cuts away, the sound of a car horn pulling us into a different time. A man grips the steering wheel, looking tired and frustrated from his long search. He reports his findings to Finn. There's absolutely nothing about Scott Lee on the internet. She stares out the window, already knowing why. No articles, no news clips, nothing. because back then, he was a minor, his identity legally protected from the public. Finn turns to her investigator with one last favor, promising this will be the end of it. All she needs to know is if he saw the man from back then, would he recognize his face? The investigator sits in his car, his mind flashing back to the face he was shown. He recalls the image of the young man from all those years ago, that sharp, cold gaze. And then, his answer comes through, clear and simple. It's not him. The scene shifts to the sterile silence of a morgue. Inside, a detective and a coroner stand over another victim's body. The detective smirks, noting her mother seemed more inconvenienced than heartbroken. He points out a pattern: all three victims were disconnected from their families. But the coroner disagrees, saying the differences in this case are far more telling. Unlike the others, this woman fought back. She has defensive wounds all over her arms. The signature wounds feel forced, he explains, like a clumsy attempt to match a pattern. Plus, he adds, there are no abrasions on her wrists from where she was supposedly bound. This means she was most likely already dead when the killer tied her up. It's a complete reversal of the first two murders, where the victims were bound while still alive. They struggled so hard that the ropes left deep, angry marks on their skin. The coroner explains that for a true serial killer, that struggle is the entire point. It's about power and control. This third incident, he concludes, feels more like a messy crime of passion, leading the detective to a startling question. Are they dealing with two different killers? The coroner thinks so. A copycat who panicked and tried to pin his crime on the real killer, but was too scared to dispose of the body properly. But the detective isn't buying it. As he thinks it through, a critical flaw in that theory emerges. The public only learned about the serial killer after this third victim was found. So how did this supposed copycat know the secret details of the first two murders well enough to even try and mimic them? The detective wonders if the killer intentionally chose a victim similar to the others. He entertains the idea that it's a change in method, but the coroner reiterates that without evidence, it's all just talk. They're at a dead end until they find a real suspect with a clear motive. Agreeing, the detective feels the pressure from his superiors, just as his phone begins to buzz. He excuses himself from the morgue, pulling the device from his coat pocket. A cocky voice on the other end greets him, but the detective cuts right through the pleasantries, demanding information. Stepping onto a rooftop balcony, he listens as his contact playfully asks about the case, or maybe about a girl named Finn. The detective's patience runs out, and a quiet threat is all it takes to get the man serious. His contact finally relents, pulling up the file on their person of interest, Noah Inoue. The news isn't good. Since his parole, Noah's been a model citizen who moved away and fell completely off the grid. His contact adds that Noah's record is spotless. It looks like he's actually turned over a new leaf. But the detective has all he needs and abruptly ends the call, leaving the man to curse his missed chance to get Finn's number. With the line dead, he lets out a quiet sigh, steeling himself to deliver the frustrating news. The scene then shifts over to a bustling, modern office building elsewhere in the city. Inside, a manager lectures Finn, pointing out that her punctuality has tanked ever since she started associating with Isaac. She asks if this is some kind of revenge scheme, leaving Finn completely baffled by the question. The manager simply blames Isaac, muttering that he's a bad influence, just as he happens to stroll past in the background. She glares after him, convinced that you just can't trust a guy with a face like that. She asks Finn for backup, but Finn immediately recoils, insisting she can't stand the guy. Suddenly, her desk phone buzzes to life. It's Scott, and she quickly apologizes, knowing she has to take this call. Her mind flashes back to her tense encounter with Isaac in the hallway. He had cornered her, demanding to know why she'd been ignoring his messages. But now, hiding in the office restroom, she finally gets the answer she was looking for. On the other end of the line, Scott confirms it. Isaac is definitely not Noah. They're two completely different people. He pauses, sensing her silence, and asks if she's still there. Finn lets out a shaky breath, quietly thanking him for checking. The relief is immense. Scott continues, adding that he did find some information on the real Noah. It seems he's kept his record clean ever since finishing his probation. The guy has completely disappeared. He gently suggests that Noah has probably moved on, and that it's time for her to do the same. Scott's voice is firm but kind, telling her to forget the past and finally live her own life. But Scott offers one last piece of advice. Stay on guard around Isaac, because he seems like a player. Hearing enough, Finn quickly thanks him and hangs up the phone. Alone in the silence of the bathroom, his words fester. Noah has changed? Her hand clenches her phone, knuckles white. There's just no way. The very idea is laughable, pure bullshit to her ears. A choked sob escapes, twisting immediately into a wild, bitter laugh. The thought of Noah changing is just too absurd. Hez not a person, Hez a monster. She can still see it clear as day that twisted, blood-soaked smile he wore the night he killed her dad. And Scott seriously expects her to believe that boy is now some kind of angel? The laughter turns manic, tears streaming down her face. He just needed an excuse to kill, and he chose her. She breaks down, sobbing that she's haunted day after day while he gets to live free. but a cold, insidious voice cuts through the silence, telling her to drop the act. It echoes in the empty bathroom, asking if she really thinks she can wash her hands of it. The voice accuses her of not just watching, but cheering Noah on from the sidelines. And as Finn looks up, her own blood-splattered reflection stares back, calling her the real monster. The bathroom is suddenly silent, the air thick with the unspoken truth. She stumbles back, her voice trembling as she asks who's there. The reflection just smirks, mocking her for not even recognizing her own face. Has she really wiped away every memory of who they truly are? Finn backs away in terror, insisting it wasn't her, it was all his idea. But the reflection scoffs, telling her she's remembering it all wrong, flashing back to a younger Noah. It was he who suggested killing her father, and she was the one who protested, defending the man. Finn crumbles, insisting the things he did to her made her say things she never meant. She kneels, vowing to make Noah confess he used her, but the voice coldly states he's never coming back. Her younger self materializes, explaining Noah took the fall while she walks free, unburdened by sin. As Finn denies any wrongdoing, the reflection leans in close, whispering it will give her a clue. Its bloody hand clamps over her mouth, forcing the memory to the surface. And suddenly, she sees it her own hands, stained with blood, gripping a coarse, thick rope. The vision shatters, and back in the office, her colleagues are starting to notice her long absence. Isaac Evans grabs a coffee as a coworker jokes about his team slacking off, oblivious to the crisis unfolding. Back in the office, the search for Finn is officially on. Isaac flags down a coworker, Aiko, asking if she's seen her. He admits he's looked everywhere except the restrooms, so she offers to check for him. Tapping on the door, Aiko cautiously calls out Finn's name. And there, just inside, she finds her collapsed and completely unresponsive on the floor. A scream rips through the quiet office as she yells for Isaac to come quick. His expression hardens, the casual break-time vibe completely shattered. The scene dissolves into the sterile, quiet hallway of a hospital. Finn is now resting in a sunlit room, hooked up to an IV drip. For the first time in what feels like forever, she looks to be at peace. Her eyes slowly flutter open, the pale hospital light stinging a little. She sees Isaac sitting by her bed, and her first thought is cold, there's no reason for them to talk anymore. But he notices she's awake, his posture straightening with immediate concern. He calls her name, relief flooding his voice. Finn, thank God. She feels a bit lightheaded, confused about how she ended up here. He gently explains that Aiko found her passed out in the office restroom. The conversation turns awkward when he mentions they couldn't reach her emergency contact, even suggesting they call Scott. She quickly dismisses the idea, insisting she's fine now and nobody needs to be bothered. Isaac senses the wall she's putting up and makes an excuse to leave, saying hell, go find the nurse. As he walks out, a dark memory haunts him. His father used to beat him when he was a kid. Seeing his pain, Finn decides to share her own, telling him about her abusive father. He blamed her for her mother's death, seeing her as nothing more than a painful reminder. She fidgets, recalling how there was never money or food, only his impossible demands. Isaac listens, his expression hardening with a grim understanding of her suffering. She confesses the darkest thought she ever had, a desperate wish for her father to just be gone. And then, in a twisted answer to her prayer, he was killed right in front of her. Overwhelmed, she explains it's like a curse. Only the most painful memories remain. Isaac can't just stand by. He pulls her into a firm, comforting embrace. She leans into him, confessing all her flaws, convinced she's a complete mess because of her past. And holding nothing back, she prepares to ask if he could still want someone so broken. With her heart on the line, she finally asks if he could ever really date someone so broken. Isaac holds her tighter, his answer immediate and unwavering. Of course he could. His hand gently cradles her face, a silent promise in his touch. He makes it clear that for him, there isn't anyone else. And as their world stands still, the city moves on, hiding its darker secrets in plain sight. The investigation brings Scott and his partner Jay to the first victim's home, a place as bleak as her fate. Jay reports that the area is a blind spot with limited surveillance, but she'll canvass for witnesses. Scott tells her to be quick, his focus already piercing through the apartment door, ready to uncover its secrets. Inside, the first thing he sees is a photograph of the victim, Kiana, with the parents she lost as a child. He surveys her small, lonely room, realizing she was an orphan who'd been living completely on her own. He learns the victim was isolated. If not for her boss, her body might have gone undiscovered. Scott runs a gloved hand over the wall, noting every point of entry was secured, except for the broken kitchen window, a fatal vulnerability the killer exploited before it could be fixed. The scene is eerily undisturbed, showing no signs of a struggle, only a chair used for a clean escape. In his mind's eye, Scott sees the killer crouching in the dark, waiting for her to come home. She was ambushed the moment she walked in, a knife already at her throat. Completely overpowered and terrified, she had no choice but to comply with his every command. The killer's method is chillingly precise. He uses a weapon from the victim's own kitchen. This whole operation is far too meticulous, too clean. This can't be his first victim. Stepping outside, he tracks the likely escape route, a quick jump or a shortcut across the rooftops. He mutters to himself that a fence here is pointless. This area is rife with theft. But his thoughts drift back to the killer, an expert stalker who knows his victim's routines inside and out. Just then, a woman's voice calls out, confirming he's with the police and asking about Kiana's murder. Scott turns, and she looks at him with a pained expression. He asks if she knew the victim. She introduces herself as Kiana's landlady, someone who felt closer to the girl than anyone else. She paints a picture of a sweet, hardworking girl with few friends, always juggling jobs to pay for school. She even fondly remembers the day Kiana happily paid her back with her first corporate paycheck. The landlady chokes up, still unable to believe that a girl with such big dreams is gone. But then she mentions something unexpected. She thought Kiana was about to get a boyfriend. Scott immediately questions this, as his team found no evidence of a relationship, but the landlady insists. The landlady recalls the memory vividly. A man on a motorcycle delivering a bouquet right to Kiana's doorstep. She remembers teasing the girl, asking if she'd bought the beautiful flowers for herself. But Kiana, with a happy blush, had explained they were a gift from a secret admirer. In hindsight, the landlady is horrified. How did a so-called admirer know exactly where Kiana lived? She'd tried to report it, but the local police just brushed her off, stubbornly insisting it was a robbery. Her voice fills with resentment. The cops never gave a damn about their neighborhood or a poor orphan girl. Looking at Scott, she sees a glimmer of hope, a real detective from the central station. She pleads with him to find the person who did this and make them pay for taking Kiana's future. Scott listens, his expression hardening with resolve, and assures her it's his job to do just that. As their conversation ends, a phone starts ringing urgently back at the station, ready to pull them deeper into the case. Wasting no time, Scott immediately gets on the phone with his colleague Marco, a new task already formed in his mind. He orders Marco to check every flower shop in the city for any delivery orders addressed to Kiana Yates in February. Meanwhile, the story shifts to a quiet, almost sterile-looking building. The long, empty hallways give off an institutional vibe, a place far removed from the bustling city. Here, Isaac Evans walks into his room, a heavy silence following him. He drops onto his bed, the weight of the day settling on his shoulders. Alone in his room, he stares into space, lost in thought. Just then, his phone buzzes, breaking the quiet. It's a text from Finn, letting him know they're safe in their room and thanking him for his help. Isaac sends a gentle reply, telling Finn to rest, a small moment of care in his otherwise complicated life. And as he sits there, a smug thought crosses his mind. He finally got her number. His hand drifts over to a racy magazine lying on his bed, a secret little stash. A dark, possessive look glints in his eyes for just a moment. He flops back, idly holding the magazine aloft, feeling pleased with himself. With no one around to see, he decides to flip through his prized possession. But as he turns a page, something hidden inside slips out and onto the bed. He pauses, his eyes widening in realization. He'd forgotten he stashed them here. A nervous thought hits him. He nearly got busted. Didn't he? That was way too close. The tension immediately breaks into a relieved, almost manic laugh. He sprawls out, surrounded by his true collection. Polaroids of women, including one of Finn. The next day, the city moves on, completely unaware of the predator in its midst. For most people, it's just another mundane end to a long workday. Inside a corporate office, a few colleagues are the last to leave. One friend is getting impatient, but it seems Millie has forgotten her password again. Their light-hearted complaining is cut short as they all look up toward the entrance. A handsome, blue-haired colleague gives a friendly wave, announcing he's clocked out and waiting for Finn. At the sound of her name, Finn quickly insists she's ready to go right this second. With a newfound sense of urgency, she finally logs out and grabs her things. She hurries past her friends, who can only watch with knowing, teasing smirks. As the pair leaves together, the gossip begins. They're neighbors, and have gotten very close, very quickly. As the pair walks off, the remaining colleagues immediately start speculating on what their deal is. The dark-haired friend finds it hard to believe, reminding them that Finn dating would be completely out of character. But her coworker in the leopard print top disagrees, pointing out Finn's been acting strange since he arrived and is even coming in late. Another colleague is more pessimistic, figuring this new guy will just get bored and leave like all the others before him. "You two don't get it," their blonde friend insists, standing up with her hands on her hips, convinced this time is different. She argues that Finn has never been this comfortable with anyone, especially after only 2 weeks. Tearing up, she gets emotional, so happy that their friend has finally found someone who truly understands her. The others can only chuckle at her dramatic reaction, asking if she's actually crying. "Of course," she says, "they're tears of joy." Even the most skeptical friend has to concede the point, though she still thinks they've been watching too many dramas. The scene shifts ominously to a phone screen, displaying an article on how to spot a psychopath hiding behind a charming facade. It describes them as calculating and strategic, willing to hurt anyone to get what they want. They feel no guilt, take no accountability, and will always place the blame on others. For the cynical colleague, now alone in her bathroom, a single thought echoes. He's gone. A memory flashes back a boy covered in blood, telling her he killed someone just like she asked. He smiles through the gore, holding up his hands, promising they can finally leave now. The vision fades, leaving her trembling in the present. Finn, no, she thinks. This is impossible. She steps out of the water, haunted by a past she just can't seem to forget. The article's warnings about pathological liars seem to hang in the air of her sunlit apartment. She wanders out of the bathroom, wrapped in a plaid shirt and lost in the past. Staring at her own reflection, her thoughts are a tangled mess of then and now. Her reflection stares back, a silent witness to the storm brewing in her mind. Later, she heads out to meet Isaac, who's already waiting patiently for her. He spots her rounding the corner and asks if she had to wait long. His gaze is steady, almost gentle, as he waits for her answer. She nervously apologizes, worried that she might have been late, but he just gives a small, reassuring smile, telling her it's all right. He didn't mind waiting. As they travel, her thoughts race. If Isaac isn't Noah, then he's just some random guy who's fixated on her. But does it even make sense for someone to be so into a person they've barely met? The train lurches, and in the crush of the crowd, Isaac pulls her into his arms, shielding her. He leans down close, his voice low as he tells her she smells nice, leaving her utterly stunned. She's completely flustered, telling him he's always catching her off guard with these compliments. He just coolly asks if it's not normal for people who are dating to say nice things to each other. She admits she's terrible at this, but she does appreciate that he's putting in the effort. He insists his delivery might have been off, but every word he said was genuine. The intensity makes him blush, and he covers his mouth as she playfully tells him to stop. He asks if she's enjoying this, and she can't help but laugh, admitting his flustered face is amusing. The teasing stops for a moment as they just look at each other, the crowded train fading away. Seeing her chance, she asks Finn if he's free to go on a proper date this weekend. He agrees without hesitation, and she follows up, asking if there's anywhere he'd like to go. Her gaze turns serious, her voice steady as she gives him her one and only destination, the cemetery. And so their first date begins, not at a cafe or a movie, but at the grave of Allison Lee. He watches from a distance as she kneels, paying her respects in the quiet field of tombstones. She looks back, offering to give him some privacy if he needs it, suggesting she could wait on a nearby bench. Privacy? Finn seems almost confused by the offer, wondering what for. She figures it's obvious most people visit graves to have a good cry or to talk to the person they lost. But he explains that's not why he's here. He comes for the silence, to clear his thoughts. Besides, he adds, Scott Lee is too busy to visit, so he handles the upkeep. He tells her how he once found the grave completely neglected, overgrown and covered in moss, and it genuinely annoyed him. A small, knowing smile plays on his lips as he admits he's here more often than her actual blood-related brother. Looking at the headstone, she puts it all together. She tells him she can see it clearly, even if he doesn't say it. He loved her. His answer is quiet and simple. Yeah, she was nice. He liked her. And with that, she's left to contemplate this unexpectedly deep revelation. She opens up, recalling how this woman taught her everything, giving her the parental love she never had. With a heavy heart, she explains that for the first time she was treated like, he finishes her sentence without hesitation, like a human being. The two sit in a moment of shared, somber understanding. She breaks the silence with a light jab, asking if he's getting too emotional. But he's calm, saying that from what she's told him, he's sure she's in a better place. She clarifies if he means heaven, and he quietly agrees. His casual mention of the afterlife catches her completely by surprise. He notices her look, confused, asking if he said something wrong. He didn't expect her to believe in things like heaven, hell, or life after death. He explains he was baptized Catholic and tried other churches, but doesn't go much these days. She then turns the conversation, asking him if he truly believes in God. The question seems to catch him off guard. He takes a moment, searching for the right way to explain his complicated feelings. It's not about absolute certainty, he says, but more like a choice, a deep desire for God to be real. He knows that for most believers, faith is a source of solace and comfort, but his own reason for believing, he admits, is a little different. He talks about the world's injustice, how people who destroy lives often get away with it. She listens quietly, realizing that for him, God represents a final, inescapable judgment. He finishes with a cold conviction. The good will go to heaven, and the wicked must suffer in hell. But she counters his point, wondering if it would be better to take matters into their own hands. He seems to agree, a grim satisfaction in his voice as he invokes the old law, an eye for an eye. He asks if she's on the same page, and she stares, caught off guard by his sudden intensity. The chilling conviction in her eyes reflects her own dark thoughts, and yet, just as quickly, he reverses course, reminding her that killing is a grave sin. She's left completely baffled by his sudden reversal, wondering what that was all about. He smoothly changes the subject, breaking the tension by saying he's getting hungry. Still processing his conflicting words, she agrees, asking him where they should go next. An idea forms, and after a moment's thought, she suggests an unexpected destination. An amusement park? He seems genuinely surprised, calling it an odd choice. She's practically buzzing with energy, calling for him to hurry up as he notes how genuinely happy she seems. Holding their tickets to Little Village, he's still a bit baffled by her choice of destination. She explains it's a place she's dreamed of visiting since she was a little girl, always hearing her classmates rave about it. It's a picture-perfect world in her mind, filled with happy couples and the kind of joy she always wanted. Spotting a food vendor, she points out some delicious-looking snacks, remembering he was hungry. Without hesitation, she steps up and orders two, pulling him along for the treat. But the fun and games quickly escalate as they make their way toward the infamous speed coaster. The moment he's strapped in, a wave of instant regret washes over his face. This was a bad idea. As the coaster begins its climb, his cool demeanor completely shatters into raw panic. And then they drop, his terrified scream echoing as the ride plunges down the steep tracks. After the adrenaline rush, they slow down for some ice cream, and she gets Isaac's attention. She suddenly asks why he never questions her about her past, even after she mentioned her father. With the Ferris wheel looming behind them, he explains that he doesn't believe in prying into such personal matters. He tells her he'd rather wait, patiently, until she feels ready to open up to him on her own. His considerate answer clearly touches her as she gazes up, lost in thought for a moment. Then, she turns back with a dazzling smile, her mood completely lifted. With newfound excitement, she declares that their next stop has to be the Ferris wheel. From high up in their cabin, she points out the sights of the amusement park below. Spotting a couple in another car, she playfully wonders aloud what her own first kiss will be like. Isaac sees his opening, asking if she truly remembers nothing from that night. But she deflects, saying he told her she was wasted. Isaac smoothly turns the question back on her, asking what her own idea of a perfect first kiss is. She blushes, admitting she hasn't really thought about it, she just hopes it will be memorable. As they stroll through the park at sunset, she notes how massive the place is. There was so much more to see, but she sighs, admitting her feet are finally giving out. He reassures her, saying they can always come back for another date, and even try those cream puffs. She walks quietly beside him, holding the teddy bear he won for her earlier. Just as they near the exit, her eyes land on a small flower stand. With a spark of renewed energy, she asks if they can go take a quick look. The vendor just stands there, his expression unreadable as they get closer. Isaac's playful mood vanishes. He can't help but wonder why the man is staring so intently at them. The vendor breaks the silence, asking if she's made a decision yet from the vibrant display. Overwhelmed, she admits they're all too pretty and playfully asks Isaac to choose for her. He deflects, asking what would she think if he told her he's never bought flowers for anyone. She doesn't buy it for a second, calling him a liar and wondering why she still can't bring herself to trust him. Just then, the flower vendor cuts in, offering to make a suggestion. He explains that the park is closing soon, and he just wants to help them out. She apologizes, having lost track of time. But Isaac's gaze remains fixed on the man. The vendor holds out a fresh bouquet of pink tulips, personally selected just for her. He compliments her, saying the simple, beautiful flowers match her personality perfectly. When she asks for the price, he laughs it off, telling her to take them for free as a favor. As they stroll through the now quiet park, she asks Isaac if he thinks the vendor's story was true. She can't get her mind off it, wondering if people really throw away such beautiful flowers. Looking down at the bouquet, she thinks the idea is just sad. Isaac offers a simple explanation, suggesting they'd just wilt by tomorrow anyway. But she turns the question on him, asking if he's the kind of person who discards things once they're no longer useful. He answers with cold pragmatism, but she catches a flaw in his logic. The vendor said these were the freshest ones. Annoyed, Isaac cuts to the chase, saying it was just an obvious excuse to hit on her. She notices his change in tone immediately, pointing out that he seems pretty irritated. He holds up his hand, admitting he was this close to just punching that guy in the face, a dark look crossing his features. He tells her that her clinging to the flowers is only making things worse, but since he could tell she liked them, he decided to just let it slide. He then bluntly asks if she'd feel better if he just threw the bouquet away for her. She stops him, calling him Finn, and begins to explain what it means to genuinely care for someone. It's not about asking permission, it's about instinctively doing what's needed to protect their feelings. She reminds him of how he described himself as possessive and overly attached, and admits that, well, she's the exact same way. A soft chuckle escapes her, a quiet moment of mutual understanding passing between them. He simply accepts it, and she smiles, remarking on what an odd pair they make. Their walk through the park comes to an end as they arrive in front of her apartment building. She tells him she had a really good time, and he quietly agrees. Walking down the hall, he's already suggesting another date for next weekend. Clutching the teddy bear he won for her, she asks if this is good night for now. He stretches, remarking on the long day and telling her to get some rest. With a final thank you, she slips into her apartment, the lock clicking behind her. But she peeks out one last time, softly wishing Isaac a good night. The name hangs in the air, and something in his expression immediately hardens. Before she can close the door, a hand shoots out, grabbing her and pulling her back. Stumbling into the hallway, she calls out in surprise, using the name she's always used for him, Finn. He holds her hand tight, his gaze intense, the pleasant evening suddenly charged with unspoken tension. Instead of answering, he gently cups her face, pulling her closer. The door clicks shut, leaving them alone in the quiet hallway. As they come together, the teddy bear she was clutching falls forgotten to the floor. He closes the distance, and the tension melts into a sudden, soft kiss. She seems to lose herself in the moment, her surprise giving way to the embrace. The world outside her apartment door seems to fade away completely. A moment later, they're inside, and he asks her how the kiss was for her. With a knowing look, he presses further, asking if it was a memorable one. She looks up at him, flustered and a little breathless from the sudden passion. Staring at the fallen teddy bear, she quietly admits, yeah, it was nice. Later that night, back in the quiet of his own apartment, the romantic mood has vanished. The clothes he wore on their little date are already discarded over a chair. He heads into the bathroom, peeling off his shirt as he goes. The day's disguise is tossed away without a second thought. He briefly touches his lips, replaying her shy confession that the kiss was nice. A small, cruel smirk starts to form, and it suddenly breaks into a wild, mocking laugh that echoes in the small room. He found her act, her playing coy, to be completely pathetic, but his amusement quickly fades into a look of sheer annoyance. This little game of his is quickly losing its appeal. It's just getting boring. He glares at his own reflection, the scars on his back a testament to a life he can't escape. Enough with the charade, he demands his old self, Noah, to just come out and show himself. Meanwhile, under the quiet cover of night, a hooded figure walks away from a public trash can. A bouquet of pink tulips lies discarded within, a seemingly meaningless gesture. But the figure's steps slow to a halt, something clearly on his mind. He turns back, pulling the flowers from the garbage, his mission not yet complete. Those same tulips now rest gently against a pristine white headstone in loving memory of Allison. A new visitor arrives, holding his own bouquet, and sighs, seeing Finn has already paid his respects. He kneels, wondering aloud to the grave what secrets she tells Allison that she won't share with him. He finally admits his own fault in their distance, realizing he might be the one pushing her away. He speaks to the empty air, apologizing for a promise he couldn't keep, convinced it's better this way. The weight of his guilt is crushing. He believes it was his fault her life was ruined. His mind drifts back to a sterile hallway, to a day he wishes he could change, seeing a lone girl on a bench. He was just a young officer then, but the memory of that moment is seared into his mind. He tried to break the silence, gently calling out to the withdrawn child. His eyes had fallen to her feet, noticing a simple problem he could fix. Her shoes were untied. While other officers went about their duties, he asked if she was waiting for someone. Kneeling before her, he began to tie her laces, asking if her father was on his way. He filled the silence himself, musing that it was good she wasn't talkative with strangers. Then he kindly asked for her other foot, promising he'd be out of her hair once he was done. He finishes tying her other shoe, a simple act of kindness in the cold station. But a deep unease settles in his gut. Something about this whole situation feels wrong. Once her boots are secure, the little girl simply gets up and walks away without a word. The memory shifts, and a colleague asks the young officer who he's so intently watching. Scott Lee explains he's worried about the kid who's been sitting there for hours. "Oh, you mean Finn?" his colleague replies, noting that she's become a strange fixture at their station. She just sits there silently until closing time, never answering any questions, prompting Scott to ask about her parents. He can't shake the memory of the bruise he saw on her leg, or how frail she looked under all those layers. His partner informs him that a welfare check was already done at her residence. They found nothing out of the ordinary, just a single father who, by all accounts, is a kind and caring man. His colleague recalls meeting Finn's father, who explained away her injuries as just scratches from playing in the woods. Since she doesn't bother anyone, the station's unofficial policy is to just let her hang around. Changing the subject, he congratulates Scott on officially joining the force, asking if this will be his new post. Scott seems distant, admitting he's not even sure why he chose this path in the first place. His gaze drifts away, a deep sense of uncertainty clouding his expression. His eyes land back on Finn, who is still sitting all by herself on the bench. He can't look away, a gut feeling telling him the official story just doesn't add up. The hours tick by, the bright afternoon sun shining on the station sign. Day bleeds into a fiery sunset, and yet, nothing changes. Night falls, and a cold rain begins to pour, but inside, the small, silent girl remains. Scott sighs, soaked from the rain on his very first shift, which so far has just been a series of boring errands. Just as he steps inside, a colleague flags him down with another task. Take some drinks to the interrogation room. The interrogation room, so that's where the action is. He heads down a tense hallway, sensing this is a much heavier case than he expected. After dropping off the drinks, he sees the serious expressions on everyone's faces. He quietly asks his fellow officer what's going on, noting it's strange for a detective to be here this late. His colleague leans in, a smirk playing on his lips as he reveals the case is a homicide. A murder in a town this quiet is shocking enough, but he adds that the killer tried to bury the body in his own backyard. As they're talking, the click of a doorknob cuts through the silence. The interview must be over. The door swings open, and out walks the little girl, Finn, followed closely by her father. Scott's eyes lock onto the girl, a wave of shock and recognition washing over him. It's Finn, the witness from the homicide case, her face and neck covered in ugly bruises. But his focus is broken by a question from down the hallway, directed at a new arrival. His fellow officer gawks at the newcomer, commenting that she looks far too young to be Scott's aunt. And there she is, a woman named Allie, stepping through the station gate with a bag in hand. Scott is floored. What in the world is his aunt doing here at this time of night? He questions her judgment, asking if she really drove all this way by herself. Taking Finn's hand to lead her away, he's met with his aunt's playful teasing. She proudly hands him a lunch bag he'd forgotten, much to his exasperation. But then her eyes land on Finn, her tone softening as she asks who this quiet, beautiful girl is. Kneeling down, Allie playfully asks if Finn is one of Scott's many flings, then jokes that he could never produce someone so pretty. Scott's face hardens. He tells his aunt this is absolutely not the time for jokes. Her playful demeanor vanishes in an instant, replaced by a sudden, serious focus. She pulls him aside, needing to speak with him privately about the girl. Finn sits alone on a bench, looking small and fragile for her 14 years, a common sign of neglect. Allie questions why Scott is handling this personally, but he explains this small-town station lacks a dedicated team. They've called a social worker, but no one can come until morning, leaving Finn stranded. Allie presses him, worried the girl can't go back home. So where is she supposed to stay? Her gaze drifts back to the lonely child, and she tells Scott she wishes she could do something to help. A look of resolve dawns on her face, her compassion solidifying into a decision. Allie considers the situation, her expression turning somber. She confesses to Scott that, honestly, the girl scared her a little at first. There was just something about her stare, a coldness that felt like it could pierce your soul. She describes Finn's eyes as just dead and hollow, but after he told her what that girl's father did, she says she finally understands. Scott glances away, realizing how late it's gotten, and thanks Allie for the dinner he plans to give to Finn. But then, he turns back with a sudden resolve, telling her that Finn is coming with him. Before Allie can fully process it, he clarifies his bold decision. He's taking her in. Sometime later, Allie calls to check in, asking how the girl is doing. From what sounds like his home, Scott's voice comes through, assuring her that Finn seems to be fine. Allie's voice is laced with doubt. She asks if he's sure, given that Finn barely speaks a word. But Scott insists the girl is no trouble at all, quite the opposite, actually. He explains that she's surprisingly helpful, even taking the lead on chores around the house. Yet, a darker thought clouds his mind as he picks up an old piece of evidence. He worries her obedience might just be a conditioned response, a desperate act to avoid another beating, a deep-seated fear, ingrained in her from years of abuse. Allie pivots, asking if they've found any relatives, but Scott confirms they've had no luck so far. She mentions social services, but his concern isn't about finding a new foster home, it's about the upcoming court hearing. He knows that for a kid like her, facing that ordeal with family by her side could make all the difference. But his mind is elsewhere, absently holding an old VHS tape as Allie's voice cuts through his thoughts. He stares at the label, The Ceremony, lost in a memory, barely registering her offer to get him a DVD player. She snaps him back to reality, demanding he concentrate on what really matters. Can Finn handle being a witness in court? Scott turns away, his voice firm, stating that Finn made that decision herself, and they aren't her guardians. He looks back with a faint smile, expressing absolute faith in the girl's strength and bravery. Allie then asks if he can be there for the trial, but he regretfully admits he's on duty that day. He promises to tell her how it goes, his gaze falling on Finn, sleeping peacefully in her room. With a quiet thank you, Allie hangs up, leaving the young girl to her much-needed rest. But then, the scene shifts to a courthouse, a formal voice announcing the verdict for a 17-year-old Noah Inoue, guilty of second-degree homicide. The judge's voice rings out, explaining that Noah's crime was so severe he would be tried as an adult, sentencing him to 6 years. A younger Scott Lee, breathless, finally reaches the courtroom door and pushes it open. Inside, the head judge offers a solemn apology to the victim's family, hoping the verdict provides some closure. And with a sharp crack of the gavel, the trial is officially over. Scott leans against the doorframe, thinking it's finally done, but overhears murmurs that the sentence was far too short. He watches as his younger self, Noah, is led away in a prison jumpsuit, a chillingly blank expression on his face. But a sudden, sickening realization makes Scott's head snap to the side, his eyes widening in alarm. Across the room, He sees Finn's body go completely limp, collapsing into the arms of her friends. He can only watch in horror as they try to wake her, the terrible truth dawning on him she's completely unresponsive. Her friends cry out her name, but Finn remains limp in their arms, lost to the world. The scene shifts to a sterile hospital, the air thick with a terrifying question. Why doesn't she recognize them? A voice explains that she's suffering from temporary amnesia, a common result of what she's endured. A doctor reassures them that her brain isn't physically damaged. It's a protective measure against extreme trauma. One of her guardians realizes it's a defense mechanism, a shield to protect her from the pain, and the doctor confirms it. Sitting by her bedside, Allie asks if she'll ever get her memories back, but the answer is uncertain. The doctor's advice is simple. Provide a supportive, stress-free home and consider therapy to help her recover. But the idea of therapy feels like a distant dream, something not even available in their small town. This harsh reality sparks a new resolve in Allie. Maybe it's time to find Finn a real, permanent family. Allie glares back, her decision already hardening into resolve. But her friend is in disbelief, suggesting they give up on Finn now? Of all times? He insists they are the only ones who truly know her, and they have to be there when her memories return. She cuts through his sentiment with a cold dose of reality. It's not their responsibility. He desperately asks her to just listen, reminding her that she wanted to help. But Allie argues a new family could give Finn the support they can't, somewhere far from her past. She then poses a difficult question. What if not remembering is actually what's best for her? A chance to truly start over, free from the fear and guilt that has defined her life. And as she says it, a quiet, chilling understanding seems to dawn on her face. She tells him he hasn't changed a bit, comparing him to Scott, always running from his problems. Allie lays his fear bare. He's terrified that Finn will remember he saw the signs and did nothing. And when that day comes, she warns, Finn will hate him for his cowardice. He wants Finn gone because he can't face her. She calls him a coward, nothing like his family. Her words hang in the silent room, a verdict he can't escape. He looks up, his voice cracking as he admits that she's right. He couldn't save her, and he couldn't save Finn either. The memory of a girl suffering alone floods his mind, a life ruined by his inaction. He finally breaks, confessing that even his police badge couldn't fix the useless person he believes he is. He grips his head, the weight of his failures crushing him. It's always the same pattern, a flashback to his youth, cowering and helpless. He questions himself, wondering if he's ever done the right thing, if he's even fit to support her. Allie listens, her sharp gaze softening as she finally understands the depth of his pain. A quiet apology escapes her lips as the scene shifts back to the present. She realizes he's been blaming himself this entire time, not just for Finn, but for what happened to her sister, too. She tells him he can't carry the guilt for what other evil people have done. Allie admits that pushing him was wrong, but part of her hoped it would help him heal. Then, she reveals her true plan, to legally adopt Finn and become her guardian. He tells her this isn't about her anymore. His focus is now solely on Finn. He wants her to live her own life, urging her to focus on her career as an officer of the law. But Allie has one final, heavy request she needs him to promise. When Finn is old enough to ask about her past, he must not lie to her. She deserves the truth. A silent understanding passes between them as he accepts this burden. The scene changes, and he decides it's time to visit the grave of her sister, Allison. We're then pulled into a hazy memory of someone small running through the trees. A young girl, tired and starving, her feet bloody and raw from the journey. It's Finn, so disoriented she can't even remember why she was running in the first place. Then the terrible memory surfaces. That was the day she had decided to end her own life. She had found a quiet place by the water, a place to finally let go. With weary steps, the little girl made her way along the river's edge. She wades into the current, the cold water a shock against her bloody feet. But just as she prepares herself, a rustle from the bushes breaks the solemn silence. A voice calls out, not to stop her, but to give her some chilling advice that part of the river is too shallow. The speaker is a boy, holding a dead rabbit, and he casually suggests she try the deeper water by the falls. Finn freezes, completely thrown by this boy's unnerving lack of concern. Her mind struggles to process his words, but her eyes fixate on what he's holding. She asks him, her voice barely a whisper, if he was the one who killed that rabbit. He just smirks, confirming it with a chilling nonchalance, wondering why she'd even ask. A sliver of hope, or perhaps just desperation, flickers in Finn's eyes as she makes a request. If he's so good at killing, then would he be willing to kill her, too? But the boy, Noah, flatly refuses. He has no interest in that. He looks at her, his expression unreadable, and asks what fun there would be in such an act. After all, he explains with a chilling logic, there's no thrill in taking a life from someone who doesn't want it. The memory dissolves, replaced by the harsh morning light of the present. A hand hangs limply, lifelessly, over the edge of a bed. The scene is still, as if she hasn't moved all night. An adult Finn is sprawled out, unconscious, as a critical thought surfaces. Isaac is not Noah. Her eyes snap open, the flashback triggering a sudden, earth-shattering epiphany. She sits up in bed, a new plan forming in her mind. For some reason, spending time with him is bringing back her memories. So, as she starts her morning routine, she tries to convince herself that this is a perfectly fine arrangement. She'll just keep Isaac close until she remembers everything she needs to. A simple, logical goal. But a cruel, mocking voice laughs from the depths of her mind, calling her pathetic. In the mirror's reflection, a vision of her bruised younger self appears, accusing her of just making excuses. The vision scoffs, doubting she even wants to remember Noah at all. It tells her to stop using him, and be honest with herself for once she actually enjoys Isaac's company. As she walks into her living room, the hallucination is now sitting on her couch, taunting her for being so love-deprived. The younger Finn looks up, a twisted smile on her face, and asks if she's going to make him promise, too. It leans in, whispering the old, terrifying words, "Cross your heart and hope to die." And with a sick, sweet smile, the vision asks if she's willing to kill for him. But just as the memory reaches its peak, a sharp knock echoes through the apartment. Finn snaps back to reality, the hallucination gone, replaced by a weary thought that her prince has arrived. She makes her way to the door and scans her keycard. The lock clicks open. A voice from the other side impatiently threatens to just bust the door down. She opens it to find Scott, whose face is a mixture of relief and frustration. He immediately asks what she's been up to. Has been worried, no calls, no texts, and she hasn't even been to the office. Scott explains he was just keeping his promise not to bother her, but Finn clarifies she only meant for the case, not complete silence. Scott's gaze softens as he admits she had him seriously worried. Finn brushes it off, saying she's fine, but he just asks her to keep him in the loop. Changing the subject, she asks about his investigation, hoping he's at least taking care of himself. Scott sighs, admitting there's not much progress, and he feels like this job isn't for him anymore. He teases her to take care of herself, unless she wants her Aunt Allie rising from the grave to scold her. He then asks if she's visited Allie's grave, and Finn quietly confirms she went with Isaac. The name catches him off guard, but Finn continues, dropping an absolute bombshell. They're already dating. Scott shoots up from the couch, stunned, asking if this is the same Isaac she was calling a psycho. He can't wrap his head around it, demanding to know why she would ever need to date that guy. Finn fidgets with her hands, gathering her thoughts before she explains her reasoning. She tells him she's thought a lot about everything he said. It's not about revenge. She just wants to try and live a normal life. Scott listens intently, asking if she's really doing this to get to know Isaac, with no other ulterior motives. With a small smile, Finn admits she genuinely likes being around him. She starts recounting their trip to the amusement park, how they even rode a roller coaster. The memory plays in Scott's mind as she speaks, her voice filled with a rare lightness. She breaks into a wide, genuine grin, laughing about how scared Isaac was. And seeing that smile, it hits Scott. It's been so long since he's seen her truly happy. His expression softens, and the mood in the room shifts as he speaks. He has something he needs to ask. Something about her memory of that day. He finally asks her to recall everything that happened that night. The question hangs in the air, and Finn's mind is immediately pulled back. Her eyes well up with tears as the painful memory begins to surface. It started like so many other nights with her father beating her up again. She'd said something to set him off, and for a moment, she truly thought she was going to die. Lying on the floor, bruised and terrified, she could only wait for it to end, but then, something changed. A splash of blood that wasn't hers. Noah had appeared from nowhere, saving her, plunging a knife into her father's side. Back in the present, tears stream down her face as she wrestles with the memory. If he saved her, why was he jailed? The details are a blur. She can't even remember what happened next, or how they ended up at the police station. She can only recall sitting in the police station, a huge blank in her memory of that night. The world was a blur, her face bruised and her mind completely numb. A voice echoed in her head, asking a question she couldn't comprehend. She wondered if the voice was even her own. In the hazy memory, she and Noah just sat there, waiting as the chaos unfolded around them. Suddenly, a familiar voice pulls her back to the present. It's Scott, asking if she's all right. He tells her she was completely spacing out, lost in the past. She apologizes, saying she was just trying to remember, but he reassures her not to push herself. After a long, tense pause, she finally finds the words. She turns to him, asking a terrifying question. Is it possible her memories can't be trusted? A horrifying thought spills out. What if she had more to do with her father's death than she remembers? She confesses that her memories feel wrong, disjointed, and that she feels like an imposter in her own life. The guilt is crushing. She believes Noah only had the chance to kill her father because of her, but Scott gently takes her hand, insisting that none of this was her fault. He explains that what she's feeling, this sense of not deserving happiness, is common for survivors. She wonders if remembering everything is the only way to heal, but he poses a chilling alternative. What if it isn't? He suggests that her mind might be protecting her, and that the memories will return when she's ready. His words seem to land, and she apologizes for even asking about that night, lost in her own dark thoughts. Trying to lift the mood, he suggests a quick walk before he has to head into the station. But before they can move, his phone buzzes. It's Jay. Work is already calling for him. With a gentle smile, Scott tells her he has to go, and they'll stroll some other time. But Finn won't let him leave with any doubts, reminding him how smart and empathetic he is. She strikes a playful pose, telling him to get going. He has a criminal to catch. He feels a warmth spread through his chest. He came here for her, but he's the one who needs her. Meanwhile, Scott's colleague Jay gets an earful from a friend over the phone. After being unreachable all day, Jay nonchalantly admits he was on a date. His friend is stunned to hear it was with Finn, realizing with a shock it's the same girl from their past. But the real reason for his call is a warning, and it's about Scott. Hez in the records room, explaining that Scott recently asked him to look into Noah's files. And if his hunch is right, Scott is about to meticulously tear that entire case apart. Jay's friend warns him it's only a matter of time before Scott connects the dots and finds out who he really is. The friend on the other end of the line just sighs, realizing this is all in the name of love. With a grim look, Jay agrees everything he's doing is for her. And as if on cue, Scott is walking down that very same hallway. Suddenly, a door swings open just as he approaches. It's Jay, hood pulled up, and the two men stop dead in their tracks. A silent, heavy tension fills the space between them. Scott watches him pass, his suspicions growing. Jay and Finn are becoming inseparable. Jay can feel his colleague stare, realizing Scott is catching on to how fast things are moving. He heads out into the city, the weight of his deception settling in. Jay walks through the city, his attention caught by a news report about concerned citizens. The broadcast details mounting frustration over the slow progress in the serial killer investigation. He stops to watch, the report noting the killer's 2 to 3 month cycle, hinting another attack is due. The focus then shifts to the lead detective on the case, Scott Lee, who is giving a statement. On screen, Scott boldly declares he doesn't care about the suspect's connections. He will bring them in. Elsewhere, a mysterious man with glasses watches the same broadcast with a sharp, calculating gaze. A reporter challenges Scott, questioning if he even has enough evidence to secure a conviction. The man watching smirks as Scott confidently promises that justice will be served for the victims. But then his smile fades, his hand clenching into a tight fist as his thoughts turn to Finn. He approaches a door, his purpose clear, and knocks twice. A woman's voice calls out, letting someone named Isaac know that dinner is ready. But the knocks on his bedroom door are met with nothing but silence. She sighs, exasperated, muttering that he can just starve for all she cares. Inside, the man with glasses is completely tuned out, laser-focused on his computer. He scrolls through dozens of images, researching Central School uniforms with unnerving intensity. Then, a name solidifies his plan, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ridgepoint University. The scene shifts to that very school, where students are leaving for the day. They walk together, lamenting the end of their school years and the start of adult life. He's already there, leaning against a post, an outsider observing from the sidelines. As a student approaches to tell him off, his gaze locks onto his true target. He's found her. The girl he's been watching approaches him, immediately pointing out that he doesn't belong here. He plays it cool, offering a smooth excuse that he's just taking photos for the yearbook. But inside, his mind is screaming with confirmation after all this time. It's really her. She notices his unlit cigarette, a small detail that breaks the tension for a moment. His thoughts darken with a possessive whisper, even as he warns her about the school guards. Trying to be helpful, Finn reaches out, offering to throw the cigarette away for him. He sees his opening. Everything he's planned for is merely steps away. She's so close now, finally within his grasp. Their hands move towards each other, the space between them crackling with unspoken intent. But just as they're about to touch, a voice calls out her name, shattering the moment. It's Finn's friends, calling her over for karaoke and pulling her back to reality. He quickly tells her to just pocket the cigarette for now. He has to leave. Her friends immediately start teasing. Was that her boyfriend? No, she scoffs, just another rule breaker. And that was the last time Isaac ever saw her. She moved away right after graduation, vanishing from his life. Now, in the present, he stares at a gruesome photo on his phone, a past tragedy he seems obsessed with. Elsewhere, Jay's friend offers some strange advice he picked up from a detective manga. He then looks over, asking if the girl in the photos is the same Finn that Jay's been looking for. Jay quietly confirms, holding old Polaroids of the girl he once knew. His friend's eyes go wide. He recognizes her from the police station, saying she has amnesia from a past incident. And for Jay, it all clicks into place with a heavy heart. That's why she looked right through him. Jay's heart sinks with a bitter thought, how convenient for her to forget everything. His friend's voice cuts through, asking if she was his first love, as he stares at her old photos. With a wry smile, Jay admits it was something like that, earning a jab for being a romantic. It was his cop friend who helped him find her, repaying an old high school debt. Jay scoffs at the idea of being a creep. He's not some stalker. He just wants to see her again. And now, determined, he pulls up to a local convenience store. Stepping inside, he's already on the phone with Finn, asking if she needs anything. He quickly finds the item she asked for, confirming it's the right one. He tells her he's on his way, promising to head over as soon as he pays. With a polite thank you, he leaves the store, one step closer to finally seeing her face to face. But just as he steps outside, he collides with a woman, knocking her off balance. She looks up, startled and flustered, quickly apologizing for not watching where she was going. Jay, however, remains completely unfazed, a cool confidence in his eyes. He simply flashes a small smile, telling her to be careful next time. With a casual wave over his shoulder, he walks away, already forgetting the encounter. But she can only stare after him, a flicker of recognition in her eyes as she whispers a name, Isaac. The scene shifts to the gentle, rhythmic rumble of a moving train. Inside, a few passengers are scattered, quietly passing the time. Finn sits by the window, her gaze locked onto the screen of her phone. A text from an unregistered number appears, asking if she knows the meaning of flowers. A familiar voice cuts through her thoughts, as Jay casually asks if she didn't have his number saved. Finn looks up, explaining she was just making sure it wasn't him. She shows him the screen, mentioning the strange text about flowers from an unknown sender. Her blonde friend leans in, dismissing it as probably just a secret admirer. She then playfully asks if this means Finn and Jay are officially dating now. But her dark-haired friend isn't amused, bluntly stating she is not okay with him joining them. Jay is taken aback as the friend calls his constant presence suffocating, like he's a bodyguard. But Finn isn't even listening, her mind completely absorbed by one word from the text tulip. Her eyes widen slightly, a dawning realization or a flicker of a forgotten memory. Meanwhile, Jay's half-empty cup sits on the table, a quiet testament to his habit of never finishing his drinks. A quiet voice breaks the silence, complimenting the dress she's wearing. Finn turns, completely caught off guard by the sudden remark. It's Jay, who quickly tries to elaborate that her look today is just hitting different. As they walk, he explains that the cool blue tones really suit her. She quietly admits she didn't know how to react, unsure if he was just talking about the clothes. His gaze softens as he finally says it plainly. She's beautiful. He then confesses that's what he wanted to say all along, but he just didn't have the guts. A warm, genuine smile spreads across her face as she tells him he's getting better at this. But this sweet, private moment isn't as private as they think. From around a corner, a dark-haired woman watches them pass, her expression cold and intense. The woman apologetically interrupts, asking if she could speak with Isaac for a moment. Jay's expression hardens, questioning if their talk really needs to be private. But Finn quickly steps in, saying it's fine since she needed to head back anyway. Waving them off, she leaves the two of them alone as Jay promises to find her later. A flicker of unease crosses Finn's face as she walks away from the tense encounter. Some time passes, the office clock ticking away the afternoon. Finn is back at her desk, trying to focus on her work. Suddenly, a hand rests gently on her shoulder, and Jay calls her name. He apologizes, explaining he can't join her after work because he has to meet someone. Jay counters that he was about to say the same, claiming he's stuck with overtime until morning. He tells her to take care and let him know when she's home, ending their awkward conversation. The low rumble of the train marks the start of her lonely commute back. An automated voice announces the next station, a stark contrast to the thoughts swirling in her mind. She waits by the doors with the other passengers, lost in a world of her own. Standing on the platform, she pulls out her phone to check a new notification. Her eyes lock onto a cryptic, anonymous message that sends a chill down her spine. A flicker of doubt crosses her face as she tries to process the unsettling words. Without a second thought, she pulls up the dialer, her fingers punching in a familiar number. Her expression hardens, a quiet storm of suspicion brewing in her eyes. With a shaky breath, she prepares to make the call, determined to get to the bottom of this. But before she can dial, an incoming call shatters the quiet hum of the train. The ringing seems to echo through the car, though no one else seems to notice. Her eyes lock onto the screen, and her blood runs cold. The caller ID displays a single, impossible name from her past. Noah. Suddenly, her surroundings blur, replaced by haunting figures from a time she tried to forget. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washes over her face. A phantom in a red hoodie drifts past her, a ghost walking among the living. She's completely frozen, trapped in a waking nightmare as the train slows. With a soft chime, the doors slide open, breaking the horrific spell. And standing right there on the platform are the very same shoes from her vision. A single tear escapes her eye, the phantom of her tormentor still lingering in her mind. The train's arrival is announced, the automated voice a cold, indifferent sound. As the doors slide open, the crowd begins to pour out onto the platform. Finn stumbles out with them, her feet moving on autopilot. But then, panic ignites in her chest. She starts running, convinced he's here. A memory flashes, her younger self running barefoot through a sunlit field. She shoves past strangers in the station, her mind screaming for someone to help. The past and present blur together, the terror of that day as real as it is now. A desperate, silent plea forms on her lips, her face a mask of pure fear. Her hand reaches out into the crowd, a desperate search for a savior. Suddenly, a firm hand grabs her arm, and a familiar voice calls out her name. It's Scott, his expression laced with concern as he asks why she's running away in a panic. He notes that she's trembling, her eyes still clouded with a deep-seated fear. He pulls her close, trying to soothe her with a gentle reassurance that she's okay. As he holds her, a menacing figure in a red hoodie watches them from the crowd. His face is pale and stoic, a ghost from a past she can't escape. Finn instinctively clings to Scott, burying her face in his shoulder for a moment of safety. But the memory's eyes glow with a chilling intensity, a silent threat that he's here now. Later, in a sunlit hallway, Scott explains he was only at the station because his friend bailed on him. He looks at her, gently probing, asking if she's really all right after seeming so freaked out. Finn tries to play it cool, brushing off her breakdown as just another random panic attack. But her eyes betray her as she insists it's nothing, telling him not to worry. Scott's gaze hardens slightly. He knows she's lying, but he can't force it out of her. He relents, promising to stop nagging even though he can't just switch off his concern. With a sigh, he tells her to go inside and get some rest, turning to leave. He offers one last lifeline, promising to come right back if she needs anything at all. As he walks away, Finn is left with a look of pained indecision, unable to let him go. Her hand shoots out, grabbing the back of his jacket as she calls out his old name, Isaac. She apologizes, finally admitting she knows he wishes she would be more open with him. Then, taking a breath, she asks if he wants to come inside. Inside her apartment, the heavy silence is broken only by the slow spin of a ceiling fan. Finn finally opens up, explaining how she called that unknown number from earlier. The person was on the same train, and she even jokes grimly that this time, it might actually be a stalker. Scott's expression darkens with regret, and he immediately apologizes for letting her go home by herself. She tries to brush it off as paranoia, admitting she didn't confirm anything since someone rushed off the train right then. But he's not convinced, thinking to himself that's too much of a coincidence for the usually skeptical Finn. He urges her to be careful, reminding her there's still a serial killer on the loose and she shouldn't be out alone. Hearing this, Finn's composure finally cracks, her gaze falling to the table. Scott gently takes her hand, and she admits she really thought she was ready for this. Her whole life, she whispers. She's been preparing for the day she would finally have to face him again. She always knew, she says, that one day Noah would find her. But despite preparing her whole life, the mere thought of him is enough to paralyze her in fear. She clutches her head, wondering why she's so terrified. What more could he do? Is she truly afraid of dying? Scott finally interjects, asking the one question on his mind. Who is Noah? Finn apologizes, then drops the bombshell. Noah was her childhood friend and the one who killed her father. He was the first person she ever felt close to, she admits, as Scott listens with a heavy heart. She remembers just talking for hours, sharing bits and pieces of her life with him. Looking back, she doubts he was even interested, but he listened, and to her, that was everything. It was a kind of shared solitude, one that blinded her to all the warning signs. As Scott watches her, he realizes her story, her expression. It's all exactly like her testimony from the trial, almost as if it's been rehearsed. He sees it now, a flashback to the trial, her rehearsed words echoing in his mind. But Scott's voice cuts through her memory, asking a question that shatters the narrative. Finn snaps back to the present, clearly caught off guard by his sudden insight. Without waiting for an answer, he takes her wrist, silently telling her to follow him. She asks where they're going as he leads her away from the living room. He simply says he has something he needs to show her. He brings her into his study, the door closing behind them with a soft thud. Inside, Scott gestures toward a wall, his entire demeanor shifting to one of intense focus. Finn is stunned to see an entire investigation board, realizing he's been tracking the serial killings from the very first victim. This means he solved the pattern before the police, and he coolly admits she seems to have learned from the best. Finn begins to explain, her voice laced with uncertainty as she sits on her bed. She shows him a newspaper clipping, saying she saw the murder on the news and noticed the victim looked just like her. But the real connection, the one that chilled her to the bone, was the method of the killing. It reminded her of Noah. The memory surfaces of a younger Noah, holding up a dead rabbit, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing pride in his hobby. Her expression darkens as she recalls that he had a very specific, preferred way to kill. He would bind his victims, then slice their throats just enough to ensure a slow, agonizing bleed-out. The hearse? Sighing. The horrifying parallel snaps into place, imagining the human victim suffering the same ritualistic cruelty as that rabbit. Scott finally speaks, cutting straight to the point. Is she saying Noah is the killer, and that he's doing this because of her? She can't say for sure, but the crushing weight of the possibility is too much to bear. If she's right, she whispers, it means more people have died all because of her. Her voice is heavy with guilt, The thought of others dying for her is a fate worse than death. She opens her eyes, steeling herself for his dismissal. She knows she must sound crazy, even admitting that Scott himself had called it a stretch. Feeling foolish, she apologizes for wasting his time with what feels like paranoid nonsense. But Scott isn't dismissing her at all. Instead, he points to a key detail in the newspaper. If the killer is picking victims that look like her, then he knows her current appearance. He's always watching. The murders happening in her city, he explains, all but proves it. He likely already has her address. Finn looks at him, her voice barely a whisper, needing to know if he truly believes her. He meets her gaze, admitting Hez not convinced it's Noah, but he has no doubt that someone is targeting her. And with a look of absolute resolve, he makes a vow. He doesn't care who it is, they're not touching her on his watch. Scott's vow of protection is the final straw, and tears begin to stream down Finn's face. He gently tries to comfort her, but she pulls away, begging him not to look at her in this state. Through her sobs, she asks the one question that has haunted her. Why won't he get tired of her? For the first time, she feels truly seen by someone, and the feeling is both wonderful and terrifying. Scott takes her hands, his expression soft, asking if she really hasn't figured it out yet. He tells her plainly that he's crazy about her, and nothing she does could ever make him leave. Leaning in close, he promises to protect her, no matter what it takes. Seeing how exhausted she is, he offers to go, but her expression stops him. With a newfound sense of safety, Finn asks him to please stay a little longer, and as the warm afternoon light fades into the cool blue of the evening, he does. Night falls, blanketing the room in a quiet, cool blue. He watches over her as she sleeps, a rare moment of tranquility. But a memory surfaces in his mind, an apology filled with regret. Finn suddenly whimpers, trapped in a nightmare, begging her unseen tormentor to stop. His gaze turns cold, his thoughts drifting to someone who refused to take responsibility. He thinks about how everything could have been so different, how he might have even grown to like them, if things had gone another way. He leans in, pressing a gentle, protective kiss to her forehead. They could have had a normal life together, but that path was destroyed. And now, he resolves, she will have to live in this hell right alongside him. His mind plunges into the past, to a time when he was just a battered boy. A red-haired figure stood before him, coldly blaming someone else for his condition. He hissed that she was the reason Isaac was becoming weak, and the only way to deal with weakness, he preached, is to cut it out completely. That dark advice triggers a horrifying memory, a woman lying on the floor, unmoving. He remembers staring down at the face of his own mother, her life bleeding out. A young Isaac, small and helpless, could only watch from the corner of the room. But in the present, Finn awakens, sensing his distress. She finds Scott trembling, tears rolling down his cheeks as he's trapped in the nightmare. The man who seemed so in control is completely broken by the ghosts of his past. She gently nudges him, apologizing for having to wake him up. It's just that he looked like he was trapped in a terrible dream. He turns to her, still dazed, asking if she's been awake for long. He runs a hand through his hair, trying to shake off the lingering dread. Finn reaches out, pressing her hand to his forehead to check his temperature. His skin feels normal, but she notes Hez sweating, asking if Hez feeling sick. Then she remembers his phone has been ringing off the hook, probably his manager. Scott realizes they slept through the entire day and missed their shift, but tells her he'll explain everything. Trying to lighten the mood, she offers to get takeout, admitting she's not much of a cook. But as she's about to order, she stops, sensing something's off, and asks why he's suddenly in such a rush. She watches him, sensing there's more Hez not saying, and asks what he really wants to do. But Scott sidesteps the question, offering a soft smile and simply wishing her a good morning. Caught off guard by his gentle tone, Finn changes the subject, asking if he managed to sleep well. She shyly confirms that she did, still trying to read the sudden shift in the room's atmosphere. He looks at her with genuine gratitude, thanking her for staying by his side all night. Her answer is simple, and without hesitation. Anytime. That quiet moment, however, is a world away from the storm brewing for them back at the office. Their manager immediately confronts Scott, sarcastically noting he's doing a poor job of hiding his annoyance. She clarifies that she's the one who's pissed off, and she's not hiding it at all, especially after they both vanished. Scott shoots back that they already explained the situation and apologized for tanking the team's metrics. But the manager's anger deflates, revealing her true feelings. This was never about the metrics, she was just worried sick. She reminds them she's a friend, not just a boss, prompting a quiet, guilt-ridden apology from Finn. Finn promises that a disappearing act like that won't ever happen again, but Scott steps forward, taking the heat. Hez the one who's sorry for getting everyone so worked up. He tells their manager not to apologize, as long as they're safe, that's all that matters. Then, his attention shifts to Finn. He offers to see what he can do about her shift. Maybe, he suggests, they can even get her a morning schedule instead. Finn looks over, surprised by the sudden considerate offer. Scott's gaze is steady, a silent promise to protect her from the dangers of working late, and as night descends, Those dangers feel closer than ever, lurking in the city's quiet streets. Having seen her home, Scott announces their arrival. He tells her to get some rest, and to call him if anyone gives her trouble. But Finn can sense it, he's not done for the night. He's in a rush to be somewhere else. He admits he's just heading to that meetup that was cancelled, quickly promising he's not two-timing her. The sudden, defensive comment catches Finn completely off guard, bringing a blush to her cheeks. She stammers that she wasn't thinking that at all, and quickly turns to head inside. With a quiet mumble, she tells him to take care. The door clicks shut, leaving Scott alone in the empty hallway. His gentle expression fades, replaced by a cold, hardened resolve. All right, he thinks to himself. It's time to get this over with. Under the dim glow of a street lamp, the night feels heavy with anticipation. And in a quiet alley, Scott waits, his attention fixed on his phone until a small visitor appears. A stray cat approaches, meowing softly, breaking his concentration. It sits before him, and a voice seems to come from it, asking if he's lost. Then, the voice calls him Isaac, and Scott's head snaps up in disbelief, wondering how anyone found this place. But the voice isn't from the cat. It's from a frantic woman who steps into the light, demanding to know why he's here. Scott coolly explains he's not there for whatever she's thinking. He never signed up for it. He looks up at her, his expression turning to ice as he warns her to listen closely. Whatever she thinks she knows about him, whoever she thinks he is, that person is in the past. Her bravado crumbles into fear as she realizes he's serious, pleading that he's going to get her in trouble. But their conversation is cut short by a new voice, casually remarking that they have a guest. The woman's eyes widen in terror. She knows who that is. A muscular man with red hair emerges from the shadows, suggesting they let Scott inside. He smirks, mocking her silence, and saying she looks like she's been caught. Turning his attention to Scott, he assumes the woman spun some sob story to get a hero. He cruelly points at her, claiming this is just a stunt she pulls to get attention. The man scoffs, doubting they could ever be dating, trying to humiliate her further. But a calm voice cuts through the air, asking what if they were. It's Scott, stepping forward with an unreadable expression, ready for whatever comes next. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a hand clicks a mouse, digging into something online. The focus shifts to a quiet room, where the office manager sits illuminated by her laptop screen. She's researching the meaning of tulips, a flower representing perfect and deep love. With a thoughtful expression, she continues her search, another click of the mouse, taking her deeper down this rabbit hole of floral symbolism. Then she finds another meaning, one that seems to strike a chord. Freedom. The word itself reflects in her eyes as something seems to click into place. But her thoughts are shattered by an incoming call. It's from Isaac. Answering, she asks if he's missing work again, wondering where on earth he is. Her tone shifts from mild annoyance to sharp concern when he gives her the answer: the hospital. We're left staring at a cold, numbered door, confirming his location and deepening the mystery. She steps into the room, her expression a mixture of relief and deep concern. And there's Isaac, sitting up in bed, trying to look casual despite the fresh bandages. Her voice is tight with anxiety as she immediately asks what on earth happened to him. He just gestures for her to sit down first, trying to calm her down before he explains. Taking a seat, she presses him again, her eyes fixed on his bruises. Did he get into a fight? Who did this? Isaac just watches her, a strange, unreadable intensity in his eyes. Then, he completely deflects, turning the tables to ask how she slept, if she got enough rest. Finn is thrown completely off guard by the bizarre question. What is he even talking about? He chides her gently, asking why she's so worried about him when she should be looking after herself. She points to his bandaged hand, exasperated, but he admits he only called to make sure he hadn't woken her up. Her patience gone, Finn calls him out for hiding things, and seeing her genuine worry, Isaac finally relents. He explains that his cancelled meeting was with Eva, her teammate, and admits he lied about not seeing her. They only spoke for a moment at the station, but Finn needs to know what was so important. He doesn't sugarcoat it. Eva wanted him to kill someone for her. Finn is floored by the absurd request. And Isaac wryly agrees, wondering what kind of impression he gives off. He elaborates that Eva wanted him to get rid of her abusive boyfriend, feeling completely trapped. A dreadful thought crosses Finn's mind as she hesitantly asks if he actually did it. Isaac immediately reassures her, telling her of course he didn't kill anyone, but he couldn't just ignore the situation either. He had to come up with a different plan. His solution? Confront the boyfriend, a simple-minded thug who was easy to provoke into a fight Isaac intentionally took hits in to build a police report, though Isaac admits he didn't expect the guy to pull out a cutter, which got him pretty good before the cops showed up. Still, he laughs it off, saying the plan worked perfectly. The more hurt he was, the longer the thug would be locked up. But Finn isn't smiling. Her expression is heavy with concern. Seeing her serious face, Isaac is confused, wondering how she can't find this whole situation a little bit funny. He immediately backtracks, realizing how unhinged he must sound, and apologizes for his strange reaction. Finn clenches her hands, her voice trembling as she points out he could have died and is in so much pain, so why does he look so happy? Her question hangs in the air, and a quiet realization dawns on her. Isaac's happiness, she understands now, is because he's seeing her worry for him, proof that she cares. He looks away, admitting he might be getting a little ahead of himself. But now, he feels like he finally has a real chance to make her truly fall for him. Finn can't help but blush, caught completely off guard by his raw honesty. Isaac just watches her, his gaze steady, hoping his feelings have finally reached her. She's at a loss for words, finding him utterly and completely unbelievable. Sitting by his bedside, she looks him straight in the eye, a serious request on her mind. He has to promise her he won't get hurt like this again, and he agrees without a moment's hesitation. Sometime later, back at the office, the elevator dings on the 4th floor. The doors slide open, and the office workers know Isaac isn't coming in today either. His absence is the hot topic of gossip, with some colleagues saying he has the look of a troublemaker. One woman defends him as friendly, but her coworker counters with a juicy rumor she heard. Apparently, Isaac was fired from his last job for fighting, planting a seed of doubt about his true nature. Her blonde colleague immediately backpedals, apologizing to Finn for being so insensitive. She's completely mortified, having forgotten for a moment that Finn and Isaac are actually dating. But Finn just waves it off, assuring her that Isaac is the type who would probably just laugh about it. Just then, another coworker chimes in, curiously asking what's up with them, both skipping work the other day. As Finn walks off, her colleagues can't help but notice how much she's changed since dating Isaac. She's lost her gloomy aura, she smiles more, and she's stopped bringing up all that creepy stuff she used to. It seems that despite the rumors, he's actually been a pretty positive influence on her. The thought sends Finn spiraling back into a memory, a time when someone understood her investigative nature all too well. It was Isaac, looking younger and more intense, as he pleaded with her to trust him just this once. He warned her to stay far away from a woman named Eva, a person living a troubled life surrounded by danger. In another memory, he promised to pick her up from the office, insisting she not go home alone. Back in the present, Finn's blonde colleague realizes their break is almost over. But another coworker with dark hair makes an excuse, saying she needs to fix her hair in the restroom. She heads off down the empty office hallway, looking for a moment alone. Inside the restroom, she begins tying her hair back, lost in thought. But the quiet is broken by the sound of the door creaking open behind her. A different colleague steps inside, staring at her with an unnerving intensity. The woman remarks that she finally understands why she always dresses so covered up. Stunned by the strange opening, she can only wonder what this is all about. But then it clicks, and she realizes with a flash of anger Isaac must have told her. Her colleague's expression turns to disdain, wondering why Finn chose him of all people. Finn coldly shuts her down, turning to the sink and stating she has nothing to say. With a mocking tone, the woman tells her to go ask her boyfriend if she wants answers. She stops, then reveals a startling fact. Isaac specifically told her to avoid Finn. Her gaze is dead serious, and Finn realizes this isn't just petty office drama. The woman clarifies that she holds no personal grudge. This has nothing to do with her. But then she grabs Finn's shoulder, her voice dropping to an urgent whisper. She pleads with Finn to listen very carefully and stay away from Isaac for her own good. "Don't end up like me," she begs, her eyes wide with a desperate warning to save herself. And with that chilling message delivered, she walks away, leaving Finn frozen in place. Finn just stands there, completely stunned by the cryptic warning she just received. The clock on the wall signals the end of the day as a manager announces that everyone can leave. Those with remaining tasks are told to finish up, but the office is already buzzing with people packing up. Still reeling, Finn turns to head back to her desk, the words replaying in her mind. Her face is a mask of confusion and worry. "Don't end up like me." What could that possibly mean? She glances over at the woman who warned her, now sitting calmly at her desk, working as if nothing happened. Deciding she needs some air, Finn packs up and makes her way out of the building. As she steps outside, she overhears some colleagues complaining about just wanting to go home. One of them gets teased for barely starting their shift, but Finn's attention is stolen by a sudden ringing. She looks down at her phone, and her blood runs cold. It's a call from Isaac. Her mind made up, Finn watches the other woman from a distance, ignoring the insistent buzzing in her pocket. With a heavy heart and a look of grim determination, she makes her choice. She silences the call from Isaac, tucking the phone deep into her bag. "Sorry, Isaac," she thinks, walking away with purpose. She knows what she has to do first. Her path takes her through the quiet city streets at night, tracking down the one person who might have answers. She finally catches up and calls out the woman's name, Eva. The colleague turns, her expression shifting from surprise to immediate annoyance. "What is this?" she scoffs, accusing Finn of following her and calling her crazy. But Finn remains calm, her gaze steady, simply saying there's something she needs to discuss. Eva's anger deflates into a guarded apology, admitting she's sorry for what happened to Finn's boyfriend but insisting she can't say more. But Eva stops her, her voice trembling with the weight of a long-buried secret. She confesses that she once asked someone to kill her father, and they actually went through with it. It's a soul-crushing regret she's carried ever since, and she pleads with Finn not to end up like her. Her story spirals back in time, to a childhood shrouded in constant fear. She remembers watching helplessly as her dad relentlessly abused her mom. She begged her mother to leave with her, to escape, but was always met with the same empty promises. The little girl couldn't understand it, feeling utterly worthless, as if she didn't matter enough to be saved. In her despair, she swore she'd never be like her mother, a bitter promise etched into her own skin. Finn stands in stunned silence, finally understanding the source of her colleague's deep-seated trauma. But then, Eva's story shifts a memory of a certain someone who appeared and made things feel just a little bit better. This man, she says, made her feel beautiful, whispering all the things a woman would want to hear. For the first time, someone made her feel genuinely loved and happy, a feeling she never wanted to let go of. But she quickly pulls back, questioning what a girl who's only known suffering could possibly know about real love. When you've only experienced pain, she asks, isn't it easy to mistake any small kindness for the real thing? Finn listens intently, her expression somber as the painful confession sinks in. A fleeting memory of a young man with reddish hair flashes through Eva's mind. Finn softly agrees, understanding the tragic point her colleague is making. It was then, Eva admits, that she finally understood her mother. You cling tightly to the good things, even through the pain, because the thought of losing your only source of light is unbearable. But one day, she tells Finn, she woke up and realized she couldn't be a victim anymore. Finn can't help but ask the obvious question. Why didn't she just call the police? With a bitter sigh, Eva explains that she did, but her history of drug use meant they never took her seriously. Once you have a record, she says, you're just an addict to them. They didn't help before, why would they now? The weight of that reality sinks in, and Finn looks down, ashamed of her simple question. To make matters worse, he found out and threatened to leak her private photos, trapping her completely. She was desperate, with nowhere left to turn, so she asked Isaac for help. Eva pauses, the memory clearly still painful to revisit. Finn apologizes, saying she never should have dragged Isaac into her mess. But Eva shakes her head. He did help, and now she must keep her promise before her ex gets out of jail. Hearing this, Finn makes a stand, telling Eva she's coming with her, she wants to help. Finn reveals she knows a detective who might be perfect for Eva's case. The memory cuts to a flashback, showing the moment their plan came together. A younger Finn presents the evidence. His laptop and his phone, everything they need. She lays out the strategy using the blackmail messages to get a restraining order and extend his jail time. Eva is stunned by her friend's sharp legal mind, asking if she'd ever thought of being a cop. But Finn just brushes it off, saying she picked it up from snooping through files at the police station. Eva watches her, sensing there's more to the story than that. She has to ask the real question. Why is Finn going to all this trouble to help her? Especially, she adds, after everything she put Isaac through. A quiet, knowing look crosses Finn's face, a silent answer hanging in the air. Her voice is quiet as she admits to often wondering how things could have been different. She flashes back to her younger self, alone, imagining a life where her father hadn't been killed. Eva listens, finally understanding that Finn helps others because no one was there to help her. Taking a breath, Eva decides to ask the one question that hangs in the air between them. She gently probes, asking Finn how her father actually died. But their quiet moment is shattered by a frantic, violent banging at the apartment door. An enraged man screams from the hallway, demanding Eva open the door. Both women freeze in horror. It's him, the stalker, and Hez somehow out of jail. Eva's instincts kick in, and she urgently tells Finn to go hide in the bathroom. She promises to handle the man herself, ordering Finn to stay put until it's safe. With a splintering slam, the stalker kicks the door wide open, roaring his frustration. He steps inside, a smug grin on his face, asking Eva if she's surprised to see him. But Eva just stares back, her expression hardening into a cold, defiant glare. Meanwhile, Scott sits alone in a dark room as the ping of his phone cuts through the silence. His bandaged hand picks it up to see a frantic, misspelled message from Eva, quickly followed by another. The words flash on the screen and his blood runs cold. Finn is in danger. In another part of the city, a dark-haired woman smirks at a man she's cornered. She mocks him, saying she knew her threats would get to him, that she was right about him all along. He tells her to shut up and get to the point, but she just taunts him about his nice guy mask slipping. She offers a deal. She'll stay silent about his past, even disappear from Finn's life entirely. In exchange, he has to do just one thing for her, and it must be done perfectly. Her chilling request hangs in the night air. She wants him to kill her boyfriend. A sudden rustle of leaves is the only sound, as the man stands frozen in shock. He can't believe what he's hearing, asking if she's being serious, but she insists she is. She justifies her demand, calling her boyfriend an abusive monster who's destroyed her life. The only way she can truly be free, she claims, is if he's gone for good. He stares back, his mind reeling. This is insane, completely surreal. But she doesn't care what he thinks, making her final threat clear. Do it, or Finn learns everything. He rubs his neck, almost amused, and admits she might have a point about him. But then he flips the script, asking why she'd risk meeting a killer alone. She scoffs, saying she can handle herself. A wry look crosses his face. He finds the whole situation deeply ironic. He pushes further, wondering why she doesn't use all that bravado against her actual problem. Her confidence shatters as a memory floods back, her voice a whisper, admitting she can't. The reason looms over her in the flashback, her abusive boyfriend, taunting her silent fear. He paces their messy apartment, complaining about his miserable time in a filthy cell. Then he's right in her face, demanding to know about the lunatic she's been seeing. The memory cuts to a flash of brutal violence, proving he's exactly the psychopath she described. She remembers him on the ground, beaten bloody, and yet he was smiling. She thought he was completely insane. The memory shifts to her ex, fresh out of jail, storming into the apartment demanding to know where that coward is hiding. He doesn't buy her lies for a second, accusing her of planning to run away with him. But this story of abuse triggers another memory, in another time, as Finn recalls hiding in a locked bathroom. A man's voice calls her name from the other side, his patience wearing dangerously thin. The memory is scarred with images of her younger self, bruised and terrified from his rage. Huddled on the floor, she can only listen as he promises that he's going to find her. The man outside cracks his knuckles, deciding he's just going to have to break the door down, and all that terror crashes back into the present, as Eva finally snaps, screaming at Scott to get out. Her ex-boyfriend slowly turns, his voice dangerously low as he asks what she just said. But Eva stands her ground, finding a sliver of courage to tell him he has no right to be here. All her repressed anger finally boils over. She works, she pays, while he does nothing but gamble. His answer is a vicious, open-handed slap that snaps her head to the side. He grabs her face, hissing about how ungrateful she is, reminding her that he was the one who saved her. He scoffs that a little bit of money has made her arrogant, that it's nothing compared to what he's spent on her. The blow sends her reeling into another memory, a vision of Finn, trapped and terrified, as a voice from the present calls Eva's name. The sounds of the assault echo through the apartment, her desperate pleas mixing with his furious accusations. Her final, desperate apologies are met with his cold assertion that she brought all of this on herself. He looms over her, his voice dripping with venom, calling her a burden and threatening to end her worthless life. Suddenly, a bottle shatters against the back of his head, stunning him for a crucial second. A voice screams out, a desperate command for Eva to run. It's Finn, bursting into the apartment to drag Eva away from her tormentor. But the stalker recovers quickly, his shock turning to fury as he thunders after them. His eyes are filled with a murderous rage. He's not letting them get away that easily. As Eva flees, he lunges forward, grabbing a fistful of Finn's hair and yanking her back. Even in his grip, Finn's only thought is for her friend, screaming for Eva not to stop, to just get out. Eva looks back in pure terror, frozen between the instinct to flee and the horror of leaving Finn behind. A memory flashes, Finn's voice echoing in Eva's mind, telling her she has to keep running. Snapping out of her terror, Eva makes a desperate, tearful promise to get help and come back. The stalker roars for Eva to return, his grip tightening on Finn, his face a mask of fury. With his prize escaping, he unleashes his frustration, violently shoving Finn into the furniture. He turns just in time to see the empty doorway. She's gone, and has been outplayed. His cold eyes land on Finn, crumpled on the floor, blaming her entirely for this setback. He grabs his bleeding head, annoyed by the throbbing pain. Could this day get any worse? A slow, sinister smile creeps across his face as he turns his attention back to his captive. He doesn't know who she is, but he promises she's about to regret ever getting involved. He looks around at the absolute disaster of a room, annoyed at the chaos. Running a hand through his hair, he mutters about how useless Eva is, leaving him to clean up her mess. His gaze then falls upon Finn, whose fiery stare only seems to entertain him. He offers a fake apology for the shove, but quickly dismisses it since she threw a bottle at him first. Crouching down, he starts his mind games, mocking her for how quickly Eva abandoned her. He warns her that she just witnessed Eva's true character, a person who can't be trusted. Gently, he reaches out to wipe a tear from her face, beginning to spin his own sob story. He insists he's not a bad person, pleading with her not to fall for whatever lies Eva told her. His expression darkens, remembering all the times he's had to discipline Eva for not listening. He stands over Finn, ranting about how he fixed Eva's broken life, only to be betrayed and thrown in jail. He tries to downplay his abuse, claiming it's just how their heated relationship works. He paints himself as the victim, insisting he never wanted to hurt Eva, but she just pushes him too far. Finn refuses to listen to his pathetic excuses, her disgust palpable. She sees right through him, realizing he carefully hides the bruises on Eva's body to maintain his facade. With tears of fury in her eyes, she calls him out for trying to control Eva forever. She tells him plainly, his actions are inexcusable, and he is just a bad person. And with that, His manipulative mask completely shatters. He explodes, viciously kicking her for daring to stick her nose where it doesn't belong. He slams her to the ground, easily overpowering her as she struggles against him. His grip tightens on her wrist as he sneers, disappointed she wasn't smarter than Eva. He scoffs that she's no different from Eva, just another woman who doesn't know her place. His hands tighten around her throat, deciding it's time he taught her a lesson too. Pinned down and helpless, Finn struggles for air, his grip feeling like solid iron, but then he starts some creepy monologue, asking if she knows about the meaning of flowers. The strange question triggers a flash of a memory, a younger girl beside a single, broken tulip, a distant echo of a hand reaching out for something shattered and lost. Back in the present, her fingers close around a sharp shard on the floor. With what little breath she has left, she whispers the one thing she's fighting for: freedom. He just looks confused, completely oblivious to the shift in her eyes, and in that split second of arrogance, Finn plunges the shard deep into his side. The stalker sputters, pain and fury twisting his face as he glares at Finn, but his anger is cut short by the sickening thwack of a chair smashing into him from out of nowhere. A tattooed arm belongs to Scott Lee, who follows up with a brutal stomp, not giving the man an inch. The once confident predator is reduced to a cowering mess on the floor, trying to block the blows. He can barely see straight, his mind screaming, "Who the hell is this guy?" Scott stands over him, a silent, menacing figure whose presence alone feels like a death sentence. His eyes are cold, focused, and completely unhinged. Nearby, Finn finally lets out a ragged cough, the weight lifted from her chest. She's weak, battered, and struggling to breathe, but she's finally safe. Scott's intense gaze then shifts, landing directly on her, but his gaze snaps back to the attacker, his eyes glowing with a chilling promise. The stalker, now a pathetic, bleeding mess, can only stammer and beg for him to wait. There's no mercy here, only the swift, brutal arc of a kick aimed right at his face. He's sent flying across the room, crashing hard into the cheap furniture. Scott looks at his own bloodied knuckles, a cold fury simmering inside him. How dare this piece of trash lay his filthy hands on her? Pinning the man down, he unleashes a relentless storm of brutal, punishing blows, and in a low, possessive whisper, he declares that no one else is allowed to touch his prey. Every punch lands with a sickening crunch, breaking bone and spirit alike. The grim sounds of the one-sided beatdown just echo through the trashed apartment. Lying on the floor, Eva's vision swims, lost in the chaotic aftermath. Her mind flashes back to a chilling memory, a red-haired boy she knew as Noah. But the image glitches. Distorted, he seems older, different from how she remembered him. The vision sharpens for a moment, just long enough to see the blood on his hand. Snapping back to the present, a manic laugh escapes her lips as she looks up at Isaac. Scott stands over her, his own chilling laughter echoing in the room. He yanks her up by her clothes, his voice a low growl, telling her she got off easy before. With a sadistic grin, he promises she'll soon be begging to go back to prison. A fresh splatter of blood hits the floorboards, a dark punctuation to his vow. He turns his attention back to the stalker, delivering one final, sickening crunch. A single, horrified thought cuts through the chaos. He's actually going to kill him. The final thwack echoes in the room as Eva can only watch, frozen in terror. Her hand reaches out instinctively, her voice barely a whisper as she calls out to Isaac. But her mind betrays her, flashing back to a haunting image of a prisoner being led away. She gasps, the past and present colliding in a terrifying vision of what's to come. Her voice finally returns, a desperate scream for Isaac to stop this madness. He stands there, spattered in blood, as she begs him not to cross a line he can never come back from. She warns him through her tears that if he does this, they'll take him away. They'll take him away too, and she can't bear the thought of losing him to the same fate. But her desperate plea meets a wall of ice, his gaze remaining chillingly distant. She sobs, the thought of being left alone again, of feeling that cold, utterly breaking her. Reaching for him, she pleads, terrified of being abandoned in the darkness once more. And just like that, the ice in his eyes shatters as he pulls her into a desperate hug. She buries her face in his shoulder, clinging to him as he softly tells her it's okay now. Holding her tighter, he promises he's not going anywhere, his voice a quiet anchor in the chaos. But outside, their private world is shattered by the arrival of a police car in the alley. An officer steps out, his gaze drawn upward toward the scene of the brutal confrontation. Meanwhile, two detectives are already assessing the situation, one questioning if it was just self-defense. His partner grimly points out, the scene looks less like defense and more like a murder. The blonde detective's face sets with grim determination, demanding to be brought up to speed. A new figure steps onto the scene, a man identified as Detective Scott Lee, whose unexpected arrival raises questions. The focus shifts to a bruised Ava, defensively asking if this interview is really necessary since she's already told the police everything. But Scott isn't there to interrogate. He calmly sits, assuring her he just wants to know why Finn was at her house. She looks at him, a flicker of recognition in her eyes, so this must be the detective Finn had mentioned before. With a somber expression, she confirms it. a silent understanding now hanging in the air between them. The weight of it all comes crashing down, and Eva tearfully confesses that this whole mess was her fault. She explains that Finn, haunted by her own father's abuse, had come over to help get evidence against Eva's boyfriend, Isaac. Finn had saved her, but gotten hurt in the process, and now Eva is drowning in guilt, apologizing for the danger she caused. Scott listens patiently, a sad look crossing his face as he remarks how lucky Finn is to have people who care, wistfully wishing he had the same. Then, looking at the broken woman before him, he offers a sliver of hope, telling her that now, she has someone too. Scott tells her he's heading to the hospital, certain that Finn is dying to know if she's okay. He gently invites her to come with him, thinking Finn would be overjoyed to see her safe. But his words trigger a flashback to that night, seeing Finn on a gurney outside an ambulance. The memory brings it all back, and Eva crumbles, apologizing for ever dragging Finn into her life. She remembers him a younger, furious version of Scott, glaring at her, his voice dripping with contempt. He had promised her that her worthless boyfriend would rot in jail for what he did. But then came the ultimatum. She had to stick to their deal and stay away from Finn for good. Back in the present, the weight of that promise settles on Eva's face. She looks up at Scott, her decision made, telling him she can't bring herself to see her. All she asks is that he tells Finn she was grateful, as the lonely hospital looms in the night. The sterile quiet of the hospital corridor hangs heavy in the air. Inside a room, a nurse informs Finn that the police have cleared her to go home and rest, but Finn just sits on the edge of the bed, head bowed, exhausted. The nurse's question about her guardian barely seems to register, until she looks up and sees Scott standing in the doorway, his expression grim. He wastes no time, sitting down to ask if this was just another secret she planned on keeping. His frustration is palpable. Why is it so hard for her to rely on him? Why didn't she just call? He softens slightly, admitting he knows it's hard for her to open up, but this is different. She put herself in danger. For him, he explains, hearing the news was like being thrown right back into the past. He felt that old, familiar sense of responsibility, a need to help that she just can't bring herself to explain. Finn finally admits it, whispering that she hoped fighting back would somehow lighten her guilt. When her attacker pinned her down, it was like reliving a nightmare. But this time, she fought with everything she had. Scott listens intently as she confesses that it felt good, really good. But that feeling of empowerment quickly turned to fear, because it felt eerily familiar. Her mind starts to race. Are her flashbacks wrong? Is she a fraud who can't even trust her own memories? As she starts to spiral, Scott gently reaches out, telling her it's all right. He looks at her with complete sincerity, assuring her that she did what she had to do. Kneeling before her, he softly places a hand on her head, telling her how proud he is. But he needs her to promise him she won't be so reckless ever again. Just then, the click of a door handle announces a new arrival, a tattooed young man with a familiar, dangerous glint in his eyes. This younger, tougher version of Scott explains he's here because the police were asking too many questions. He eyes the scene from down the hall, watching Scott comfort a vulnerable Finn. Scott turns, acknowledging the boy's arrival as if he was expecting him all along. He gently tells Finn to get ready, letting her know their ride home is here. The young man waits with a cold, impassive stare, his purpose clear. Later that night, a car pulls up to a quiet apartment building. Inside, Scott stands watch over Finn's room, a silent guardian. She's finally asleep, exhausted from the day's harrowing events. With a final, worried glance back at her sleeping form, Scott quietly slips out of the room, leaving her in peace. The door clicks shut, sealing her in safety for the night. Down in the parking lot, Scott leans against his car, bathing in the cool night air. He takes a call, a voice telling him to keep a close eye on Finn, but he's already one step ahead. Elsewhere, a bruised and desperate Eva is giving her own warning about the man she knows as Isaac. Her detective friend is taken aback. He thought Isaac was a friend, someone who'd helped her. But she can't shake the memory of what Isaac did to her boyfriend, a chilling display of his true capabilities. She urges the detective to use his authority to run a background check if he has any doubts. She's known him for years, ever since high school, and she's about to reveal his real name. At that very moment, Scott is on a different call, the man on the other end eager to serve. And Scott's command is simple. He needs a complete file on someone, family, background, every last detail. The detective takes a drag from his cigarette, the name echoing on the line. Isaac Inoue. A single cup of coffee sits on a table, a quiet moment before the storm. And across town, Scott hangs up his own call, a quiet satisfaction on his face. He touches his jaw, a faint bruise on his neck, as his mind drifts back in time. He remembers a photo shoot, where a stylist noted the striking resemblance between him and his sister. A younger Noah, his face framed by glasses, had simply stated the obvious. They are siblings. The assistant quickly backpedaled, clarifying she only meant they weren't related by blood. But his stepmother, Mrs. Inoue, proudly affirmed that Noah was her husband's son, whom she loved as her own. The photographer calls for everyone's attention, preparing to capture the happy family portrait. He raises his hand, beginning the countdown to immortalize a perfect, fragile lie. The camera flashes, freezing the young family in a perfect, smiling lie. In his mind, that very photo sits on a dusty shelf next to one of his late father, but the memory quickly sours with his stepmother's sharp voice demanding prayer before anyone eats. The scene shifts to a tense dinner table, where she looms over them, frustrated and unheard. A young Noah listens silently as she preaches about being grateful for their blessings. She talks of sin and disobedience, of the need for repentance that she doesn't see. Then, her pious facade shatters, and she cries that they're cursed, that it's all his fault. She points at her own red-haired son, blaming his defiance for her husband's death. He refuses to pray, to fast, to go to church, and she wails that this will keep them from heaven. As she spirals, convinced she's damned, her son just looks back coldly, muttering that she's lost her mind. She grabs her son, telling him to starve for all she cares, but he's not leaving. She demands to know if he's going to see that girl again, reminding him the girl's father already warned him away. But Noah has had enough of her screaming and turns his back on the entire conversation. The slam of the door is his only reply. His mother's anger crumbles into desperation as she begs Isaac to go after his brother. Without hesitation, Isaac rushes out of the house, calling Noah's name into the afternoon air. The commotion draws the eyes of neighbors, who whisper about the family's constant fighting. Isaac scans the street, breathless, trying to figure out which way his brother went, and then he sees him, walking calmly down the street with a girl. He stops, a wave of complicated emotions washing over him as he watches them from a distance. But another memory now haunts Isaac's mind, the face of a young Finn. He remembers her then, bruised and hollowed out in that blood-red hoodie. The image of her brokenness is seared into his memory, and he can't help but wonder, was she crying back then? Was all that pain, all those tears, somehow for him? The thought lingers as he sets his phone down, unable to shake the feeling. Moments later, Finn's own phone lights up with a message from him. He can't sleep, and it seems neither can she. Isaac admits he wasn't listening to her earlier, a quiet apology for his distance. Her reply is immediate and desperate, a simple request to come over. And true to his word, Isaac shows up with takeout from a new noodle shop. He quietly admits he realized they haven't had a proper meal since leaving the hospital. Finn, looking exhausted but touched, murmurs that it smells good, but the heavy silence that follows speaks volumes, the weight of their ordeal still clinging to them both. They settle down on the couch, the food laid out between them like a fragile truce. A palpable distance separates them, the air thick with unspoken thoughts and anxieties. Finn finally breaks the quiet, asking if he's mad at her for some reason. He turns the question around, asking what she thinks, but she begs him not to play mind games. Defeated, she just guesses he must be tired. What else could it be? But Isaac looks her dead in the eye, telling her that's not it. She's the one who seems different. She starts to spiral, wondering if it's because of Eva, or if she's somehow a bad influence on him. Her voice cracks as she asks the dreaded question. Is he suggesting they should stop seeing each other? But Isaac just sighs, telling her she's stressing over nothing, he's just tired. That's all. Unconvinced, she sees herself as a bad omen, someone who ruins the lives of people who get close to her. It's a curse, she whispers to the empty room, to hurt those who are good to her. Isaac cuts through her self-pity, telling her that sulking and feeling miserable won't solve anything. She looks up, flustered, trying to explain that's not what she meant at all. He reminds her that she's not the only one who's broken, that they're not so different, her and him, because he, too, watched someone he cared for get taken away by a person he had trusted completely. Isaac admits that since that day, his own life has been turned upside down, just like hers. He tells her when he chose to be with her, he accepted everything, and she has to do the same for him. He gives her one last chance, a final out. If she has any doubts, she should run away now. But Finn doesn't run. Instead, she closes the distance between them with a kiss. He pulls back slightly, his voice low, asking if she truly understands how dangerous she is to him. He kisses her gently, holding her face in his hands. With a soft pull, he says she has the power to make someone completely worship her. He lifts her effortlessly onto his lap. Their bodies finally close on the couch, to bend them to her will. Without them even realizing it, he murmurs, lost in the moment. And as the night deepens, the world outside fades away, leaving only the sound of their breathing. Breathing his name, Finn makes the final call. They're going to his room. The bedroom door clicks shut, sealing them away from the rest of the world. He carries her effortlessly, their lips never parting as he crosses the room. They tumble onto the bed, a tangle of limbs and desperate passion. Every touch is electric, a release of tension that has been building for far too long. Clothes are hastily discarded, forgotten in a pile on the floor. She looks up at him, her eyes filled with a mix of want and unwavering trust. But then, Isaac pauses, his shirt now gone, revealing the intricate tattoo snaking up his arm. Seeing his hesitation, she asks what's wrong. Unaware he's thinking how vulnerable she is before him, his bandaged hand gently cups her cheek as he warns her that if this goes any further, he can't promise control. He gives her one last chance to back out, his mind whispering that he could end this now. But looking up at him, Finn's only question is a fragile one. He's not going to hurt her, is he? The question lands like a physical blow, his expression hardening with the weight of his own past. With a flicker of resolve in his eyes, he gives her his answer. No, that's all she needs to hear, pulling him down as she tells him she's all his for the night. Their hands lock together as the bed groans, his bandaged one covering hers. All hesitation is gone, replaced by a desperate, breathless passion. He holds her, their bodies moving as one, lost in the heat of the moment. But as they embrace, a cold thought anchors him. He'll keep her close, but not until she remembers everything. And just like that, the scene shifts to a cold, sterile office. Files detailing a brutal stabbing. A detective studies the grim details. The wounds were messy, torn as the blade was pulled out. But his eyes narrow on one crucial inconsistency. The third victim was different. The cuts were clean, symmetrical, made by some kind of double-edged weapon he can't place. This new evidence solidifies the team's theory of two killers, though the strange similarities still connect them. His colleague with the glasses smirks, telling him he could at least pretend to be thrilled about their finding. He then points out how awful the detective looks, asking if he got any sleep, but gets a terse reply about waiting for a call. As he leaves, the colleague brings up Finn, warning him that getting personally involved could cost him the case. Their female partner quickly shuts him down, telling him to watch his lead detective, who's already getting sidetracked. She walks away as he tells her to save the lecture, but she coolly informs him she wasn't planning on it. With the office quiet again, he turns back to his screen, his partner asking if he's had any luck with the flower shops. She reports back with a sigh the flower shops were a dead end, with too many businesses and no old records to speak of. He wasn't surprised. It was a long shot anyway, and his mind is already elsewhere, profiling the killer. His partner adds that the victims lived far apart, making it impossible to pinpoint where the suspect might strike next. But she wonders, how does he find them? Does he just wander the city until a target presents itself? The lead detective muses that killers hunt for patterns, targeting those with predictable routines that make them vulnerable. And as he speaks, a new connection surfaces, a single, vital link between all of them. They all took the train. She confirms that all three victims were regular commuters with similar schedules, riding the train at roughly the same time. Her partner immediately grasps the implication. The killer could be hiding in plain sight, blending in as just another passenger. The lead detective is hesitant, knowing that even with CCTV, a stalker might just look like another face in the crowd. But then it clicks. He pulls up a metro map, his eyes tracing the path all the victims lived along a single railway line. The lead detective is furious with himself, realizing how much time they wasted chasing the wrong lead. His partner agrees this new train connection is a lead so obvious, she can't believe they missed it. Just then, another detective arrives, interrupting them with a discovery from his social media deep dive. He found an online post mourning a tac-tac influencer who died on the same day as their third victim. And it turns out, she was their third victim, living a secret life online under a different username. He plays her last known video, a vlog she posted just 1 week before she was murdered. But as the footage rolls, the lead detective's eyes narrow, and he tells him to pause it. Right now. He's noticed something in the video, a basket of flowers the victim is holding. The scene abruptly shifts as a phone buzzes, cutting through the quiet of a sunlit room. Finn's eyes slowly open, the sound pulling her from sleep as she turns to find Scott lying beside her. The insistent buzzing cuts through the quiet, her manager's name flashing on the screen. Still wrapped in the sheets, Scott gently nudges her, letting her know it's her phone ringing. A jolt of pure panic hits Finn, her manager, and she scrambles to answer. But in her frantic haste, she tumbles right off the bed, earning a worried cry from Scott. A little while later, it's Scott on the phone, handling the situation with a calm voice. He reassures the person on the line that Finn is okay now, but definitely needs some time off. Hanging up, he turns to her with good news. Their manager approved a 3-day medical leave. With work sorted, his focus shifts entirely to her well-being, his gaze softening as he asks if she's in any pain. Finn fidgets, admitting she's not really hurting, but her legs feel a little weak. A deep blush then spreads across her face as she realizes he was asking about her bruises, not last night. Mortified, Finn can only stutter as Scott clarifies he was talking about her fall from the bed. He can't help but chuckle at her misunderstanding, arms crossed as she calls him a perv. His smile softens as he gently pats her head, promising to be more careful with her next time. With the air cleared, he brings up their new reality. They have 3 whole days together. Finn wonders if their romantic getaway will just be instant noodles and convenience store snacks. But Scott has a better idea, suggesting they should try cooking a proper meal together. Hand in hand, they walk down a sunlit street, a perfect picture of a happy couple. A quiet narration begins, explaining how one gives another person the world, piece by piece, nurturing them, protecting them, becoming their everything, until their entire existence revolves around you and only you. And so, their romantic getaway begins not with takeout, but with fresh ingredients on a cutting board. The sound of sizzling meat soon fills the quiet apartment. Scott, looking surprisingly natural in an apron, handles the cooking with ease. Finn just watches him, a soft, contemplative look on her face. In her mind, a younger version of herself looks on, captivated by this peaceful, domestic scene. He pauses for a moment, realizing they forgot to buy pepper. But to Finn, none of that matters. This little moment, it feels so nice. They're just like a regular couple, living together and sharing simple chores. Scott jokes that the routine of adulting is just a trap you work until you're dead. He thinks her view is far too tragic, tossing his apron aside with a playful challenge. He asks her what she wants out of life, if she has any hobbies. Scott has plenty of dreams, but he insists there must be something she wants too. Finn falls quiet, searching for an honest answer. And then, a single thought crystallizes in her mind. Her one and only wish, she says, is to make Isaac happy. Hearing this, Scott doesn't hesitate. He asks her to move in with him. The scene then cuts away, to a lonely street corner in the dead of night. A young man walks alone, his thoughts filled with a bitter monologue. He ruminates on how happiness is given just to be violently taken away. His dark train of thought is broken by a familiar black cat meowing from the sidewalk. The voiceover continues its cruel tale of abandonment, as the cat calls out to the young man. It speaks of a perfect target, Isaac, a boy with no father and a mother lost to madness. It relishes the memory of stripping him of everything, of watching the light fade from his eyes as the cat leads him onward. He's guided to a flower shop, where a mysterious figure greets the cat by name, Jamer. The villain's monologue crescendos, explaining how he turned hope to despair, forging a new purpose from pure hatred. The man in the red jacket finally turns to his guest, calmly thanking the cat for bringing him back. Their paths have finally crossed, and he declares that the young man is finally home. The blue-haired man stands frozen, caught in a trap he didn't see coming. The man in red watches him, a faint, unnerving calm settling in his eyes. But before a word can be exchanged, the sharp ring of a phone shatters the tense standoff. And on the other end of that line, a friend grows frantic, wondering why he's not picking up when it matters most. The ringing cuts through the silence of the flower shop, and for a moment, Isaac is frozen in place. He glances back at the man in red, who waits with an unnerving patience. The call continues to echo, a persistent lifeline from a world this man tried to trap him in. With a final, determined look, Isaac makes his choice. He turns his back on the confrontation and walks out, leaving the shop behind. But he doesn't get far before finding another figure waiting for him in the sterile hallway. It's the detective, telling him they need to talk somewhere more private. Isaac tries to deflect, saying he needs to get back to Finn, but the officer is firm this can't wait. Then, he drops the name that stops Isaac cold. I need to talk to you, Isaac Inoue. The detective's choice for a private conversation turns out to be a quiet, roadside food stall. Isaac eyes the single bottle of soju, wondering why they're here of all places. The detective just slumps into his seat, admitting he's stressed and could really use a drink. But Isaac is impatient, reminding him he needs to get back to Finn. The detective cuts him off, getting to the real point. He leans in, noting how Isaac didn't even flinch at his real name, as if he was expecting this all along. A wry look crosses Isaac's face. He's actually surprised it took the detective so long to connect the dots. The detective sighs, explaining it was a long time ago and he wasn't even on that case back then. He glances at the bottle, realizing one won't be nearly enough for this conversation. With a wave to the vendor, he orders 2 more, settling in for a long night, much to Isaac's surprise. He then offers a cigarette, but Isaac refuses. He's trying to quit, a promise he made to Finn. The detective sarcastically gives Isaac credit for playing the perfect boyfriend, but then he drops the act, bluntly telling Isaac he needs to stop seeing Finn. He cuts through the excuses, demanding to know what Isaac's real intentions are. Isaac argues it's unfair, but the detective scoffs, asking who would date someone tied to their mother's murder, even if Finn doesn't remember. Isaac's eyes harden as he explains that her forgetting is the only thing that saved her life. The detective sighs, admitting Isaac was a victim too, but insists he has no idea how long it took for Finn to recover. He reveals that even after her adoptive aunt passed away, Finn's despair drove her to self-harm. The memory is still vivid, him finding her, carrying her as she whispered that it had happened again. She was completely broken, crying that it was all her fault, that now her aunt was gone too. He explains how she blamed herself for everything, shutting herself away from the world until one day, she decided to try and live again. Isaac's expression is grim. All he wanted was to protect the peace she fought so hard to build. The detective concedes the point, even thanking him for never revealing that his own mother also died that night. But he insists that as long as they're together, her memories are a ticking time bomb, and if Isaac truly cares, he must leave. Their heavy conversation is briefly interrupted as the stall owner brings out their food. The 2 men sit across from each other, the air thick with unspoken history. The detective presses on, arguing that hiding the truth isn't the same as protecting her. He asks how Finn will feel when she learns the man she trusts most has been lying. but Isaac just scoffs at his hypocrisy. Then, the detective's tone shifts, becoming urgent. Her past is the least of their problems right now, because Finn's life is in danger. Isaac is stunned, demanding to know what he means. The detective reveals the gut-wrenching truth. The man he's hunting is targeting Finn. He looks at Isaac, almost disappointed, wondering how he never considered that Noah might be their prime suspect all along. The detective lays out the chilling facts. All the victims look just like Finn and live in her city. A cold realization hits Isaac. This killer's twisted logic is terrifyingly similar to Finn's own. He pushes back, refusing to drag Finn into an investigation based on a theory, no matter how logical it sounds. The detective reminds him of the past, how Finn's father was killed by a stab to the chest, and how his own mother's throat was slit, her hands and feet bound, the very MO of the current killer. Isaac scoffs, pointing out that the detective also fits the profile, but the officer calmly states he has an alibi. But even if it's all true, Isaac won't risk Finn's fragile mental state for this. He knows her memories will return, and he's determined to be by her side when they do. The detective's true motive surfaces: a pained memory of Allie, vowing to support her recovery. He looks at Isaac with desperate sincerity, asking for the chance to be. The detective lays out his chilling theory. The killer is sending Finn a message through his murders. He believes there's a strange, twisted attachment between the two of them, and whatever the killer has planned for their eventual reunion, it can't be anything good. He reminds Isaac that he's officially assigned to the case, meaning he can't be her 24/7 guard. So, he strikes a deal. He'll focus on making the city safe again, if Isaac accepts the responsibility of personally taking care of Finn. The weight of that proposal hangs heavy in the silent, empty street. But as the detective turns to leave, he drops an absolute bombshell on Isaac. He announces that he and Finn are moving in together, and Isaac just freezes in place. The detective leaves him with one final, piercing question. Why are you so desperate to protect her, Isaac? And for that question, Isaac has no real answer, simply admitting to himself that he doesn't know. The detective turns away, a faint smile on his lips, concluding it's just because Isaac likes her that much. He slips his phone back into his pocket, the difficult conversation now behind him. With his task complete, he prepares to head back. He lets out a quiet sigh, the weight of the night settling in. Walking off alone under the streetlights, he can only shake his head, thinking what a smooth talker Isaac is. Later that night, the detective finally makes it back to the police station. The office is nearly deserted, with only a few dedicated souls still burning the midnight oil. One of them, a blonde colleague, sees him arrive and immediately starts teasing him about his talk with his boyfriend, Scott. Unfazed, the detective just drops the latest development. Those two are already planning to move in together. She concedes that Isaac might have made a good point, but her concerns remain. The detective argues that Finn is acting like a different person, making impulsive decisions. His colleague fires back, questioning if it's Finn who's not ready, or if he's the one who can't accept this new side of her. He scoffs at her love advice, considering her own lack of dating experience, but she tells him to stop being a jerk. Brushing it aside, she asks about the urgent call he took earlier, the one that involved Isaac. He finally reveals it. He had someone run a background check and found out Isaac is Noah's stepbrother. She's floored, connecting the dots. Noah, the very man who murdered Finn's father. Her mind races, wondering why Isaac would seek out Finn instead of holding a grudge for putting his stepbrother away. But the detective's somber expression tells her the story is far more complicated than she thinks. He then drops another bombshell. On the night of the murder, it wasn't just Finn's father who died, there were two victims. The detective begins the story. A rainy night, and a panicked kid stumbling into the police station. That kid was a young Isaac, looking absolutely desperate. He was crying, begging them to please save his mom. Around that same time, another team had cornered a young Finn and Noah at the train station. In the interrogation room, Noah played dumb, spinning a tale about just running away together. But Finn, burdened by the truth, broke her silence and confessed everything. This, the detective reveals, is the only reason Isaac's mother ever got any semblance of justice. The original investigators were skeptical, refusing to believe two kids could stage a murder to look like a simple robbery. His colleague takes it all in, her heart aching for Finn's impossible choice and Isaac's crushing betrayal. He admits there's more to it, a whole police cover-up, but she just scoffs, saying that's the least surprising part of the story. He admits with a heavy heart that the police were negligent, and their failures led to this. His colleague tries to lighten the mood, spinning a romantic theory that Isaac knew all along and admired Finn for her sacrifice. He brushes off her K-drama-like fantasies but agrees on one thing. Isaac is likely looking for Finn to protect her. Her words trigger a memory for the detective, something Finn told him years ago that she's probably forgotten by now. In a flashback, he's giving a younger Finn a piggyback ride, asking why she feels she has to testify against Noah. She answered with a chilling clarity, because the world doesn't need another monster. He admits he didn't get it back then, only truly understanding after years of seeing the worst of humanity as a detective. The colleague's eyes widen in horror as she connects the dots. Finn wasn't talking about Noah becoming a monster. She meant Isaac. He explains that when people are victims of abuse, with the right support, they can sometimes move on. But his case files are full of stories where that choice isn't an option, where victims of neglect become the very criminals they hunt. It's a vicious cycle. Victims are either continuously victimized, or they become abusers themselves just to survive. The detective's voice trails off, his mind caught on a single, lingering question. Did Finn's intervention all those years ago truly save Isaac? And as if in answer, the scene shifts to a quiet apartment door. Isaac unlocks it and steps inside, groceries in hand, his day seemingly normal. But then he sees a figure through the glass, and his hand instinctively reaches out. His disbelief quickly hardens into a tight, angry fist. He can't believe the nerve. A slow, cynical smirk spreads across his face. Thinking he actually dared to show up, he lets out a sharp breath, a mix of contempt and curiosity. What is he even hoping to accomplish? Because there stands the detective, and Isaac knows he's been found. Of course he was. He scoffs internally. Is this detective trying to intimidate him for getting close to Finn? No, that would be a dumb move, and Isaac knows it. Elsewhere, Eva is lost in thought, remembering just how clean and precise her father is. He was so meticulous, so cautious with his crimes to avoid suspicion and get off probation. She knows he has a plan, figured out a way to get Finn and still get away with it. Isaac reins himself in. He was getting too excited, but it's too soon for a confrontation. Finn hasn't remembered everything yet, and he refuses to be the scapegoat in this game. So for now, he'll just play along with whatever the detective is planning. He slides the door open, and Allie immediately rushes to him, wrapping him in an embrace. She asks what took so long, and he lies smoothly, just glad to be back in the safety of home. He tries to ease the tension, asking if she's hungry and making small talk about his day. But Allie's relief gives way to the fear she'd been holding back, admitting she thought he was gone for good. She felt completely helpless, just sitting there, her mind racing with all the terrible things that could have happened. Isaac then tests her, a subtle edge to his voice, asking why she didn't just come find him if she was so worried. Her eyes well up as she reminds him of his own words. He ordered her to stay put, and she trusted his promise to return. Satisfied with her answer, he pulls her into a tight, possessive hug. He praises her obedience, calling her a good girl, his voice soft but laced with an unmistakable sense of ownership. He tells her that from now on, everything he does is to protect her, to keep them together. And then he demands a promise that she will always, always choose him, no matter what happens. As she agrees, the tense moment dissolves, replaced by the bright sun of a new day. We're pulled into a memory, a field of flowers, where a young Finn confesses her feelings for Noah. It's more than a crush, she explains. She wants to spend her entire life with him. She asks if that's a good enough reason, but he just scoffs, asking if she ever gives up. She wonders aloud if loving someone is a good enough reason to die, but he coldly calls her a liar. Defeated, she stretches her bruised arms, admitting that maybe she just sucks at wanting to die. She flops onto the grass, lamenting that she's useless, just as her father always said. Lying there, she explains that being murdered would at least be proof she ever existed. But Noah is unimpressed, saying he'd get more satisfaction wrecking the flowers because they have more life. He clarifies she doesn't deserve death because she can't see its beauty yet. She's just numb and empty. His perspective was strange. He saw art in the final moments, and weirdly enough, she found it calming. She desperately wanted to be part of that art he described, the raw struggle, the final surrender. To her, he was like a god, reaching out when she was at her lowest. And in her vulnerable state, his twisted vision slowly became her own. Noah's dark philosophies were all she knew. They became her truth and her reality. So pleasing him, earning his approval, felt like her one true mission. He told her she had to live, be free, and find a purpose for herself. She was to go out, see the world, and experience every single emotion. To cherish everything around her, the places, the things, and the people. He explained that she needed to truly live in order to understand what he saw. And when she finally did, he promised he would give her the pleasure of ending it all. Her purpose was to witness the end of everything in the most exquisite way imaginable. Noah acted like a god, a delusional psychopath. But to her, he was the god who told her to live. The first step on that twisted path was simple. Her own father had to die. With his philosophy so deeply ingrained, she wonders where his thoughts end and hers truly begin. He had told her that every choice she made from that point on would decide her future. As he walked away, promising they would meet again, someone's shout was too late to stop them. Finn gasps, jolting awake from the memory, and her boyfriend on the couch notes that she's up. She asks who he was talking to, and he casually claims it was just the police with an update. He asks if she was having a bad dream, but she tells him they weren't dreams, they were memories. He looks at her, his voice low and knowing, as he asks if her memories were about Noah. She admits that some of the memories were about Noah, and her boyfriend pulls her closer, promising he'll never let that man near her again. He then announces he's heading to the station, telling her to clean up as he needs to leave early. When she asks to join him, he shuts it down immediately, insisting she should rest because it's much safer here at home. She watches him go, a hint of unease in her voice as she asks if he'll be long. He slips on his jacket, rattling off a list of rules. Don't go out, lock the doors, call him if anyone suspicious shows up. With a casual goodbye, he's gone, leaving Finn alone with her thoughts and a deeply unsettled expression. She turns away from the door, her body language stiff with tension. Her hand clenches, a small, involuntary movement betraying the storm brewing inside her mind. Because as she watches him leave, a chilling thought takes root. The man in front of her isn't the real Isaac. The longer she's with him, the more the past comes flooding back, and she resolves to see him for who he truly is. The door clicks shut, and the horrifying truth crystallizes in her mind. The man she's with isn't just similar to Noah, he's actively mimicking him. She thinks back on their time together, recalling that eerie familiarity in his behavior. It was all there, the same disarming gentleness, the identical, chilling smile, his laugh, his gestures, and even that terrifying switch to violence. It was all a perfect copy. She mentally lists the evidence. The same hairstyle, just dyed blue, contacts to hide his eyes. Hez not even left-handed, he trained his left hand to match Noah's, a deliberate, calculated deception. To pull off such a perfect imitation, she realizes he must have known Noah incredibly well. Suddenly, his earlier words take on a sinister new meaning. That he, too, watched someone he cared about get taken away. Isaac's admission echoes in her mind. His psyche is just as messed up as hers. The pieces start to click into place, forming a disturbing picture. She recalls his strange habit of never finishing his drinks, a small detail that now seems huge. It's a classic trauma response identification with the aggressor. Both she and Isaac were Noah's victims, and she knows a man like that will always be chasing the high of having power over someone else. So what does he truly want from her? Why hide his identity with such care? He must have known her for a long time, given his lack of reaction to her father's murder. His only reason for being here has to be her connection to Noah. Maybe he's seeking revenge. Honestly, she's already drowning in her own problems without adding him to the list. And yet, she can't shake the feeling that she still owes him something. Exhausted on her couch, a chilling thought solidifies. Noah never cared about her. He wanted her to live, to struggle, just to savor the moment he finally ended her life. And the worst part? It would all be her fault, because she's the one who asked for it. But Isaac has different. Has mimicking Noah, but it's just a shoddy imitation. She remembers his touch, his eyes. Isaac isn't an emotionless monster. There's a genuine humanity in him, a hesitation that Noah never, ever possessed. He can try, but he can't replicate true evil. Psychopaths are born, not made. And with Isaac, she's feeling things she never has before, exactly what Noah would have wanted. So, she'll play along. She doesn't care what Isaac wants from her. She just needs to keep him by her side until the real Noah shows up and end this nightmare for good. It's been over 2 months, and the silence is deafening. No new victims, no news. Finn decides she can't just wait around anymore. She needs to see what's happening herself. She knows she's breaking her one and only promise to Isaac to stay put, but she heads out anyway. On her way, a new noodle shop she's never seen before catches her attention. Thinking she'll just grab something quick, she steps inside and places an order to go. While waiting at the counter, her gaze drifts, and she spots something familiar. A small vase of tulips, in a color she knows is incredibly hard to find. The sight triggers a sudden, vivid memory of a man's voice, telling her that flowers have meanings. She remembers a time they'd visited a flower shop, a sea of vibrant colors all around them, and she remembers his determined face after he'd searched all over just to find the right ones for her. And just like that, another piece falls into place. The flower shop was right by the station all along. Stepping inside, he's greeted by the young florist, who mistakes him for a customer buying flowers for his wife. Flashing his badge, he introduces himself as Detective Scott, here to ask a few questions. The florist immediately tenses up, explaining he's new, and the shop just recently relocated here. Scott presses on, asking about the shop's tendency to move and if they have order records from 2 months ago. The kid claims he's only worked there a month, and that the owner is the only one with access to that information. He nervously adjusts his cap, saying the owner is out but should be back soon if Scott wants to wait. The florist starts rambling, swearing he isn't covering for anyone, prompting Scott to wonder why he'd even think that. Feeling the pressure, the employee finally cracks, admitting something feels off about his boss. He reveals his boss gave him a chillingly specific instruction to expect a woman in a white dress carrying a teddy bear. The boss's order was to give her free tulips, but she arrived with a guy, likely her boyfriend. To avoid any awkwardness, the florist just said the flowers were being thrown out, though he suspects his boss and the woman are having an affair. Scott cuts in, changing the subject to another man who came by earlier, asking if he had blue hair. The florist confirms it, describing a tall, handsome man with blue eyes, and asks if Scott knows him. That's definitely Isaac, Scott thinks to himself, a new piece of the puzzle clicking into place. What does he know? The mention of the flowers sends Scott spiraling back into a memory of those specific, uncommon tulips. He remembers Finn's face, completely stunned as she was given the bouquet. A voice from the past explains that flowers are a simple way to show someone your true feelings. Noah's voice continues, leaning close to her as she starts to sweat, her mind racing. Noah? Standing beside him, a wave of suspicion washes over her. Could it really be him? A cold sweat breaks out on her skin as she swallows hard, her mind reeling. Her entire body locks up, a single thought echoing in her head: why can't she move? Her heart pounds erratically in her chest just being near him. She desperately tells herself to calm down, to just breathe, but the panic is a rising tide, her eyes wide with fear. Noah's casual "see you later" from that day cuts through the memory, chilling her to the bone. She remains frozen, lost in the suffocating moment from her past. Her friend's voice cuts through the haze, finding her reaction interesting. Finn's focus shifts, her mind suddenly latching onto the meaning behind those tulips. He begins to explain that while tulips symbolize deep love, their true meaning can shift with color and context. Her friend calls it a good marketing strategy, but the florist has to admit there's some truth to it. He finds her genuine curiosity fascinating, inviting her to visit his shop anytime. Gathering her composure, she decides to properly introduce herself to the charming stranger. "She's Finn," she says, extending a hand to shake. He casually mentions that he's actually left-handed, but will make an exception for her. Taking her hand, he gives his own name, Dale. Finn can only stare back, a little stunned by the sudden connection. Their moment is interrupted as a staff member calls out that their order is ready. With their food in hand, they finally step out of the restaurant. But the encounter has left Finn feeling dizzy, her steps wobbling on the pavement. Suddenly, a wave of nausea hits her and she gags, trying to keep it down. Her legs give out and she slumps to the ground, her heart racing as realization dawns. The memories flood back at him. It's Noah. His face has changed so much, but his eyes, those intense, amber eyes, are exactly the same. He even mentioned being left-handed. Was that a test? The pieces of the puzzle click into place with terrifying certainty. The one detail that sealed it, the undeniable proof, were the scars across his palms. She remembers that night, the frenzied violence that caused his hand to slip down the bloody blade. The memory of him showing her his mangled hands, desperately trying to hide the bleeding. And now he calls himself Dale, a completely new identity to hide who he really is. To approach her so calmly, no, this can't be a coincidence. She has to find out what he's planning. A wave of fear crashes over Finn, so potent it feels like the first time she's ever been truly afraid. The anxiety is a physical weight, a sharp pain constricting her chest as she struggles to breathe. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the fog, calling her name. It's Isaac, kneeling beside her, his face etched with worry as he asks if she's okay. And the irony is crushing. Just moments ago, the thought of seeing him was her only comfort. She quickly fabricates a lie about twisting her ankle, but his intense gaze feels like it sees right through her. He asks if she's hurt, and she forces out a denial, even as her mind screams that things are not good. Isaac gently scolds her, reminding her he'd warned her not to wander off by herself. He immediately softens, apologizing for his tone and insisting he'll go with her wherever she was headed. So she tells him she was on her way to Scott's house, making Isaac's expression harden slightly. Isaac asks how they'll get in, but Finn smirks, revealing she knows the passcode, making him wonder what her real motive is. They step inside to find Scott's apartment is a complete mess, clothes strewn everywhere. Isaac sighs in disbelief, muttering to himself that he's actually doing chores for his girlfriend's crush. Finn just points to the kitchen sink, adding to his list of tasks. He groans, asking if this is some kind of punishment, but she reminds him he was the one who insisted on coming. Of course, he claims, he just wanted to make sure she was safe, but her nervous posture says otherwise. He flatly tells her she's lying, but she just waves him away, telling him to hurry up so they can leave. And the moment she's inside Scott's room, the telltale click of the lock echoes through the apartment. Isaac is fuming. He knew it. She's always looked after that guy, and now she's definitely snooping around. Defeated, he starts picking up the clothes, deciding to just get this over with and get out of there. As he begrudgingly gathers the laundry, his annoyance is palpable. He keeps his head down, just trying to get through this demeaning task. For a detective, Scott sure lives like a slob. He spots a crumpled piece of paper by the bin, figuring the case must be giving Scott a hard time. Plucking it from the floor, he assumes it's just a leftover from the last trash haul. But as he unfolds the torn note, the words "multiple stab wounds" and "second kill" jump out at him. Wait a minute, the news only mentioned one stab wound. Is this a different case? Another serial killer? A dark memory surfaces, a voice questioning if he, too, should be considered a suspect. The gears in his mind grind to a halt as a horrifying possibility emerges. What if there are two killers? His hand clenches around the paper, the chilling realization dawning on him: a second killer, a copycat, an accomplice. It all makes sense now. The third victim wasn't at home like the others. It's a perfect way to mislead the police, creating chaos while the original killer walks free. This must be why Scott's so confident. He thinks he has a scapegoat lined up. But even if Noah is caught as one of the killers, Isaac realizes with dawning horror, his own knowledge makes him the prime suspect for being the second. He lets out a bitter chuckle. He's just painted a massive target on his own back. The time for playing games is over. A sudden thud from the other room breaks his concentration. He calls out Finn's name. Meanwhile, a frantic knocking echoes against a closed door. Inside, Finn is collapsed on the floor, as her friend's worried voice asks if she's okay. The door creaks open, and she lies, claiming she's fine and ready to go home. Finn stands at the door, urging Isaac to hurry before they're found, though she still has tasks he assigned her. He gives a quiet, thoughtful agreement, his expression revealing nothing. As they head out, she asks about the police report, and he confirms he already dropped it off at her apartment. With that settled, Isaac decides they should head back there immediately. The scene shifts, and we follow the detective as he approaches a quiet flower shop. He sits down inside, explaining his visit wasn't planned. He's simply making the rounds to local florists. His gaze locks onto the owner, his detective instincts on high alert. The shop's owner, a surprisingly muscular man named Dale, formally introduces himself and asks how he can help. Dale is all smiles, assuring the detective that he's happy to answer any questions while he closes up. Wasting no time, the detective gets straight to the point. He's investigating the recent string of murders. Dale plays it cool, claiming he doesn't really follow the news, but the detective isn't here for small talk. He pulls out his phone, showing a picture of the latest victim, the TikTok influencer, asking about a flower basket with a very specific charm. The florist immediately confirms it's his handiwork, proudly explaining the unique charms were his idea to stand out. The questioning continues. Did they offer delivery? Dale replies that it's pickup only now that they've moved locations. The detective's eyes narrow as he lays it on the table. That woman is the serial killer's latest victim. Do you recognize her? Dale promises to help, but then says with absolute certainty that there's no purchase record for that basket. A little too certain. Then, with a chilling smirk, he confesses. He knows there's no record because he's the one who sent them to her. The scene cuts sharply away from that bombshell, shifting to the quiet of an apartment balcony at night. Inside, Finn and Isaac have just arrived, the air thick with the day's tension. He gently asks if she'll be okay, watching her hand tremble as it hovers over a bedroom door. He offers to stay, but Finn gently pushes him away, claiming she's just tired and needs to be alone. She waves a soft goodnight, promising to see him tomorrow, leaving him watching with concern. The door clicks shut, and Isaac is left standing in the hall, completely baffled by her sudden change in mood. He sighs, rubbing the back of his neck in frustration. He can't figure her out. Girlfriends are just too complicated. Inside, Finn's bedroom is cast in the deep blue shadows of the night, but she isn't sleeping. She's sitting on the edge of her bed, phone to her ear, in the middle of a serious call. On the other end, her detective friend's voice reminds her of the past, of when she was desperately trying to join the Cold Lake murder investigation. He recounts how stubborn she was, always trying to sneak a peek at the files, forcing him to bar her from the station. She doesn't understand. Why is he bringing this all up now? She just remembers being upset that he was always too busy. Because, he explains, her incredible tenacity taught him a lesson. He can't hide anything from her, because she will always find the truth. And he was right. Standing in her room, Finn admits she never changed her old work passwords. She knows Jay is going to hate her for this, but she has to know the truth. On her screen, a confidential email from an old colleague who broke the rules for her. Attached is the one file she was never supposed to see. Isaac Inoue's background check. The memory floods back. A stormy night at the police station long ago. A younger Jay is seen sprinting down the hallway, rushing towards a scene of tragedy. He stops before a small girl in a red hoodie, a young, traumatized Finn sitting alone. But her attention is on the boy next to her, as she quietly asks if his name is Isaac Inoue. She tells him his aunt is coming to pick him up, trying to offer a sliver of comfort. But the boy, a young Isaac, just sits there in silence, lost in his own world of grief. Finn remembers that day clearly, her own face bruised and swollen. But Isaac, the boy who'd seemed so stoic, had broken his silence. He was sobbing, tears streaming down his face as he clutched his glasses. He was crying for his mother, the same mother Noah always claimed was abusive. Suddenly, another memory surfaces: his mother seeing Finn's injuries, asking in horror if her father was responsible. She remembers the woman's gentle kindness, promising that everything would be all right. And that's when it all clicked for Finn. The devastating realization that Noah was a complete monster. Back in the police station, her younger self turns to the grieving boy beside her. She offers him the same words of comfort his mother once gave her. Staring at the case file now, Finn understands why she testified against him. She knew he'd lied about everything. It all clicks into place. She couldn't remember Isaac because her mind had merged him with the monster, Noah. He had played the part of an abused, lonely boy perfectly, just like her. It was all a calculated strategy, preying on her sympathy to earn her complete trust. As she scrolls through her old testimony, She sees the holes in his story he never once mentioned a stepbrother. The weight of this forgotten truth presses down on her, the memories churning in her stomach. The prosecution's questions from back then flash on the screen, confirming that yes, she'd seen his bruises. Her fingers tighten on the mouse, relentlessly scrolling through the painful cross-examination. But the prosecutor twisted her words, asking if the bruises were from hunting, then pivoting to his stepmother, confusing her. In the memory, Noah's own lawyer objects, accusing the prosecutor of leading the young, vulnerable witness. But the objection is overruled, and the court zeroes in on a young Finn, demanding to know if she stated Noah was abused by his mother. With tears in her eyes, young Finn is forced to confirm what she said. But Isaac's defense attorney leaps to his feet, objecting that the girl was clearly manipulated. The prosecutor, however, coolly argues that since she was deemed fit to testify, her statements must stand. The court records flash across the screen, showing the defense's plea that Isaac's abuse was real and had damaged his psyche. Back in the present, the laptop screen goes dark, but the heavy questions linger in Finn's mind. She curls up on her bed, tormented by what he must think of her now, wondering if he resents her. The fear is palpable if he finds out she remembers everything. What could she possibly do? Utterly overwhelmed, she realizes her mouth is bone dry. She slips out of her room, the floorboards creaking as she heads out for a glass of water. But she stops dead in her tracks, finding Isaac passed out on the living room couch. He didn't go back to his own apartment. On the floor, a paper bag sits mysteriously. Looking inside, Finn is stunned to find painkillers and pads. He bought these for her. She gently covers him with a blanket, admitting to herself that keeping him here was never just about her memories. The truth is, she feels a rare sense of peace when he's nearby. It's a dangerous comfort, one she hasn't felt since she was with Noah. She finds herself wishing Isaac could be the version of Noah who truly cared for her. But she quickly pushes the thought away, scolding herself for being so selfish. Just as she moves to leave, a hand suddenly clamps down on her wrist. Finn is startled, her heart leaping into her throat. At this point, she has no idea what Isaac truly thinks or feels about her at all. She knows this connection between them is likely a fantasy, built entirely on lies. But a dangerous part of her wishes it were real, and decides she must tell him everything she remembers. Perhaps that's all he's been waiting for. She needs to know where they truly stand. Gathering her courage, she looks into his eyes and begins to speak his name. But before the truth can escape her lips, Isaac pulls her into a firm, silencing embrace. He murmurs for them to just stay like this for a little while longer. Caught in his arms, her resolve melts, her expression a mix of confusion and surrender. He holds her close, the unspoken questions hanging heavy between them. He whispers that they can talk about it another time, once again delaying the inevitable. Meanwhile, a handsome florist smirks at a photo of Finn, revealing he's the one behind the mysterious flowers. Jay cuts to the chase, asking if he's some kind of admirer, but the florist quickly dismisses the idea. He claims the flowers were just compensation after his last helper messed up her order. He recalls the angry customer, who threatened to post a nasty review even after they offered a refund. So, he got her address to make things right, never imagining she would turn up murdered. Jay asks about the helper, and Dale confirms he fired the man, not just for the mistake, but for stealing inventory. Seeing it could be a lead, Dale offers to give the detective his former employee's name. But before they move on, Jay has one last question that's been bothering him. Why tulips? Dale's expression shifts, explaining they're special because he grows them himself. Back at the office, the detectives process this. Growing his own tulips implies he must have a greenhouse. Another colleague chimes in, noting that forcing tulips to bloom out of season requires special effort. His colleague cuts in, holding a file she's already run the names, and the results are explosive. The helper, Cole, is a convicted sex offender, and the man they interviewed is an imposter, not the real Dale. Jay processes this. Cole knew where the victim lived, and had a history of assault, fitting the profile for a crime of passion, but his partner points out a flaw in that theory. If Cole is one killer, he likely isn't responsible for the first two murders. Those were clean, precise, and lacked the rage of the third, suggesting two entirely different culprits are at work. For now, they agree to keep the two-killer theory quiet, knowing the chief won't buy it without more evidence. Another detective feels optimistic, admitting he's glad the flower shop lead is finally paying off. But Jay isn't convinced. It's all coming together a little too easily, almost as if Dale was intentionally leading them. He recalls how the imposter had a perfect answer for everything, even offering up info he never asked for. Musing over the evidence board, Jay zeroes in on the third victim's woundits from a double-edged blade, but far too wide for a simple dagger. Back at the office, Finn's new life continues as a colleague checks in on how she's adjusting. The colleague tries to be reassuring, noting that at least Isaac is on the day shift too, so they can go home together. She brushes off Finn's gratitude, admitting with a weary sigh that she just can't afford to lose another good agent. Her gaze drifts to an empty desk, telling Finn not to feel bad about Eva's station being vacant. Finn's mind races Eva just up and left, and she's certain it's somehow connected to Isaac's mysterious past. In another moment, a friend finds Finn waiting alone in a cafe, immediately guessing she's there for Isaac. Finn explains he had to meet someone, but told her to wait so he could see her home safely. Her friend can't help but think he should have just taken her home first instead of making her wait around. Elsewhere, a phone lights up with a menacing text from someone named Scott. "Get here now, or I'm arresting you for the murders." The recipient is none other than Dale, the florist, who stares at the message, a flicker of disbelief on his face. He has no idea who this is, but the threat is real. Seeing that Isaac was in a rush, her friend suggests Finn just take the train home instead of waiting around. She then brightly offers to go with her, saying it's the perfect chance to catch up like old times. Finn thinks for a moment, and a walk with a friend sounds much better than sitting here alone. As they stroll down the sunny street, her friend happily chats about how much the team has missed her at work. She then asks to make a quick detour, needing to grab some noodles for dinner. A few moments later, she emerges with her takeout, thanking Finn for her patience. The two continue on their way, walking comfortably side by side. As they near a residential area, the friend tells Finn this is far enough. She can get home from here. But Finn insists, turning the tables by saying she'd worry about her getting home alone. She then smirks, admitting she lied, she just wanted to see where she lived, and tells her not to worry, her boyfriend is already on his way. Her friend admits she didn't want Finn putting herself at risk, especially since she's waiting for Isaac. She confesses that at first, she never understood why their manager was so patient with Finn. In her eyes, Finn was just an eccentric loner, a snob who didn't care about anyone else. But seeing how she stood up for Eva changed everything. That was truly awesome. She smiles, noting that Isaac has been a great influence since they started dating. Finn has become more expressive and open, and her friend is glad she was wrong about him. Their conversation comes to an end as they arrive at a large apartment complex. Standing in the quiet hallway, Finn's phone suddenly begins to ring. She answers, a look of contemplation on her face as she waits for her ride. On the other end of the line, she asks who she's meeting. Oh right, the Evans. A woman at the apartment complex explains that the Evans family is hardly ever there. She asks Finn to remind them they're 3 months behind on rent since she's losing money. So Finn's destination changes, and she finds herself at the local hospital, searching for room 324. She confirms the room number with a nurse, who informs her she has about 30 minutes left for visiting hours. With a quiet thank you, Finn walks down the sterile corridor, finally arriving at the room. But as she reaches for the handle, she stops, overhearing a heated conversation from within. A woman's voice complains that she spent her pension on Isaac, even gave him their family name, and now he can't even visit? Finn hesitates, remembering the truth the mother wasn't on good terms with Isaac. She's the one who kicked him out. The voice continues its tirade, calling him an ungrateful bastard who brought them nothing but disgrace. Then, another voice, cold and sharp, cuts in, wishing Isaac had died instead of his sister, saying the world would be better off. Finn stands frozen outside the door, the hateful words echoing in her ears. Inside, a young man's voice tries to calm his mother, reminding her that Isaac still sends them money. As he steps out into the hallway, he stops short, coming face to face with Finn. From the hospital bed, the woman's eyes narrow as she spots the unexpected guest. Her voice, laced with venom, demands to know what Finn is doing here. Then, with a surge of fury, she points a trembling finger and screams the one word that shatters the silence. Murderer! The son rushes back to restrain his mother as she thrashes, raving about how Finn and that monster destroyed their lives. Finn is completely stunned, the brutal accusation hitting her like a physical blow. At the same time, Dale is anxiously trying to call her, a feeling of dread growing with every unanswered ring. He sits alone on a bench, staring at his phone, wondering why she won't pick up. His thoughts are cut short by a voice. It's Jay, casually asking if he's ready for that questioning. The detective smirks, admitting the arrest was a bluff, but Dale retorts that's not why he came. From a distance, another detective watches their tense meeting begin. He wonders if this is the right move, asking Jay if he really thinks this is their guy. Back on the bench, Jay cuts right to the chase, telling Dale he knows he's been investigating the florist on his own. He pushes, asking him to confirm if this man is Noah, the one responsible for his mother's death. Jay reveals his own findings. The man does resemble the suspect, and he's definitely using a fake name. Dale's eyes narrow, realizing Jay dragged him all the way out here just for an eyewitness confirmation. The detective lays his cards on the table. The florist is a suspect in multiple cases, including identity fraud. Then, with a knowing smile, Jay asks if this means Dale is ready to get involved. Dale reminds him that Finn isn't the only one with a deep connection to Noah. So, this is the plan. Use him to keep her safe, while also making sure he doesn't botch the investigation. Dale scoffs, has under no obligation to help. Jay just smirks, completely unbothered by the resistance. He changes his approach, standing up to propose a deal. The scene shifts, landing us outside a hospital late at night. Inside, Finn sits all alone in a waiting room, lost in a heavy thought. She looks down, crushed by the realization that she's hurt far more people than she ever imagined. A voice cuts through her lonely vigil. Someone found her here. It's Dale, his tone grim as he tells her things didn't turn out all right. He stands over her in the quiet room, confirming her worst fears nothing went all right at all. And suddenly, we're dragged back into Isaac's haunted past. A chilling memory surfaces. A young Finn, a lifeless body on the floor, and him holding a rope. A voice prods at the memory, asking if Isaac has anything else to share. But the boy says nothing, his face bruised and his gaze unyielding. His counselor urges him to open up, to stay out of trouble and take care of himself. The session ends, her words seemingly bouncing off the wall he's built around himself. But for young Isaac, there was no escaping the torment. Back in class, a crumpled paper ball is thrown right at his head. A group of bullies closes in, mocking him for even bothering to show up to school. They tell him to just get locked up for good, sneering that he should follow in his brother's footsteps. The insults escalate, the bullies sneering that Isaac's crazy mom got what she deserved. But one of them makes a fatal mistake, stepping right into Isaac's personal space. A sharp crack echoes as a fist connects, sending the bully stumbling back in shock. Isaac is on his feet, having finally snapped, standing over his tormentor as the class erupts. The other students just stare, frozen, some weakly calling for him to stop. But with a cold, dead-eyed calm, he winds up for another punch, ready to do serious damage. His fist is already split and bleeding from the raw fury he's unleashed. The scene fractures, dissolving into a memory of his broken glasses on the ground. A much younger Isaac is curled up, beaten and bruised, taking the same taunts about his mother. Hez surrounded by older kids this time, looming over him before they start kicking him while Hez down. But then a heavy thud echoes, and suddenly, the bully is stammering an apology. The older kids scramble to their feet, begging to be left alone as they flee in terror. Because another boy has arrived, Noah, who watches them run with a cold, satisfied smirk. The alleyway falls silent. The bully's gone as quickly as they appeared. But Isaac doesn't get up. He just curls into a ball, the fight completely drained from him. He finally chokes out the real reason for his despair. The doctor said his mom will never recover. Noah just scoffs, telling him not to believe a word those idiots say. He gets down to Isaac's level, promising him with unwavering certainty that together, they'll fix her. The harsh reality of the alley fades into a memory of a warm, steaming meal. His mother's hands are clasped, her voice a quiet prayer for peace in a life that was about to be shattered. She prays for them to be welcomed into the heavenly kingdom. An amen echoes through the unsettlingly quiet house. At the table, she serves her two sons, Noah and Isaac, a simple meal. Isaac takes a sip from his mug, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. But a sudden, violent cough rips through him, and he starts to choke. His mother watches with a terrifying calm, telling him to just relax. She calls this drink the start of their cleanse as Isaac collapses, unable to breathe. Noah screams at her, his panic rising as tears stream down Isaac's face. On the floor, the spilled contents of the mug reveal the truth: pills and a tiny cross. A memory flashes, showing the mug moments before, filled with nothing but clear water. We see a different side of Isaac's life, as his stepmother orders him to take out the trash. He says he's heading to work, but she scoffs, demanding he stop talking back and get out of her house. Later that night, while walking through the city, Isaac gets a phone call that brings shocking news. He's furious to hear that Noah was released from prison early, supposedly for good behavior. Staring at his phone, he can't shake the feeling that Noah simply faked it all. The narrator remarks that while this storm brews, Finn simply continued living a normal life. Isaac walks on, his mind consumed with thoughts of how broken the justice system truly is. Completely lost in his anger, he accidentally bumps right into a stranger on the street. The impact sends his glasses flying, and they clatter onto the cold pavement. Isaac tells the man to apologize, but the stranger just turns, looking down at him with a menacing glare. But the stranger just scoffs, mocking Isaac for whining about a simple bump. He even has the audacity to demand an apology for wasting his time, completely oblivious to the storm he's poking. With a dismissive curse, he seals his fate, leaving Isaac's glasses abandoned on the pavement. The man turns back, enraged, demanding to know what was said. He gets his answer in the form of a fist, as Isaac's pent-up fury finally explodes in a single, brutal punch. If the world sees him as a monster, he thinks, then he might as well live up to the reputation. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Finn sits alone, lost in thought, finding Noah's 6-year sentence to be a pathetic joke. A man with striking blue hair sits opposite her, questioning the events of the trial. He speculates that she kept quiet about her father's death because she felt Noah had saved her. The man presses further, asking the one question that cuts the deepest. Why didn't she stop Noah when she had the chance? But he abruptly shifts the blame, admitting it wasn't just her. He was there too, and he did nothing. A damned coward. Finn sits in stunned silence, processing this completely unexpected revelation. Hez clearly shouldering his own profound guilt from that day, a pain that mirrors Isaac's own. She desperately wants to find the words to comfort him, to lift even a fraction of that weight. But as he waits for her to speak, the heavy air between them remains unbroken. She looks down, completely lost, unable to offer him any solace. He lets out a quiet sigh, taking her silence as his final answer. The clock on the wall ticks away the last moments of their tense meeting. Finally, he stands, announcing that it's getting late and hell, take her home. The conversation hangs unfinished in the cold, sterile light of the empty room. He drops her at the door, starting to give a warning before cutting himself off, saying he doesn't care. He wishes her a good night, but his words trigger a sudden, horrifying memory. It wasn't him, it was her hand on that door. She was the one who tied that rope, and he was there, in the shadows, watching the entire thing unfold. He saw everything she did that day, a silent observer to her devastating actions. Her bag plummets to the floor as the shock of her own forgotten guilt paralyzes her. A deeper, more terrible memory emerges. The girl was still alive, but Noah had told them what they had to do. He turns back to face her, his expression no longer conflicted, but sharp and knowing. He mockingly says it took her forever, that he's been waiting ages for her to finally remember. He'd always wondered if she truly forgot, and now that she knows, he leaves the unspoken threat hanging as he shuts the door. He turns his back, casually suggesting they can deal with all this tomorrow, as he heads for the door. But Finn remains frozen, a single drop of cold sweat dripping onto the floorboards. The horrifying realization finally dawns on her: he came here to kill her. His piercing blue eyes confirm it without a shred of pity. That's exactly why he hunted her down. Tears stream down her face as she understands this was never a coincidence. It was a reckoning. She pleads, asking if he's going to hurt her for what she did, but he just scoffs at the display. As her sobs echo in the quiet room, he orders her to stop. He pinches the bridge of his nose, clearly irritated. He has no time for this emotional breakdown. But then, his expression shifts into something unreadable, and he quietly apologizes. The unexpected words shatter her completely, and she collapses, choking out how truly sorry she is. Through her sobs, Finn confesses she didn't want to remember, didn't want to do it. But he's had enough, coldly stating they'll deal with this tomorrow. Her tears continue to fall as she whispers that she should have stopped him, and with that, his patience completely shatters as he screams at her to shut up. The raw fury of his voice stops her cold, clutching her chest in shock and fear. All she can manage to whisper through the terror is another broken apology. He watches her complete meltdown from the doorway, his expression unreadable. Seeing the puddle of tears at her feet, he asks, almost confused, why she's still crying. He can't understand it, his frustration growing with every sob he hears. Then he takes a step inside, and she begs him not to, realizing he's finally crossed the threshold. But instead of more anger, he gently touches her face, silencing her sobs as he whispers her name. He closes the distance in an instant, pulling her into a desperate, all-consuming kiss. With a surge of raw emotion, he lifts her up, their embrace tightening as he carries her further inside. A table clatters to the ground, knocked aside in their feverish haste. They're lost in the moment, clinging to each other as if it's the only thing that makes sense. He sets her down on the kitchen counter, the world outside their embrace completely fading away. Much later, the apartment is silent, bathed in the cool blue light of the night. He stands alone on the balcony now, taking a long drag from a cigarette, his thoughts a mystery. Crouching by the plants, he seems burdened, the earlier passion replaced by a quiet melancholy. Back inside, she sleeps on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, a silent, unspoken distance now between them. Finn's eyes slowly open, the reality of the cold, quiet room setting in. She spots him on the balcony, still lost in thought, and quietly calls out his name. He steps back inside, claiming he didn't want to wake her, but the distance between them is palpable. She looks at him, her heart heavy, needing to ask the one question that haunts her. Do you hate me? He meets her gaze, his own expression unreadable, simply asking if she'd leave if he did. Her answer is instant, a firm no that hangs in the silent air. A flicker of something crosses his face as he admits he feels he's already hurt her enough. He then begins to speak, his voice low, venting about the people he can't stand in this world. The privileged, the comfortable, the hypocrites who've never known real suffering. He gently holds her face, explaining they're the first to judge you for a struggle they will never understand. He looks away, lost in his own dark thoughts, muttering that they don't know anything. He scoffs at the injustice of it all, how they get to move on while he's stuck paying for it with a life sentence. His voice drops to a chilling whisper as he wonders if he should just even the score by killing both her and her friend. He asks if she'd beg for her life, imagining what a pathetic sight that would be. But as his hand closes around her throat, her mind is calm. She doesn't believe things happen for a grand reason. She knows it's all just the outcome of actions, theirs and others, not some cosmic plan. Holding his hand against her neck, she looks him dead in the eye, admitting that if she had to die, she'd want him to be the one to do it. He sneers at her acceptance, mocking her for trying to take the easy way out. He thinks death is just a simple escape for her, a way to avoid facing the consequences of her life. But then she says it, the one thing that stops him cold. You kill me. You kill Noah. She dares him to do what he came here to do. But as his grip tightens, she tells him he has to let go of the past and move on. Her words only fuel his rage, and he squeezes harder as she struggles for air. With a defiant roar, he refuses, his voice echoing in the silent room. He collapses over her, his entire life's purpose shattering in a single confession. All the hatred that kept him going was for her and Noah. Without them, what is he? Seeing his utter despair, Finn's expression softens. She apologizes, calling him Isaac. She offers him a new path, asking him what he wants her to do now. Pulling him close, she whispers a shocking proposal. They'll get rid of Noah together. They'll lure him in, kill him, and then run away, carrying that sin for the rest of their lives. A dark pact is formed, her eyes burning with a new, terrifying resolve. His despair vanishes, replaced by a new, chilling purpose, as he accepts her offer. In the dimly lit room, they seal their dark promise, though Finn knows she's just buying time. Elsewhere, on a quiet suburban street, another plan is already in motion. A lone car waits in the darkness, its driver watching and waiting for the right moment. Inside, Jay and his partner sit in tense silence, the stakeout wearing on them both. Jay's eyes are locked forward, his mind clearly working through the final moves of this deadly game. This reminds us of another deal that was struck not too long ago. We see Jay's partner making a pitch to Scott, offering him a place in the official investigation. He dangles the ultimate prize catching Noah, but Scott is wary, asking what's in it for him. The offer of simple information is insulting, and Scott would much rather hunt his prey alone. The detective tries to reason with him, promising that if Noah is truly behind this, he will never see the light of day again. But Scott is unimpressed, scratching his brow and wondering why a cop is suddenly so keen on sharing his plans. The detective lays his cards on the table, admitting he knows Scott is planning something for Finn and warning him not to end up like his brother. Now, sitting in the stakeout car, Scott can't believe he actually showed up, questioning his own recent choices. A memory of Finn surfaces, her words echoing in his mind a quiet plea for him to live his life. He scoffs internally, annoyed that both she and the detective seem to think they can decide his path for him. Leaning back, he mocks his new partner, asking since when it's legal for cops to stalk people, only to be coolly corrected. It's surveillance. But Scott's patience is wearing thin. They've been there for hours, and learning this stakeout lasts a week sends him reeling. The detective tells him not to worry about Finn, she has her own protection detail, a fact that hardly puts Scott's mind at ease. Finally, he cuts to the chase, demanding to know who they're even waiting for, and asks if their target is Dale. Just then, the detective spots their man, and Scott's eyes widen in recognition. It's the guy from the noodle shop. The detective is surprised Scott knows him, but he just explains it's where they always get their takeout. Scott leans back, cynically asking if this is their second killer, prompting the detective to confirm his theory. He explains they've watched him for days. The guy's routine is flawless, like a clockwork employee, not a shop owner, and his profile is just too perfect. An ex-con with a history of assault and a schedule that leaves him free for midnight murders. The final piece of the puzzle? He used to be Dale's delivery clerk, and the last victim was one of their customers. The detective then turns the interrogation back on Scott, asking him to put himself in Noah's shoes and think like a killer. As their target fumbles for his keys, completely oblivious to the eyes watching him from the dark, Scott gives his answer without hesitation. He'd set someone up, creating a perfect alibi. The detective's lips curl into a knowing smile, reminding Scott that's exactly the kind of man he is, the kind wad stage a burglary to hide his own mother's murder. The detective twists the knife, reminding Scott how he also tricked Finn into lying to the police for him. He then poses a dangerous question. Does Scott really believe Finn was just a pawn, and not a willing accomplice? The question hangs in the dead air of the car as they watch the silent neighborhood. The detective presses on, asking if Scott truly sees her as innocent. The empty street offers no answers, only the low hum of their surveillance equipment. Scott remains silent, his expression unreadable, lost in his own dark thoughts. But the detective's hardened expression softens with a hint of regret. He confesses that the real reason he became a detective was because of what happened that night. He's always carried the weight, feeling like it was somehow his fault. He explains that he knew Finn when she was just a kid, a withdrawn girl wad hang around the station, bruised and wearing clothes that didn't fit. He admits the police did a welfare check, but found no abuse and simply ignored her after that. By the time he was assigned to that station years later, Finn was gone, and the next time he saw her, it was too late. Scott smirks, sarcastically noting that it sounds like the detective is partly to blame and that they finally agree on something. But he twists the knife, retorting that cops aren't exactly known for getting things done anyway. His partner reveals the ugly truth. Detectives covered up their incompetence by convincing Finn to stay silent about her father's murder. They pressured her to become a witness against Noah in exchange for not charging her in her mother's death. But the offer wasn't even necessary because although Finn hesitated, she agreed for a completely different reason. Scott's face darkens as he learns the devastating irony. Her testimony is what got Noah a shorter sentence. The detective insists she had good intentions and answered honestly, unaware of how things get twisted in a courtroom. Scott snaps back, questioning how he could know what was in her head, because no normal kid gets involved in a murder. But the detective turns the tables, telling Scott that he can see the conflict churning right inside him. He begins a story of his own, recalling how his mother was finally getting better, and just as she was recovering, they came and killed her. He remembers that brief, peaceful time she wasn't sick, just grieving. But he had gotten his mom back. They took her life right in front of his eyes, and he stares Scott down, asking where exactly he is supposed to be conflicted. The detective's gaze is unyielding, his own motivations laid bare and forged in fire. A heavy silence fills the car, the raw, personal story hanging between them. With his point made, the detective decides they're done for the day, offering to drive Scott home. But the scene cuts away, and now we're watching the noodle shop owner getting dropped off on a quiet street at night. He tells the unseen driver he'll just walk the rest of the way, completely oblivious that he's being monitored. But Jay isn't finished, casually revealing that the person who helped with the background check is Scott's own friend. He explains that both this friend and Eva vouched for him, painting him as a troublemaker with a good heart deep down. We see Eva's testimony. She admits he has a violent past, but only ever to protect the weak from bullies. Even Jay's partner confesses that while blackmail was a step too far, he knew Scott was the right person to help. And then we see the friend in question, making a call from a records room. It's Dale, the florist, on the phone with Jay, urging him to look past the official reports he's just sent over. He gets emotional, begging the detective not to stand in the way of Scott and Finn's love, completely misreading the situation. Back on the street, Jay confirms the records do paint Scott as a certified troublemaker, no denying it. He recalls a time Scott thrashed a guy for disrespecting his own mother, calling it a clear vigilante streak. Scott demands he get to the point, and Jay lays it all out. Don't throw your life away, because if you do, Noah wins. But Jay isn't finished, telling Scott not to waste his time if this is some redemption project over his mother's death. Scott scoffs, retorting that the detective doesn't know a damn thing about him. With a wry smile, Jay admits he's not entirely sure why he's doing this either. But he knows one thing for sure. Finn chose Scott all those years ago. And as Scott walks away, Jay knows she is choosing him again right now. He trusts her judgment more than his own, and with that, he lets Scott go. As Scott enters the apartment, Jay's final words echo, telling Isaac has not meant to destroy. The sound of sizzling eggs greets him, a simple, peaceful moment. Finn turns from the stove with a gentle smile, happy to see he's back. And as he looks at her, he finally understands what Jay meant. He's meant to protect the ones he cares about. She tells him he's finally home, reminding him not to lose sight of this feeling. And for the first time in a long time, Scott agrees he's home. Sometime later, amidst moving boxes, Finn is chatting with a friend. She complains that Scott only got her involved to keep an eye on her, but quickly pivots to the serial killer case. It's Jay, helping her unpack, and he asks if Scott has shared any new leads. Finn admits they haven't talked much, but she has a theory of her own. There are 2 suspects, possibly 2 killers. Jay's eyes sharpen, and he asks if one of them happens to be a florist. Hez surprised to learn she's already met Dale, and a little annoyed she didn't mention it. But Finn had to be sure, and now she reveals her terrifying suspicion. She believes the florist is Noah. Jay is stunned, asking if she recognized him. But Finn can only say it's a gut feeling she can't shake. Jay tries to reassure her, but Finn's mind is already working. She realizes Scott's actions confirm it, he really did come back for her. Jay agrees there's a resemblance and reveals Scott is already trying to confirm if Dale and Noah are the same person. He tells her not to stress, pointing out that even if it's a match, the police have no solid evidence linking him to the murders. Jay seems to take this in, his expression unreadable but intense. Then, a dark, almost unhinged laugh breaks the tension in the room. Finn simply watches him, her own face a mask as the mood completely shifts. He leans back, laughing about how messed up they both are, casually planning to kill someone. His smile turns sharp as he points out that she's not even fazed, maybe even a little enthusiastic. But Finn's voice is cold as she fires back, asking if this is what it was like planning murders with Noah. Is he feeling nostalgic? She wishes she could say, but honestly, she doesn't remember a thing. The memory is hazy, she doesn't even know how they came up with the idea. But a chilling thought surfaces. What if it was her? She looks away, lost in the past, but Jay dismisses it, telling her not to worry, that it doesn't matter anymore. But his eyes are deadly serious. He tells her that if she truly wants this, she has to commit to the plan completely. She looks at him, a cold realization dawning on her. Isaac is slowly descending into madness every single day. Her mind flashes back to that room, her father's body on the floor. Noah had never killed before that, and she gave him the opportunity. They always say the first kill is what awakens a serial killer's thirst. He warns her that she must be absolutely sure, because if she hesitates, everything will fall apart. She wonders if letting Isaac kill Noah would just send him down the same dark path, but he has a question of his own. He sits before her, taking her hand, his gaze intense as he asks her what, exactly, Noah was to her. His grip is firm, demanding an answer to the question that has haunted their entire relationship. Finn hesitates, struggling to define the ghost from her past that Isaac is so obsessed with. Her eyes glaze over, lost in a memory that feels both distant and painfully close. Finally, the words escape her lips. Noah was her hero. The scene shifts to later, as Finn's friends spot Jay waiting for her outside the office building. They gossip among themselves, wondering if this new handsome stranger is her ride home now. Finn explains that it's a temporary arrangement, one that lasts only until Scott says it's over. Her blonde friend can't believe it. Finn knows a detective, and has cops for friends, like a VIP in a drama. But her other friend isn't so easily impressed, sensing that something is seriously wrong. She cuts straight to the point, asking the one question that matters. Is Finn in danger? Putting on a brave face, Finn lies with a smile, brushing it off as guys just being overprotective. Her friends suggest grabbing food at a noodle shop, one Finn admits she's been to a few times. But her other friend's expression darkens. She warns Finn to avoid that place, especially alone. Finn stammers, unable to find the right words to explain the danger without revealing everything. She just blurts it out. The guy who works there is a psychopath, but her friends just laugh. Realizing they won't take her seriously, Finn makes an excuse about her locker to get away. She tells them to go on without her, giving herself a chance to slip away unseen. Just then, a mysterious red-haired woman approaches Finn's manager outside the building. She asks for Finn, only to be told she just missed her, as Finn left a few moments ago. The manager watches her leave, a wave of pure panic washing over him. He messed up. He knows he was supposed to keep an eye on her, and now Scott is going to kill him. Having escaped her friends, Finn finds herself wandering past a beautiful flower stall. She stops, lost in thought, the fiery sunset doing little to warm her troubled mind. A gentle voice asks if any of the flowers have caught her eye. She looks up to see the florist, and it's Jay, the detective, standing there with a disarming smile. He recognizes her instantly from the noodle shop, calling her by name. But this quiet moment is not as private as it seems. Parked just down the road, Scott Lee watches their entire exchange from his car. His expression darkens, his eyes locked on the two of them with cold intensity. Unaware of the danger, Jay continues to speak with Finn, trying to make a connection. He gently places a hand on her shoulder, a simple gesture that feels incredibly ominous. His mind drifts back to a memory, a conversation he can't seem to forget. He remembers a time when Finn saw him as her hero. In that quiet room, he had turned to face her, needing an answer. He had to know his place in her life. What was he to her, really? He needed to hear her say it. She hesitated for just a moment, searching for the right words to define him, and her answer was that he was someone she wanted to protect, a confession that only seems to fuel the possessive darkness in his eyes. Snapping back to reality, his driver tries to reassure him, but Scott coldly tells him to shut up. The driver can only apologize, clearly caught off guard by the entire situation. Finn's manager is in a panic, desperate for any clue to find her, but the driver calmly cuts him off, saying there's no need to search. He knows where she went. He tells the man to relax, trying to diffuse the growing tension. From the back seat, Scott's voice cuts through the air, ordering him to shut up. The driver can't believe Scott's audacity, reminding him this isn't some twisted game. Scott just smirks, revealing his original plan was for her to take the fall entirely. Pushed to his limit, the driver warns him to stop, admitting he's already thought about killing him. He calls Scott a sick psycho for dragging her through the same hell all over again. For a brief moment, Scott seems to actually process the words, staring out the window. He quietly wonders if he's been refusing to see the truth that she's a victim, too. His mind drifts back, connecting the dots he'd ignored for so long. He never truly saw her pain, even when it was right there in front of him. Scott replays their history, finally understanding the depth of her trauma. He'd only ever focused on her searing hatred, her wish for him to suffer. But he never considered the terror fueling it, her fear of being hurt by him again. Looking at her now, his perception shifts, and he calls out her name. He can see it clearly. Her whole body is trembling from the memories. It finally clicks, she's fighting through the exact same pain from that night. His mind flashes to a desperate phone call, a friend's voice choked with panic. She was screaming that Finn had been caught, that she'd sacrificed herself so another could escape. A crushing weight of guilt hits Scott as he listens, realizing this is all his fault. On the other end of the line, Eva is a wreck, apologizing for not understanding what Finn went through. She's sobbing, knowing Finn is trapped in that nightmare again, all to protect her. Her voice breaks as she begs him to please get to Finn and save her. Her words strike a chord in Scott, reminding him how he always hated being seen as the villain. He remembers Finn's desperate warning from that night, her plea that if he killed someone, they would take him away, and then they would take her away too. In the present, Finn's expression hardens with a grim understanding. She used to think the world was the problem, but now she feels she's become just like them, A quiet resolve forms in her mind as she decides what she has to do. A memory of Finn surfaces, her past self pleading with him to find happiness. It intertwines with another memory, a vow made to a young girl he desperately wanted to protect. Back in the present, the quiet of the apartment is heavy with unspoken history. Scott sits vigil, watching over Finn as she sleeps fitfully on the couch. But her rest is anything but peaceful, as whimpers escape her lips. Tears stream down her face, a clear sign of the nightmares holding her captive. He turns, his expression hardening as he witnesses the pain she's enduring. Unable to just watch, he reaches out a hand, gently caressing her face. With a soft touch, he wipes away a tear, a silent act of comfort and protection. Later, driving through the night, his mind is made up. He knows exactly what comes next. His associate's voice echoes in his mind, thinking of Finn's own words that any goodness she once had is long gone. The driver broods, lost in his own dark past, convinced that Noah ruined him and now he's just stopped giving a damn. But Scott just smirks, telling his partner not to get ahead of himself. He never said the guy was a good person. The associate shrugs it off. It doesn't matter. It seems Finn is finally going through with it, which means Scott got what he wanted. Still, he can't shake the feeling that Finn, despite her hatred for Noah, has a strange connection to him. The scene shifts to Finn, her expression troubled. She acts tough, but her emotions are always just under the surface. Scott listens quietly, his partner certain that no matter her plan, it's all for the sake of the people she cares about. Because contrary to what she thinks, she's not the protector here. She's the one who truly needs saving. Scott finally breaks the silence, cutting straight to business. So, what's the plan? The two men sit in tense silence, arms crossed. The associate reminds him, don't forget your end of the deal. The associate lays out his simple, determined plan. He's taking Finn away from here. He'll move her somewhere safe, far away from all this until the nightmare is finally over. He'll do whatever it takes to help them catch Noah, but they have to promise he's locked up for good. After that, he'll vanish from Finn's life completely. Scott listens, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. He asks what could have possibly changed his mind. He even mocks him a little, wondering if this is the part where he forgives Finn and becomes the hero. A wry smirk plays on Scott's lips. He scoffs at the idea, saying this isn't some cheesy drama. He's not looking for that kind of closure. That night, he explains, is a permanent stain on all of them, and no amount of forgiveness will ever wash it away. They'll never get to live a normal life, and he knows Finn understands that better than anyone, and yet, a small part of him would love to see her try to defy their fate and prove him wrong. And with that, Scott's words hang in the air as a new day dawns. Sometime later, Finn arrives at a flower shop, where she's greeted by a familiar face. Jay confirms her identity, asking if she's really here to learn the art of floristry. He begins to explain his passion, telling her it's as if every flower has its own language. He speaks of lilies for remembrance, and daffodils that symbolize rebirth and new beginnings. Then he holds up a single red rose, the timeless symbol of passion and love. He catches himself, apologizing in case his rambling is getting weird for her, but Finn reassures him, saying this is exactly why she came. She loves his passion. Jay smirks, teasingly asking about her sudden interest, or if this was just an excuse to see him. She looks down, fidgeting as she admits it just reminds her of someone else who loved flowers, too. Trying to keep the mood light, Finn asks why there aren't any tulips on display. Jay seems impressed that she noticed, explaining they take a few months to grow. She playfully asks if he's just got them growing in his backyard. With a sly smile, he reveals he has a whole greenhouse where he cultivates most of them himself. He then casually offers to take her there sometime, and in that instant, her world stops. The invitation, the gentle tone, it's classic Noah. Her mind is dragged back into a memory of this dangerous boy and his surprising fascination with flowers. She remembers them walking through a vast, sunlit field, a bizarre combination of darkness and light. Noah was always so eager to talk about the things he truly loved, and for a young, broken girl, his focus in those moments was the only thing that made her feel like she mattered. Jay's voice cuts through her memories, casually asking what kind of flowers her boyfriend usually gets for her. Finn turns, her expression guarded. How did he even know she was seeing someone? He just shrugs it off as a hunch, but she calls him out for flirting, though he correctly guesses she's not just a regular customer. The air crackles with their banter, a back and forth about how good looks can let someone get away with being a creep. He apologizes if he came on too strong, admitting he was just trying to figure out if she was available. But Finn shuts that down immediately, claiming her personal life isn't worth talking about. Undeterred, he asks what she is interested in, and she warns him her tastes are unconventional. His eyes lock onto hers as she leans into the darkness she knows so well. With a cold confidence, she mentions one of her interests is murder, for instance. Jay doesn't even flinch, a small smile appearing as he clarifies he's not talking about some simple thrill killer, he's listening. He continues, explaining it's the feeling that drives someone to do it, the thing that pushes them over the line. Or perhaps, he wonders, The reasons are just fancy justifications we tell ourselves in the end. Finn, caught off guard, apologizes for being so strange, admitting she came here because she felt he might truly understand. Just as she finishes, he calls her way of thinking perfect. Her eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief and vulnerability washing over her. He's suddenly closer, his voice low as he leans in and repeats himself, his gaze intense. He tells her she gets it, how it's not just the act, but what it represents that pulls you in. She's completely still, listening as he speaks of the layers, the purpose, and the dark beauty of it all. He assures her that she isn't crazy or weird for seeing things in a way others can't. He turns away slightly, admitting he knows that same itch in the back of the mind, those questions that just won't leave you alone. He admits he's had those same thoughts, that he even acted on them once or maybe twice. It's hard to keep count, he whispers, when the thrill is so all-consuming that you just lose yourself. It was never about the number, but about the forbidden knowledge it offered, a sight he couldn't stop craving. His eyes glint with a dangerous light as he tells her they're the same, special people who see the truth. But a cold clarity cuts through Finn's fascination. A firm, internal voice declares they are not the same at all. Her hand clenches, a desperate command to herself not to let him get inside her head. This isn't a confession, she realizes. It's a trap he's testing her, waiting for her to slip. Suddenly, Jay leans back, the intensity vanishing as he laughs it off, saying he just got carried away. He apologizes if his prank went too far, acting as if he hadn't just laid his soul bare. He finishes with a smirk, saying it's too bad, but is no murderer, so he can't satisfy her curiosity. But Jay's demeanor shifts, reminiscing about someone who once supported his passion for floristry. He even claims he wouldn't have this life if it weren't for that person's belief in him. Finn's mind churns. Is he blaming someone else for his darkness? Yet she keeps her cool, extending her offer to talk. He deflects with an invitation to his greenhouse, joking that he won't encourage any homicidal tendencies. Finn agrees without missing a beat, calling it a fun date while keeping her true thoughts hidden. She mentions wanting to see the tulips he's growing, and his intense expression softens just a little. The air is suddenly filled with the scent of flowers as they move deeper into the shop. He starts to lead her through the vibrant arrangements, the strange tension momentarily forgotten. But they're interrupted by the other florist, Dale, who recognizes Finn from her last visit, Hez holding a small black cat, explaining that Hez just returning Jay's little escape artist. And then Dale drops the other shoe. He's also here to pick up his girlfriend. The scene shifts, and soon Finn is walking with him under the cold moonlight. An uneasy quiet settles between them as they walk down the empty street. But inside Dale's head, who we now see is actually Scott Lee, thoughts are racing about how calm Jay seemed. He knows just how much hatred Jay holds for him, and that composure was unexpected. Back in the shop, Scott's declaration hangs in the air amidst the vibrant flowers. Jay's reaction was a quiet, almost bored, oh, his true feelings masked. Finn, caught in the middle, could only play along, remarking on what a small world it is. Their goodbye was a dance of veiled warnings, with Jay hoping Finn's talkativeness hadn't tired Scott out. As he hands the cat to Scott, Jay teases that he seems to like Finn, but she cuts in, coolly replying that someone already owns him. With Jay gone, Scott turns his full, unnerving attention back to Finn. He softly asks if she's ready to go home, and her expression tightens at the loaded question. He offers his hand, a gentle gesture that feels anything but. She can only marvel at how Jay managed to keep his composure. Left with no other choice, she takes his hand, their fingers interlocking in a chillingly fake display of intimacy. As they walk, Finn's mind races. Hez gotten so good at hiding his true feelings, and she knows this monster is definitely planning something. Hez fully committed to this Isaac persona, refusing to drop the act even when they're completely alone. She knows for sure now he's just playing with them when he suddenly suggests they should get a new bed. The one they have now, he muses, is just too small for the two of them. He then escalates, proposing they move entirely, get all new things for a fresh start. He even wants to take a day off and move by the weekend, leaving Finn to wonder why is he in such a rush. Scott casually announces a change of plans, telling her to just forget everything they'd discussed. Finn is floored. What does he mean? Are they not going to stop Noah anymore? He says they'll just let the cops handle it, telling her to have more faith in Jace's investigation. But she can't shake the feeling this is a trap, that Noah is just luring them out for his own sick amusement. It's exactly what he's always done, a twisted game he plays over and over. Scott's solution is simple. The best way to win is to keep their distance, and he orders Finn to stay away from Noah. She stares at him, completely baffled by his sudden and unpredictable reversal. What was the point of running away together? What was the point of any of this? Why did he go through all this trouble, only to abandon her when he could have just left for a normal life? The sudden shift is too much. The confusion twists into a sharp pain, and she can't think straight anymore. She asks him if he's given up on revenge. Then why not just leave and live a normal life? But Scott coldly brushes her off, saying they're moving soon to start over, telling her not to worry. Finn's frustration boils over. He's not even listening to what she's saying. She pleads with him to stop, insisting he can never move on as long as he's with her, torturing himself. Voice trembling, she begs him to let her go because she knows he must hate her more than anyone. His expression darkens as he finally confesses, of course he hates her for her part in his mother's murder. He explains that if he had stayed near Noah for even a few more seconds, he can't say what he would have done. His fist clenches as he admits his only impulse was to snap the man's neck right then and there. The only thing that stopped him was his refusal to become the very monster he despises, because that's what Noah has always wanted. To break him down and remold him into an empty killer, just like himself. Scott reminds her that she wanted to protect him, and now he's going to tell her exactly how. He confesses that the only real threat to him right now is himself, and he needs her to ground him. With a heavy heart, he admits she's the only thing standing between him and completely losing it. He knows it's a confusing mess for her, but explains that his entire life has been torn apart by emotion. But being with her has sparked something new, a feeling he wants more of, a reprieve from the endless hatred. He starts painting a picture of a future where they could do things together, not in secret, but like everyone else. They could travel, cook, or even, he muses with a small laugh, start a family together. Pulling her into a tight embrace, he asks if they should just move out this weekend and make it real. Overwhelmed by his words, Finn can only cry, burying her face in his shoulder. Tears streaming down her face, she silently nods her head, giving him her answer. Isaac holds her, a rare, peaceful smile gracing his lips as he savors this moment of hope. But while they are lost in their bubble, the police are closing in. A call comes through with a major break. They've confirmed Dale is really Noah Inoue. The bad news, however, is that they can't charge him with identity fraud. It turns out he's close with the real Dale, the actual shop owner, who lets him run the business. But Jay has another angle. They can detain him for violating Finn's restraining order. He contemplates the move. 2 months detention, no warrant required. The only question is when to strike. Unaware of the investigation, a week passes, and the couple moves into their new apartment. It's a fresh start, and Finn finds herself thinking about how nice the bed Isaac chose is. She rests peacefully in the afternoon sun, completely oblivious to the storm about to break over them. The bed is so comfortable that getting up feels like a crime. But as Finn lies there, she realizes it's more than just a good mattress. For the first time in what feels like forever, she feels a profound sense of peace. This new apartment feels different, like a place designed for building a future. She finds herself imagining it, family dinners, laughter echoing through the halls. A place where dreams, long since buried, might actually come true. It gives her something she'd thought was lost for good, a reason to be hopeful. She gently touches the flowers, a small, grounding gesture in her new reality. Lost in this quiet contentment, she begins to prepare a meal, the rhythmic chopping filling the silence. In this peaceful bubble, the dangers of the outside world feel a million miles away. And across town, Isaac is having a similar realization while cooking that this feeling of home has nothing to do with the place itself. A soft gaze is on him, and he turns to see Finn watching, a quiet warmth between them. He asks if she's still meeting with Scott later, but assures her there's plenty of time for him to make her something first. She tells him she slept fine, though she's stuck on work leave for security, unable to even leave the apartment. It gets lonely, she admits, especially since he's gone so much of the time. Hearing that vulnerability, a sly, playful look crosses his face. He's got an idea. She asks what they could possibly do, trapped in here with so few options. He scoffs at her innocence, closing the distance and pulling her into a sudden, firm embrace. She protests, flustered, reminding him he'll be late, but he just whispers that this is worth it, the cooking can wait. But the playful moment fades as she looks up at him, her voice laced with genuine fear for the danger he's putting himself in. He tries to soothe her worries, promising he's just watching from a distance, nothing more. But her only concern is him. She pleads for him to be careful and come home in one piece. His gaze intensifies, asking only that she promise to be here waiting when he returns. She holds him tighter, wishing he could just stay, just for today. He whispers back that it's the one thing he wants more than anything in the world. The unspoken feelings finally overflow into a deep, meaningful kiss. It's a familiar feeling, yet somehow this time it feels like the very first. All the fear and uncertainty of the outside world melts away in their embrace. His touch feels different now, warmer, softer, more desperate. And without another word, she helps him pull his shirt away, choosing this moment. He pulls her close, whispering that they don't have much time. The kitchen counter becomes their entire world, a stolen moment of fierce passion. But the story cuts away, shifting to a quiet, unassuming apartment building. Inside one of the units, a sink overflowing with grime tells a story of neglect. And we meet its resident, a young man with eyes that have seen far too much. He glances at the chaos of his home, sighing that he'll deal with it later. With a heavy sense of resignation, he grabs his bag and heads for the door. He walks down the empty corridor, lost in his own bleak thoughts. Just another lonely figure moving through the mundane backdrop of the city. But he's not as alone as he thinks from across the way. A man in a green hoodie is watching him intently. A voice cuts through an earpiece. The coast is clear. The target is gone. Scott Lee, shrouded in a dark hoodie, confirms the signal and prepares to move. He slips silently through the unlocked balcony door, a ghost entering the lion's den. Inside, he immediately gets on the phone with Jay, confirming he's in, just as they planned. Surveying the absolute filth of the apartment, Scott can't help but crack a joke about the mess. But Jay's voice comes back sharp and serious. This isn't playtime, and there is zero room for error. From his own location, Jay reminds him that this whole dangerous operation was his idea. Scott then lays out the theory they've been working on. The target is trying to get caught on purpose. Jay agrees, realizing a small charge is the perfect way for the suspect to get an alibi, while his accomplice, the real second killer, commits another murder, making their primary suspect look innocent. And this is how that plan was born, with Scott insisting they couldn't just arrest Noah. They had to get proof against his accomplice, Cole, and catch them both. But the lead detective isn't having it, turning to Jay to ask why a civilian like Scott is even in the room, talking about we. Jay remains silent, letting her challenge hang in the air as she stares him down, demanding an explanation. She can only conclude that he must be getting truly desperate to involve an outsider in an official investigation. The case files prove her point. Their hands are legally tied. They can question Noah, but without hard evidence, they can't make an arrest. To get a warrant for Cole's apartment, she explains, they need solid proof, something they are nowhere near having. But Jay, ever the pragmatist, cuts through the red tape with a simple, dangerous suggestion. Then let's get it illegally. Scott smirks, seeing his opening and volunteering to take a little tour inside Cole's apartment himself. The detective is horrified, immediately shutting him down. He's talking about trespassing, a serious crime. She insists he can't be involved, but Scott just listens, knowing the decision had already been made the moment Jay said the word illegally. Scott calmly explains the grim reality: the killer's typical cooldown period is over, and a new victim is due any day. With the changing MO, he warns, the next target could be anyone, even Finn. The detective immediately sees through it, accusing Jay of letting his personal connection to Finn cloud his judgment. She reminds him they're running on pure theory, with zero hard evidence to confirm Noah is the mastermind. But Jay argues back, insisting this isn't just about one person, it's about preventing another murder. She lays out the career-ending stakes. If word gets out, he's off the case, but that's only if someone talks. Scott presents his no-lose scenario. If he finds something, it's case closed. If not, no one ever has to know. He puts the final decision in her hands, challenging her to be the one to officially shut them down. The immense pressure weighs on her, forcing a reluctant, weary sigh. She finally gives in, warning Jay that while she won't snitch, if he gets caught, he's on his own. With her reluctant approval, the team immediately gets down to planning their unsanctioned move. But Scott quickly points out a flaw. They're short-handed, and more importantly, they need someone they can absolutely trust not to snitch. Jay ponders this for a moment before a confident smirk spreads across his face. He knows just the guy. Their new recruit is practically vibrating with excitement, gushing that this is the coolest moment of his entire career. Back at their makeshift headquarters, Jay lays down the ground rules for Scott. Find a solid clue, but touch nothing else. Now inside the target's apartment, Scott reports back that he's digging through trash in a filthy room. The place is a disaster, filled with unpacked boxes that suggest the occupant simply gave up on living. Jay listens as Scott complains about the stench, dryly remarking that he should have worn a mask from the start. Ignoring the jab, Scott prepares to search the cabinets, hoping to find a murder weapon or some kind of trophy when a strange sound catches his attention. The moaning is coming from the computer, which is left on, playing some very explicit content amidst a mess of snacks and trash. Scott scoffs into his comms, reporting that the guy's browser has over 20 porn tabs open. Jay asks for any particular theme, and Scott confirms it's all about dominating women. But it's not just that the suspect spends most of his time after work on anonymous forums. On one site, he finds a post from a user claiming to be a messiah, purging the world of filth. And attached to the post are what look like crime scene photos. Suddenly, Jay's partner remembers her coworkers whispering about this exact thing. They were horrified, talking about how the leaked photos showed blood everywhere. She explains it was on an anonymous forum called Bluedit, and Jay immediately forwards the link to Scott. Scott pulls it up, and his blood runs cold. These aren't official police photos. Judging by the fresh blood and night setting, these were taken by the killer himself, long before anyone found the bodies. But there's a crucial detail. The images online aren't direct digital copies. They're photos of Polaroids. This means their suspect either took them himself or, more likely, has the physical prints, a smoking gun. As Scott searches, he feels something is off. Noah is clearly setting this guy up, but some of the details in the posts are wrong. Back at the office, the female detective scrolls through the comments, her face twisting in disgust. It's a cesspool of incels and gorehounds, worshipping the killer like some kind of twisted hero. Just then, Scott's voice crackles through the comms. Hez found them, tucked away in a drawer. A whole stack of Polaroids, physical proof linking their suspect, Cole, directly to the murders. With this, Jay knows they can get a warrant. He tells Scott he did a good job and to get out of there. But as one door closes, another flies open. A call comes in from the team watching Noah. He's gone. For the first time since they started surveillance, has broken his routine, and Jasgat screams that something is wrong. The detective's voice is firm over the comms. Noah's unpredictable move means it's time to act. Jay doesn't hesitate, immediately reassigning his team and ordering Scott to get to Finn. Scott's face hardens with understanding. Today is the day this twisted game finally ends. With a roar of the engine, he speeds off, racing against a clock he can't even see. He immediately calls Finn, trying to sound calm as he asks if she's all right. The urgency bleeds through his voice as he tells her not to move, that he's on his way home. He can't explain the full danger, just pleads with her to trust him and wait inside. On the other end, Finn casually agrees to wait for him and ends the call. But the second the line goes dead, a voice remarks how surprising it is she actually came. And standing right there is Jay, a smug grin on his face, asking if her boyfriend would mind this little meeting. And as Jay taunts her, her mind flashes back to another time, another place, a field of white lilies. It was where she first met him, a boy with reddish hair, who approached her battered, younger self. He'd simply asked for her name, then cheerfully declared that they should be friends. The very concept was so foreign to her. He introduced himself as Noah, guessing he was 10, maybe 11. She glared back at him, insisting she wasn't lying about her own age when he called her too short. He was so persistent, following her even as she tried to shoo him away to bother other kids. Noah just calmly replied he had no friends, so she could be the very first one. She found it strange he wasn't scared of her, especially with the dead rabbit he was casually carrying. Her curiosity piqued. She asked what rabbit meat tasted like, but Noah admitted he didn't know. If he wasn't going to eat it, she wondered, why hunt it? He just met her question with a quiet, knowing smile. Noah noticed her gaunt look, asking if she was hungry, looking like she hadn't eaten in months. She quietly admitted her dad didn't leave her any food again. He just smiled, suggesting they hunt some forest chicken to fill their stomachs. And just like that, the memory fades, shifting back to the quiet light of the present day. Finn gasps, jolting awake in her bed, her heart pounding. The dream was so real, so vivid, that tears well up in her eyes. A single drop traces a path down her cheek, carrying the weight of a past she can't escape. Her thoughts are pulled back to the current plan, using a restraining order to force a confession. But she sees a flaw, voicing her concern that another murder could happen while their suspect is detained. She reluctantly agrees it could work, but her hesitation is so obvious that she's immediately called out on it. Jay lays out the strategy, admitting that while arresting them is simple, he doubts Noah would crack under pressure. He suggests a different angle, putting the heat on Cole, who seems like a much easier target to break. He sees her hesitation and concedes that it feels too simple, but perhaps they've been overestimating their target all along. Leaning in, he reassures her that the most important thing is her safety, something he knows Scott also prioritizes. The mention of Scott only deepens her worry, as she fears this focus on her safety might compromise the investigation. Shifting gears, she asks about Cole, and Jay reveals his plan to personally spy on the man's apartment without a warrant. Hez confident it'll work. Cole is sloppy and predictable, only avoiding capture because a smarter player is covering his tracks. Finn's mind begins to list the potential evidence they could find: trophies, emails, maybe even the missing weapon. Her own words trigger a horrifying flash of memory. A bloody knife, gripped tightly in a violent struggle. The vision burns in her mind, her eyes wide with the chilling reality of what they're truly up against. Still shaken, Finn needs to know the plan, asking Jay when this is all going down. His gaze is fixed, his answer short and absolute. Tomorrow. The operation begins, with Ali posted outside Cole's noodle shop, getting an update on his status. Jay's partner, watching from his car, reports back that so far, there's nothing out of the ordinary. Cole is still inside, business as usual, completely unaware he's being watched. Back at the station, a senior detective tells the team to stay put, confirming Jay is en route to make the arrest. He gets another call. Isaac came through, tracing an IP right to Cole's doorstep. They just need the warrant. And just like that, the female detective arrives with a folder and a confident smile. They've got it. But the moment of triumph is cut short by an urgent call from Jay's partner. Their target is closing up shop early, flipping the sign as the last customers leave. Time just ran out. The senior detective relays the update, telling the team to hold their positions and wait for instructions. With a firm, unwavering gaze, the female detective gives the final order: Jay, go get him. Elsewhere, a phone rings through the silence of a sunlit apartment. The call from Scott goes unanswered, and he can only laugh bitterly, convinced she'll always choose the other man. Jay's frustration finally spills over. He feels like every time they try to escape their past, she drags them back in. But Scott is lost in his own despair, clutching a letter, admitting he was happy just talking to her. He breaks down, a bitter laugh escaping his lips as he realizes he was right all along. He can't believe he let himself hope, even for a second, that things could be different. With a final, weary sigh, he accepts his fate. He tried, but this outcome was inevitable. His hand closes around a multi-tool on the table, a dark resolve settling in. Scott's resolve hardens. Fine. He'll just finish what he started. The scene shifts, and night falls over a quiet little noodle shop. The sign on the door clearly says they're closed for business. But inside, someone is still waiting with a patient stillness. It's Allie, sitting alone amongst the empty tables, looking perfectly composed. After waiting for a full hour, she finally approaches the owner, Cole. He immediately fumbles for an excuse, blaming a non-existent dinner rush for the delay. Allie plays it cool, telling him not to worry as he rushes to pack her meal. She glances outside, surprised to realize just how much time has passed. Stepping out for a call, she explains she got takeout for herself and Finn, hoping to catch up. On the other end of the line, Finn can't hear Cole's inner monologue getting darker. He muses on how strange it is, leaving just one light on as his thoughts drift to women. Allie confirms it herself, telling Finn that the owner is definitely weird, working all alone. But Cole doesn't care. To him, she's just like the rest, rotten underneath it all. He finally approaches with her food, and Allie quickly tells Finn she has to go. She turns to grab her meal, completely oblivious to the danger she's in. A sudden, sharp gasp is the only sound she makes as her eyes widen in terror. Cole lunges, a knife held high, his face twisted in a snarl as he moves to strike. But the scene fractures, flashing back to a bruised woman sitting in a garden. A young Isaac, known then as Noah, listens as she talks about the meaning of flowers. The memory lingers on a bush of vibrant red camellias, a flower that represents longing. His mother's voice echoes, musing that flowers are just like people, they exist, they bloom, and then they wither away. The scene snaps back to the present night, a voice calling out to Scott. He's on the phone, seething with frustration, but his associate cuts him off. Forget Isaac, they have a real problem. With a grim look, the man reveals the terrible news. Finn is not at her apartment. On the other end of the line, Jay's partner confirms it. She had already left by the time he arrived. A wave of dread washes over him as he realizes she didn't seriously go to find Cole alone, did she? Scott relays the plan. They're heading to Cole's house now, and Jay is on his way to make the arrest. But Jay's partner is spiraling, desperate to find her himself, even if he has to search the entire city. Suddenly, a memory sparks in Scott's mind. Noah's greenhouse. He sends the coordinates. It's the only place she would go. On the other end of the line, Jay's partner tries to reassure Scott, telling him he's on the right path. He begs him to stay calm, to not jump to conclusions about why Finn left. But for Scott, any attempt at rationalizing this is pointless. It's already too late. The call ends, and he collapses into his seat, admitting to himself he's at his limit. His associate notices his distress, asking if everything is okay and where they're even headed. But Scott doesn't answer, his mind suddenly fixated on a single, distant memory. The image of the old greenhouse surfaces, a place they haven't been to in years. Rows of beautiful flowers, a symbol of a past that was meant to be pure, but instead, it became a source of tragedy, a memory that ruined Noah. He recalls her standing there, as a younger him promised the flowers would soon bloom, both of them silently aware that it had ruined them, too. She simply admired the flowers, calling them all pretty. Noah felt a bit let down by her subdued reaction, but she assured him she was just bad with words. He smiled, offering to show her his personal favorites instead. He even told her he could teach her how to grow her own, if she wanted. The simple, kind offer made her heart skip a beat. He then confessed how glad he was that she actually came. He'd been hoping she would, admitting it had been a long time since anyone had just listened to him. But the tender moment shatters as a knife appears, plunged into the soil beside the flowers. Noah's expression hardens, and he tells her he's done playing this sick game. He demands to know how long she's going to keep up the act, leaving Finn completely stunned. A sudden gut feeling strikes Jay's partner, telling him they need to check on Cole, and their car speeds off. Meanwhile, Jay is already outside the noodle shop, gun drawn, his instincts screaming that something is wrong. The place is closed, dark, and eerily silent, and he tells his team he's just waiting for the go-ahead. From her car, the female detective gives him the all-clear, trusting his judgment, and promising backup is en route. With a final word of caution in his ear, Jay steels himself for whatever lies inside. He slips through the door, his steps silent against the cold floor. But the moment he's in, his stomach drops. He immediately spots it fresh blood. Cautiously, he moves deeper into the trashed restaurant, stepping around a growing crimson pool. Jay scans the disarray, his senses on high alert for any sign of life or threat. Then, his eyes lock onto a purse left on a table, a chilling clue. There was a customer here. Jay follows the grim trail of blood, realizing it leads straight to the kitchen. He bursts in, but another detective is already there, shouting at a man to stay put. His partner has his gun trained on a suspect, splattered in blood, ordering his hands up. But Jay's eyes widen, a gasp catching in his throat as he sees what's on the floor. A single, blood-soaked, high-heeled shoe lies discarded. His heart sinks. He's too late. It's Ali, lifeless on the ground. His partner officially places the killer, Cole, under arrest. The scene shifts, as if the brutal present is dredging up the past. We're now with Finn, staring down the man she knows as Noah. She demands he stop the lies, but he just calmly asks what he's ever lied to her about. He casually introduces himself as Dale, before trying to steer the conversation back to the flowers around them. Finn can only stare, stunned by his audacity. She can't believe it. Is he really just going to pretend their entire past never happened? But he just smirks, leaning in and challenging her to tell him what she really remembers from that night. He reminds her how in court, she conveniently couldn't recall a single thing. Gathering her nerve, Finn accuses him of killing 2 people that night, her hands trembling. A chilling grin spreads across his face as he asks if she's sure he acted alone. He plants a seed of doubt, suggesting her memories are a lie fed to her by a town desperate to hide its own sins. Or perhaps, he muses, it's a lie she tells herself to escape the guilt of wanting her own father gone. She recoils, shouting that he's wrong, that someone like him could never understand what she went through. Finn admits that while her memory is flawed, the crushing guilt from that night has never once faded. He holds her gently, trying to soothe her, insisting she doesn't have to carry that burden alone because they both wanted it. Her father deserved his fate. Pulling away, he casually dismisses the past, saying he's done his time and even forgiven her. So why can't they talk like old times? But she sees right through him, calling him a liar and reminding him of his promise from all those years ago, the promise that he would kill her. She accuses him of twisting their shared past, making her believe it was something special when he was just manipulating her all along. He scoffs at her pain, brushing it off as childish nonsense he barely remembers. If that's true, she demands to know why he's here now, and he plays the victim, claiming it's just a coincidence. He even adds that if he'd known she was here, he wouldn't have come after all. Legally, he isn't allowed near her. With feigned concern, he tells her she looks tired and confused, suggesting she should just go home. But his gaslighting finally pushes her over the edge. She grabs a nearby knife, her voice cold as she tells him to stop messing with her head. She knows he killed all those girls. Dale feigns a flicker of understanding, asking if she's talking about the serial killing victims. But Finn connects the dots for him, explaining the victim's resemblance to her was no coincidence. It was all planned to torment her. She points out the isolated location and his gloves, but he just scoffs, asking why she came willingly and what she plans to do with that knife. He offers a condescending olive branch, slowly pulling off his gloves as if to prove he'd never dream of hurting her. Holding the glove, he lectures her, expressing his disappointment that she's not the girl he used to know. Finn's face hardens with resolve. She tells him things will never be the same because he took innocent lives for his senseless games. His mask finally drops, replaced by a chillingly serene, almost bored expression. He asks why any of it matters, innocent or not. Everyone dies eventually, so what's 1 or 2 less people? His twisted logic continues, questioning what makes their lives worth more than his or even hers. And then, with a slight turn of his head, he twists the knife, asking if their lives were worth more than her father's. Finn processes his words, thinking about the nature of sin and innocence he's challenging. Dale continues his nihilistic sermon, claiming that everyone is capable of ruining each other, so in the end, nothing truly matters. But death, he muses with a chilling intensity, is a line we're all taught to never cross. Her hand tightens around the knife, the very potential for violence that Dale claims everyone possesses. He then describes the killers, those who dare to cross that line, as people who witness a profound beauty they can't help but chase. He paints a grotesque picture of the act, watching the life drain from a body, feeling the final convulsions. Leaning closer, he reveals the ultimate temptation. For that brief moment, you hold everything, you become a god. He then cruelly pulls back, refusing to confirm if he killed those women, denying her the peace of a simple answer. Dale leaves her with a final taunt, confident that she'll figure out the truth soon enough. But as he walks away, a slow, deliberate smirk spreads across Finn's face. She's not intimidated, she's learning. A manic, triumphant laugh suddenly fills the night air. It's Finn, mocking him with his real name, Noah, as Dale scoffs that she can't seem to shut up. He smirks, thinking her chatter just bought him the time he needed, remarking that she hasn't changed. But she just smiles back, telling him he's the one who's so damn predictable. Dale is unimpressed, asking what's so funny and if she's finally lost her mind. She wasn't just rambling, she explains. She just needed to confirm something. This little last talk, she says, has settled all her doubts. Then the trap springs. She reveals she knew he was under surveillance, and meeting her would trigger an arrest. He scoffs, telling her to let them come. The police will see he isn't one of the murderers. And that's the slip. Finn's eyes narrow. How did he know the police were looking for more than one killer? Dale scoffs, telling her to give it a rest. He's not admitting to anything. She knows why he's so confident. He's made sure there's no evidence to find. Not a single fingerprint left, especially on the missing murder weapon he so conveniently planted. A double-edged gardening knife. perfect for forensics to find the victim's DNA. But only the fingerprints of the man he's trying to frame. A flawless plan. He tries to play it off, suggesting maybe Hez just innocent, but she isn't buying it. The media would eat it up, a man getting revenge on the woman who put him away. But as she turns to him, she asks if he knows what's even better evidence than a weapon. His eyes widen in dawning horror as she gives the one-word answer, a body. And with that, she raises the knife, ready to create some brand new evidence herself. Her resolve shatters, a single question hanging in the air. Why? But he just reaches out, asking why she's the one making such a pained face. It's cruel, she thinks, to see something so genuine at the very last second. He takes her hand, pulling the knife she holds directly toward his own chest. Maybe death is beautiful after all, he muses. A final way to stop ruining lives. A sickening drip of blood hits the floor. He's turned her weapon on himself. He pulls her into a final embrace, apologizing for ruining her plan. His mind screams her name in denial as the world begins to fade. He collapses with her, lamenting that she's really and truly lost it. His hand grips hers, holding the blade in place as his life drains away. With his last breaths, Dale mocks her, telling her she sees it now, doesn't she? Her control was just a delusion. He looms over her, whispering that she's not some god-passing judgment, just a murderer holding a knife. And now, he makes sure to add, her fingerprints are all over the weapon, locking her into this crime. His hand is still clamped over hers, a grim reminder of the choice he forced upon them both. He even suggests she pull it out and run, a cruel offer since that would only make him die faster. The life is draining from his eyes. He knows he'll be gone before any help can possibly arrive. Her own eyes widen in terror as she realizes the trap. This beautiful garden is now a crime scene, and she's the prime suspect, with or without the knife. Meanwhile, a car quietly pulls up nearby. Inside, Cole decides it's safer to stop here, telling his associate Hell go check things out first. The driver looks on, asking him to unlock the doors, ready for whatever they're about to walk into. The driver reminds Cole of his orders from Scott, not to let him out of his sight, sensing he's up to something. Cole gives nothing away, his gaze fixed forward as his partner asks if he should be worried. Arriving at the property, they spot the greenhouse, but it appears completely empty from a distance. They creep closer for a better look, but still see no signs of life, prompting the driver to suggest searching elsewhere. Cole isn't convinced. If Scott had found them, he would have called by now. Something is wrong. He scans the interior one last time, and his eyes lock onto a dark trail staining the path between the flowers. A sudden, sharp intake of breath, he knows exactly what that is. It's a trail of blood, a grim path leading deeper into the glass house. They hurry inside, the driver cautiously advising him not to jump to conclusions. But Cole freezes, staring down at a discarded piece of clothing lying in a fresh pool of blood as his phone starts to ring. Gasping for breath, Cole answers the call, confirming to Scott that they've arrived at the greenhouse. He forces himself to report that Dale is there with him or what's left of him, the image of his bloody ribbon searing into his mind. The full, brutal reality of the scene finally crashes down on him. As Scott promises to hurry over, Cole's eyes land on another body, the influencer, bound and lifeless. The sight is too much. His strength gives out and he collapses to his knees amidst the flowers. His associate rushes to his side, calling out his real name, Isaac, trying to snap him out of his shock. But Cole is lost, clutching his chest, his mind fractured by the carnage. The driver grabs him, shaking him back to reality, telling him Scott just called again with an update. The news is a bombshell. Finn's been taken to the hospital and Noah has just surrendered. Scott's orders are clear. Get to the hospital, and get there now. At the hospital, Jake's partner is on the phone, confirming he'll be taking Noah to the station. He hangs up, his expression heavy with the weight of the night's events. His eyes land on the man who surrendered Noah, sitting alone in the waiting area, nursing a bloody arm. The detective approaches, his voice cold as he tells Noah it's time to get locked up. Meanwhile, the stark reality of the situation hangs heavy over the doors of the intensive care unit. A chilling voice echoes in someone's mind, mocking the secret talks they had with Noah while planning the murders. The taunt is aimed at Scott, who stands in a vision of the hospital room, asked if he's feeling nostalgic yet. His gaze falls on Finn, lying unconscious and fragile in her hospital bed. A phantom memory flashes his hands resting on her, a moment from a different lifetime. The mysterious woman's voice cuts through again, questioning why he never stopped him when he had every chance. The voice twists the knife, asking if he was really going to snitch on the one who saved him from his father. It accuses him of taking the easy way out, leaving her to deal with the fallout so he could live. In his mind, he can only hold her hand, his face a mask of regret as the monitor beeps steadily. He presses a gentle, desperate kiss to her fingers, a silent apology for everything. Meanwhile, in the real hospital hallway, word spreads that Finn is finally stable. Jake's partner watches Scott sitting alone, noting that he's refusing to speak to anyone. Frustrated, he admits that not only is Scott completely uncooperative, but the weapon is still missing. Still, he reasons, The case should be simple now. Finn was the next target and she was with Noah. With another suspect already in custody, it seems like all the loose ends are tied up. But then, his partner's tone shifts. There's a problem. And Scott's head snaps up at the words. The problem, he explains, is that the other suspect, Cole, claimed one last victim before he was apprehended. And when they caught him, the man was a bloody, unhinged mess, mockingly confessing to every single murder. So while they're holding Scott, they can't figure out the connection between the two men. Jay's partner reminds Scott of their deal, to make sure the real killer never sees the light of day again. With a chilling calm, Scott makes a promise of his own. If that man gets out, even for a second, he will personally hunt him down and kill him. The detective just listens, understanding that this has been Scott's endgame from the very beginning. But the situation is even more complicated than a simple copycat, because they still have the other suspect in custody, the one they caught at Finn's apartment building. And all he does is sit there, rambling endlessly about flowers, soaking up every ounce of attention. Back at the precinct, Jay's colleague voices what they're all thinking. None of this makes any sense. If Noah really wanted to hurt Finn, why would he be the one to rush her to the hospital? Just as Jay decides to go interrogate him again, he's interrupted. The chief wants a word. He's called into the office of the man in charge, Arthur Caldwell. The chief immediately gets down to business, demanding to know why Jay is holding off on a press conference when they've already caught the killer. Jay explains they believe there are two killers, both in custody, and that a survivor from last night's attack is now in the hospital. The chief cuts him off, already aware of Finn and Noah. He asks for any hard evidence linking Noah to the murders, and Jay has to admit there is none. With a weary sigh, the chief gives an order that floors him. Release Noah immediately. He argues that Noah saved the girl's life, and with Cole's full confession, the case is officially closed. Jay protests that Noah still broke a restraining order, but the chief is done listening. Punish him for that, he says, but drop the murder charge. But the chief isn't just following orders, he's furious. He asks Jay if he's really going to let Noah walk away again, believing this is their one chance to make things right. Jay's silence is taken as an accusation, and Arthur snaps, asking if Hez implying their original investigation was wrong. His mind flashes back to a heated argument years ago, where Arthur insisted that Finn should have been punished too. He remembers the cold, hard facts. Finn's fingerprints were on the murder weapon, and it was only their pity that kept that damning detail out of the trial. Back in the present, Arthur coldly asks if Finn is even keeping up with her therapy, reminding Jay that neither she nor Noah are normal. He accuses Jay of being too emotionally involved, his judgment completely clouded by his personal feelings. And with that, he delivers the final, crushing blow. Jay is officially off the case. The world seems to fall away as the weight of that order settles in. Sidelined and powerless, Jay finds himself back at the hospital, quietly watching over the still unconscious Finn. His partner asks what his plan is now. Jay's resolve hardens. He'll stick to their original agreement and stay away from her. But staying with her only made Jay realize how hard she was trying to vanish from his life. He watches over her, the silence heavy with unspoken history. As Finn lies unconscious in her hospital bed, Jay stands guard. He can't keep his promise, leaning over her sleeping form, his expression a mix of sorrow and concern. He gently rests his forehead against hers, a quiet, desperate plea for her to be okay. But in the darkness of her mind, a voice echoes, commanding her not to dare die on him. A terrifying memory surfaces, a bloodied man looming over her, declaring she's not allowed to die. He gave her a reason to live, and only he would decide when it's over. He promised to give her a new, desperate reason to stay alive. He would destroy everyone she loves. Her only choice was to survive if she ever dared to try and stop him. His voice echoes in the nightmare, a final, chilling verdict from her past. He sneers that she made her bed, and now she has no choice but to lie in it. A single tear escapes as Finn's eyes snap open, pulling her back to reality. She slowly sits up, taking in the sterile, sunlit room. She's in a hospital, but the memory isn't done with her. His face flashes again, threatening everyone she loves. Isaac, the name is a pained whisper, the ghost she can never seem to outrun. She can't just lie here and wait. She has to do something. Ignoring her body's protests, she slips out of the room into the cold hallway. Barefoot and unsteady, she stares down the corridor with desperate resolve. But the simple act of standing is too much, and she gasps, clutching her gown in a wave of pain. A single thought cuts through her pain. They can't let him go, no matter what. She stumbles to the nurse's station, weakly asking to borrow a phone as a nurse voices her concern. Finn insists it's an urgent call she must make, just as a news report flickers to life on a nearby TV. The broadcast announces the arrest of the serial killer, a 8-year-old noodle shop owner named Cole Fisher. Her head snaps up, her eyes wide with disbelief. That's not Isaac. The news continues, displaying a photo of his final victim, a woman named Aiko Tanaka. A single tear traces a path down her cheek as the reporter adds that Fisher was a recently paroled sex offender. Rooted to the spot, She listens as the report confirms he confessed to all the murders, while Jay watches her from the doorway. A police spokesperson appears on screen, beginning a press conference with a declaration of justice. He thanks the community for their patience, officially bringing the city's nightmare to a close. But for Finn, there is no peace, only the chilling echo of a past that defines her. Her story begins simply enough: "My name is Finn, and this man, with the piercing eyes, was Isaac." She started dating him, even with a nagging suspicion that he might be a psychopath. It was her creed: suspect everyone until they give you a reason not to. A philosophy born from the one terrible truth she held on to, the truth about Noah, her childhood friend. He was the one who murdered her father when she was only 14. The sight of him, drenched in blood and laughing manically, is a memory that never fades. And so, she did the only thing she could. She testified against him. And so, with her testimony, Noah was sent away to prison. But even years later, Finn has always lived with the chilling belief that he'll come back for her. The problem is, her memories of that night are fractured, riddled with gaps she can't explain. So much time has passed that she doubts she would even recognize the monster from her past. It's at this time that a new, terrifying series of murders begins to unfold. The victims all share a disturbing profile. They look exactly like her. The crime scenes are a gallery of horrors, each one a potential preview of her own fate. At the station, Jay's partner asks him if he really believes in coincidence. As a detective, she muses, "You have to assume nothing is a coincidence, especially when the clues form a clear pattern." Jay silently agrees. It's the same logic has always drilled into Finn, which is why she reports anything odd directly to him. And just as that thought crosses her mind, a hand grabs her arm, yanking her back to reality. A man with striking blue hair asks her what's wrong, why she was running like that. Finn can't even answer, her body racked with tremors she can't control. He sees her terror and gently pulls her into a hug, telling her she's safe. He holds her close, trying to soothe the panic overwhelming her. But in her mind, another figure is there, watching them from the shadows. She clutches his jacket, trying to ground herself in the here and now. But a voice in her head whispers a chilling warning: Noah is close. Her memory flashes back, not to Noah, but to the day a boy named Isaac stumbled into her life. A seemingly innocent meeting that marked the beginning of her long nightmare. Her mind drifts back to another night, another man walking away from her. A voice cuts through the memory, asking if she was all right. He was waiting for her, asking if she was coming. But she just stood there, paralyzed by a feeling she couldn't yet place. Then the image fractures, replaced by a boy with a battered face telling her it was time to go back. A sudden, terrifying clarity hits her. The missing pieces of her past begin to slot into place as she hears him call her name. Snapping back to the present, she stares at her own reflection, barely recognizing herself. The face staring back is a blood-soaked girl in a red hoodie, asking if she's forgotten who she is. And the memory finally returns in full: his chilling proposal to kill her father and run away together. Her mind tries to reject it, telling herself she must be remembering it wrong. But her reflection, a bloody specter of her past, hisses that she is the real monster here. The guilt had become so unbearable that she'd clung to Isaac, hoping he could help her remember. She'd asked him then, wrapped in his arms but drowning in her own self-doubt, if he could possibly still want to be with someone like her. His response was immediate, pulling her closer without a moment's hesitation. He'd whispered that, of course he did, that he didn't want anyone else. But the more time they spent together, the more a chilling pattern began to emerge. There was an eerie familiarity in Isaac's behavior, a phantom echo of the boy named Noah. He had the same disarming gentleness she remembered from her past, the exact same smile that had once put her at ease. His laugh, his mannerisms, and even that terrifying streak of violence, it all lined up. Finn was almost certain. Noah and Isaac had to be the same person. But there was just one thing that kept her from being sure. A single detail that didn't quite fit the monster she remembered. She tried to cling to the hope that Isaac was different, that he wasn't like Noah. A belief that, unfortunately, didn't take long to prove completely wrong. Because eventually, the facade cracked, and Noah finally showed himself. And to her horror, she recognized him the very moment he appeared. The truth of his past was darker than she could have ever conceived. Because Noah hadn't just taken her father's life. He had also murdered the mother of the boy she knew as Isaac. This whole time, Isaac had been hunting his other self, plotting his revenge on Noah. He would stand before the mirror, demanding the monster inside him finally show itself. And while his dangerous game had even used her, Finn refused to see him as evil. She saw past the violence, remembering the side of him no one else did. She remembered the quiet, heartbroken boy she once knew. A boy who had been completely shattered by a grief too heavy to bear. To her, he wasn't a monster, just a lost and broken soul. She knew his path had been one of violence, forged by his own bloody hands. A future shaped by the choices he and Noah had made on that fateful night. And no matter how much he tried to convince himself he was a monster, lashing out in pain, telling her to stop her crying, screaming for her to just shut up, it wasn't his anger that broke her heart. It was his suffering. A a sorrow so deep she could only whisper that she was sorry, because Finn knew that deep down, he could never truly bring himself to hurt her. She remembered asking why he suddenly changed his mind about stopping Noah himself. He had admitted that killing Noah would mean becoming the very monster Noah always wanted him to be. He had promised to explain everything, asking her to just trust him and do exactly what he said. And though her heart was heavy with doubt, Finn agreed, telling him she would wait. When he finally arrived, he seemed almost amused that she actually came. He sauntered closer, mockingly asking if her boyfriend would be mad about their little meeting. With a condescending smirk, he remarked that she hadn't changed one bit, but she was ready for him, coolly retorting that he was the one who was so damn predictable. This was the core of his twisted philosophy. He saw no difference between the innocent and the guilty. He mused aloud, questioning what made anyone else's life more valuable than their own. Then he twisted the knife, casually throwing her own father's life into his nihilistic equation. He challenged her definition of innocence, but she held on to her own truth. We all sin, just not in the same way. He continued his twisted lecture, claiming everyone eventually makes someone else miserable. But death, he mused, is a line even the worst people are taught never to cross. And in that moment, she realized with chilling clarity, he didn't want her dead. He grabbed her hand, his voice low and possessive, commanding her not to dare die on him. He loomed over her bleeding form, declaring that he had created her reason to live, and only he would decide when it was over. He then laid out his cruel trap. If she died, he would hunt down and break everyone she ever loved. Her only way to protect them was to stay alive, just as he wanted. With a sinister glint in his eyes, he told her she'd made her bed and now she had to lie in it. Back in the present, an officer reveals that the Dale they interviewed was an imposter. Meanwhile, another investigator looks into the name Noah Inoue, but finds the records are practically empty. The investigation hits another wall. Their suspect went off the grid after his parole, a model citizen on paper. But a new lead emerges, a florist who sent flowers to Finn, and he already has a story prepared. The investigator asks if he's some kind of admirer, but the florist coolly explains it was just compensation for a screw-up. He blames a clumsy former employee, recalling a time the poor guy was berated by a customer for a simple mistake. The investigator asks if he fired him, and the florist smirks, saying it was an easy choice since the kid was also a thief. He then offers to give them the ex-employee's name, a little too eager to be helpful, because he needed a scapegoat, and that scapegoat was a young man named Cole, found at a bloody crime scene. The whole thing was a setup, revolving around the missing murder weapon, a gardening knife left in plain sight. A perfect plant the victim's DNA would be on the blade, but no fingerprints from the killer, who had worn gloves. The only prints left behind would be Cole's, allowing the true murderer to walk away completely clean. But the killer's twisted logic goes even deeper, recalling a conversation about what's more damning than a weapon. The answer, he realized with chilling clarity, was a body. The memory cuts to a younger him, Isaac, kneeling in a pool of blood, struggling to breathe. He's completely shell-shocked, lost in the immediate, horrific aftermath of his actions. His hand clenches, a desperate grip on a reality that's slipping away. Someone shakes him from his trance with terrible news. Finn is in the hospital. To control the situation, his other alias, Noah, decided to turn himself in. It was a strategic surrender, ensuring he'd only face a minor charge for a restraining order violation. Back in the present, Officer J gets a harsh reality check from his superior. Hez told his personal connection is a liability, and just like that, Hez off the case. Despite being off the case, Jay confronts Scott, reminding him of a deal to keep a certain killer locked away. But Scott's eyes are cold as he makes his own vow. If that man gets out, he'll kill him himself. Jay knows the stakes. This is their last real chance to stop the bloodshed for good. Meanwhile, the news reports that a copycat killer, Cole Fisher, has finally been apprehended. A young woman watches the broadcast from her home, her expression troubled. The news identifies the final victim as 35-year-old Aiko Tanaka. A police spokesperson takes the podium, expressing relief and praising the force's tireless efforts. He confidently tells the public they can rest easy now that justice has been served. But the woman watching knows better. A shadow of fear crosses her face, unconvinced by the official story. The scene then cuts away, focusing on a Polaroid camera as a memory begins to surface. In an interrogation room, the captured copycat, Cole, reminisces about a camera his mom bought him. He explains he wasn't an artist, just a kid who took pictures of everything, and kept all the prints. The blonde investigator feigns interest, asking if photography is a hobby of his, to which he nervously agrees. She then reveals they searched his apartment, and indeed, they found a stack of photos right where he said, but her tone shifts, a smirk playing on her lips. The one thing they didn't find was the camera itself. Caught in a lie, Cole stammers, suggesting he must have misplaced it, or maybe someone stole it. The investigator slides the Polaroid across the table, leaning forward with a simple request. She challenges him to prove his passion, asking him to show her how to use the device. Tapping her fingers on the camera, she presses him, her patience clearly wearing thin. Meanwhile, in another room, a man in a suit watches the interrogation feed as he's told not to be nervous. She watches him struggle, mockingly asking if he needs help turning the power on first. With a cold glare, she challenges him to go ahead and prove it, just take one photo. Cole sweats bullets, stammering that he just doesn't feel like it right now. Her eyes narrow at the pathetic excuse. Is it that he doesn't feel like it, or that he can't? The sweat drips down his chin as she leans in, ready to lay out her theory. She's certain he isn't the one who took the photos, because he has no idea how the camera works. If he wants to keep lying, fine. But she warns him he'll take the fall for everything. Her voice softens, appealing to him directly. They both know he wasn't the only one involved. All she needs from him is the answer to one simple question. Who is it? She stands, insisting that it's not fair for him to be the only one taking the blame. She casually mentions how serial killers are treated in prison, a chilling little warning. Leaning in, she asks if he's being blackmailed, pressing him to reveal who's pulling the strings. His hands clench at the offer become a witness, and she can help him get a lower sentence. She dangles the ultimate prize, the possibility of walking away from all of this, if he just tells her the truth. Cole looks like he's about to implode under the pressure. And then, the dam breaks. A desperate scream of denial echoes through the room. He slams his cuffed hands on the table, suddenly confessing that it was him. He killed them all. But his confession warps into a hateful rant. The victims were filth. They deserved what they got. He even turns on her, spitting that she's one of them too. But she watches, utterly unfazed. Outside the interrogation room, the verdict is in. He's completely snapped. So the plan worked. They know Cole is just a copycat, but he's still protecting the real killer. The female officer notes his unwavering loyalty. He'd rather take the fall than say Noah's name. Scott Lee corrects her. This isn't loyalty, it's worship. Cole sees Noah as a savior. He explains that this kind of devotion isn't cheap. Noah must have given him validation, a sense of purpose. And then Scott makes a chilling connection. It's the exact same manipulation he tried on Finn. The only difference, he remarks, is that Finn rejected him. The new strategy is set. They won't just press him. They'll make him remember who turned the myth into a man. With the case momentarily set aside, the officer's attention turns to Scott himself, asking about Finn. She wonders aloud if the two of them still see each other anymore. But he shuts it down. Has only here to make sure Noah rots, and then heads out of her life forever. With his piece said, Scott turns to leave, telling them to keep him posted. But the officer isn't done with him, casually dropping a bomb as he reaches for the door. Does he not care why Finn is resigning? The word stops him cold. Resigning? He can't quite believe it. She looks at him with knowing eyes, informing him that Finn is going back. Back to their hometown. His expression tightens as the unwelcome memories surface. His mind flashes back to a grand estate at dusk, the air filled with celebration. A perfect couple, a bride and groom, are welcomed onto the stage for their special night. Through the focus of a camera lens, the memory sharpens. He was there, working as the photographer, capturing their perfect moment. The officer's words echo, pulling him from the past. Finn is heading back to where it all went wrong. He can't wrap his head around it. What in the world could she be thinking? Back then, he was just Isaac. The handsome photographer the wedding guests were all whispering about. They traded rumors, wondering if he was single again, though no one really knew his story. But Isaac was lost in his own world, his gaze distant and unfocused. Abruptly, he shoves his camera into his assistant's hands, telling her he has to go. She's completely baffled. The event isn't even over yet, and he's just leaving? With a wave, he's gone, casually announcing he'll be taking a month off. His memory then drifts further back, to the quiet, sun-soaked town Finn is now returning to, a place filled with winding roads and the ghosts of their shared history. He remembers a much simpler time, a carefree chase with a young Finn's laughter in the air. A voice from the past calls out, recognizing the familiar redhead running through the streets. The town's gossips watch her go, whispering about the drunkard's daughter always causing trouble. They cluck their tongues, saying her poor father loses his mind looking for her when she sneaks into the woods. As she disappears, they mention another local tragedy, poor Noah, covered in scratches and bruises. The memory fades, and now, an older, more composed Finn walks those same streets, returning home. Her destination is a familiar one, a simple brick house with a green gate, number 24. Back in the past, a young Isaac finds her barefoot in a field, asking how she can even run on such beat-up feet. She just shrugs it off, explaining she has to sneak out quickly before her father notices. He looks at her, his expression turning serious as he tells her that people have been talking. When she asks who, he confirms her worst fears. It's the villagers, and their words are never kind. He relays the cruel village gossip. They're saying her own mother is the reason for her bruises. Finn quickly denies it, insisting the marks are real but just from chasing rabbits all day. Isaac leans in close, his expression serious, asking her to do him a favor and say nothing. He puts a finger to his lips, sealing the pact. This has to stay just between them. She stares back, her young face holding a gravity far beyond her years. He reaches out his hand, a silent offer to lead her away from it all. Their fingers intertwine, a small moment of solidarity against the world. As the memory of them walking away plays out, the adult Finn watches the ghosts of her past. She's completely lost in the moment, the wind carrying the weight of that old promise. But her trance is broken as a voice calls out, pulling her sharply back to the present. A young woman with blonde hair approaches Finn. Guessing she's not from around here, she politely asks for directions, looking for the local police station. Soon enough, she arrives at the Fishertown police station, ready to start her search. But she's immediately met with a roadblock at the information desk. Officer J explains that releasing records isn't so simple, especially for a case over a decade old. He then smoothly offers to take her number, promising an update if he finds anything. His colleagues in the back can't help but snicker, seeing right through his little game. He presses on, asking if she's a relative, implying that might just change things. But she's had enough of the runaround and decides she'll just come back another time. Standing outside with her luggage, she feels a wave of frustration. No one here seems to take her seriously at all. She has to admit, maybe that officer had a point. Finding records this old won't be easy. As the sun sets, she decides her first priority should be finding an inn for the night. But before she can take a step, a man's voice calls out, begging her to stay right there. He rushes forward, wrapping her in a tight embrace, asking where on earth she's been all this time. He tells her that his mother is going to be so happy to see her, but all Finn feels is confusion. The man says someone never gave up hope, never stopped waiting for her to come home. His words hang in the air as his gaze drifts past the missing posters. Posters with her own face on them. Finn's eyes widen, the pieces of this bizarre encounter clicking into a terrifying picture. Sensing her stiffness, the man pulls back, his own face filled with dawning horror and regret. He stammers an apology, realizing he must have mistaken her for someone else entirely. He trails off, his voice heavy with disappointment, admitting she just looks so much like her. But before another word is spoken, a cold, sharp voice cuts through the air. It's a clear warning. He has the wrong girl, and he better let her go before he's forced to. Finn's heart stops. That voice, she knows that voice from somewhere deep in her past. She turns, and standing there with an unreadable expression is a face she never expected to see again. Isaac. He's here, looking at her with an intensity that pins her to the spot. The other man immediately backs off, raising his hands and admitting that it was all his mistake. Isaac gives him a condescending look, offering a bit of advice to avoid such trouble in the future. Flustered, the man tries to explain he got carried away because she was the spitting image of his sister. A sister who disappeared years ago, leaving him to apologize for his brief moment of desperate hope before turning away. But Finn stops him, her eyes fixed on a nearby bulletin board covered in missing person flyers. She points out that his sister must be one of them, and he confirms it, asking if she sees the resemblance. He explains bitterly that the police were no help, leaving his family to plaster posters that nobody seems to notice. But then, a calm voice cuts in Isaac, offering to help, suggesting he might be able to find her. He tells the man he'd like to hear more about the disappearance and proposes they meet up on the weekend. The man eagerly agrees, and Isaac smoothly offers his phone to take down his contact information. As the sun dips below the horizon, a strange new alliance has been formed on the quiet streets. The alleyways empty out, the golden light of dusk washing over the neighborhood. And then we see Finn, walking with purpose, the clacking sound of a rolling suitcase behind her. She's not alone. Either Isaac is right there beside her, matching her pace into an uncertain future. Isaac breaks the silence, noting she's been in town for days now. He glances at her suitcase, asking why she's still dragging it everywhere like a vagrant. He presses the point, asking where she's even staying, and Finn finally stops. She turns to face him, her expression unreadable in the fading light. Isaac explains that after that night, he woke up in the hospital and she was just gone. He gently asks if she wants to talk about what happened, offering an olive branch, but she brushes it off, saying it was just the lack of contact, before questioning why he's really here. Isaac's expression hardens as he confirms he came all this way just for her, his tone shifting to pure concern. He scolds her for being out alone, reminding her that she nearly died and is barely even healed. Her actions weren't brave. He tells her bluntly they were reckless and stupid. Finn snaps back, asking if he really came all this way just to scold her, but Isaac scoffs at her idea of self-care. She accuses him of hypocrisy. He can't just vanish for months and then show up pretending to care. Flustered, she tries to backtrack, but he presses her, telling her to just be straight with him for once. With a heavy heart, she suggests they were better off living separate lives and should just leave it at that. Her words land like a blow, and for a moment, Isaac just looks down, absorbing the rejection. But then, he wordlessly reaches down and takes hold of her suitcase handle. Before she can react, he starts walking away with her luggage, ignoring her completely. She calls out, telling him he isn't listening, but he just urges her to hurry up and follow. He glances back over his shoulder, making one thing crystal clear. He is not leaving here without her. If she doesn't want to talk or even be near him, fine, but he's not about to let her go through this alone. He promises that whenever she's ready to talk, he'll be there to listen. Finn quietly takes in his words, her own feelings still a complicated storm. Their journey leads them to a dingy, forgotten guest house in the middle of nowhere. The fluorescent lights above buzz and flicker, casting an unsettling glow on the grimy walls. Isaac takes one look down the filthy corridor and immediately thinks, what the hell is this place? He turns to her, absolutely refusing to let her stay here. They can find a real motel in the next town, but Finn is tired of running, arguing that this is practical, saving them time and money. He grits his teeth, frustrated by her cold logic but unable to argue with it. At the front desk, she tries to set a boundary, asking for 2 separate rooms. But fate, it seems, has other plans. As the owner reveals they only have 1 room left, seeing his disgust, Finn cuts him off, coolly stating she'll take the room since he doesn't want it anyway. Before he can argue, she snatches the key from the counter, announcing they'll just have to share. Defeated, Scott wordlessly follows her down the hall, dragging his luggage behind him. Later, standing alone in the bathroom, the quiet moment triggers a dark memory. The scene shifts to a hospital, where a younger Officer Jay is asked if he's Finn's guardian. A doctor explains her condition. She was critical when she arrived, but was incredibly lucky to survive. But she also expresses her suspicion about the man who brought Finn in, saying his story felt off. He claimed the knife just slipped, a story that felt impossible given the deep, bloody wound. Jay remembers the man's unsettling calm, a detail that screamed something was wrong. The memory fades, leaving only the cold, sterile silence of an empty hospital corridor. Back in the present, Jay steps into a police interrogation room, and sitting there, cuffed and smug, is the copycat killer, Cole, who sarcastically greets him. As Jay enters, Cole correctly assumes he's still under suspicion, musing that it's a nice break from the boredom. He even taunts the officer, saying these frequent visits are starting to make him feel special. Jay just stares back, his arms crossed, completely unimpressed by the mind games. He makes it clear he doesn't enjoy this and just wants to get it over with. Finally taking a seat, Jay gets straight to the point, demanding to know where the knife is, calling him Noah. The prisoner, now identified as Noah, plays dumb, suggesting it probably just fell somewhere on the way to the hospital. He claims he was too busy with a girl who just stabbed herself to track a weapon, but Jay retorts that he knows he got rid of it. Noah just smirks, insisting Finn set him up, and questions why Jay is so desperate to find a knife that would only prove her guilt. Jay leans in, his voice low and intense, refusing to believe Noah just panicked and dropped it. Noah just smirks back, feigning innocence, suggesting maybe he really did panic while trying to help a dying girl. The officer cuts through the act, laying it out plainly. That knife is the missing murder weapon. He explains it's the same double-edged blade used on 3 other women, with identical wound patterns. And now Finn has those exact same injuries, which means she must have found the weapon in his greenhouse. Jay spells out the stakes. That knife connects everyone, carrying Finn's blood, the victim's DNA, and Cole's prints. And most importantly, it would have Noah's fingerprints all over it. But Noah just scoffs, calling it a messy party that the police weren't invited to, earning a sharp rebuke from the officer. He then flips the script, questioning if this is Jay's theory or just a story Finn fed him, suggesting she's setting him up again. He insists Finn is the master manipulator, playing the victim while having the detective completely under her spell. Jay just looks tired of the act, sarcastically noting how everyone's a manipulator except Noah, of course. Noah leans back with a smug grin, claiming he's just a simple florist who's been living clean since he did his time. He calmly states that without new evidence, this is just harassment, and taunts Jay about getting a lawyer. But the detective calls his bluff, confidently stating that Noah has the right to a lawyer, but he won't use it. Because he's so arrogant, so convinced of his own lies, that he actually believes he can talk his way out of anything. Noah deflects, twisting the accusation back towards Finn, reminding Jay that she already admitted to stabbing herself. He casually wonders just how many times she's tried to end it all, suggesting her psychologist misjudged her instability. And with that, Noah's words finally find their mark, igniting a dangerous fury in the detective's eyes. Jay slams his hands on the table, his patience finally snapping. He declares this conversation over for today, hoping Noah might actually tell the truth next time. With a final warning that they will talk again, the detective turns his back. He promises that he'll be right here, waiting. And with a heavy thud, the interrogation room door closes. Noah sits there alone, his smug expression completely unfazed by the detective's rage. Then, the scene shifts, pulling us back into a memory of a cheap, rundown room. A much younger Noah stands with a girl, who seems shocked by how bad the place is. He asks if she's having second thoughts, but her resolve is firm. She's not leaving. Later that night, moonlight streams into their small, humble room. The two lie in bed together, a quiet distance separating them under the covers. While Allie feigns sleep, Isaac stares at the ceiling, his mind clearly racing. He watches her, the silence of the night feeling heavy between them. His gaze is filled with a restless, complicated emotion he can't seem to shake. He can't help himself, his hand gently reaching out to touch her hair. A frustrated sigh escapes him, a quiet moment of vulnerability. But the silence is broken when she calls out his name, Isaac. Turning over, she reveals she's been awake this whole time, just like him. She sees right through him, asking if he's planning to investigate the missing person cases. Isaac's mind races. Head tried to track Noah after he got out but found nothing. Realizing he must have come back here, how could he have missed it? Of course, this is the only place Noah would go. Finn presses on, sensing they're close to answers, asking if he thinks Noah is connected to the missing women. She reminds him of the posters, of the victim who looks just like her. It's too much to be a coincidence. Isaac stares at the ceiling, absorbing the dangerous implication of her words. He turns the question back on her, his voice low, asking why Finn really came here. Sitting up, he tells her she hasn't let go, that she's here to try and stop Noah again, but she's not ready for it. His fists clench tightly, the memory raw as he reminds her that they almost lost her before. Finn's gaze doesn't waver as she asks him flatly, is he going to try and stop her? Isaac lets out a dry laugh. He knows better than to think he could stop her, she's far too stubborn. But his expression shifts as a new thought takes hold. He turns to her, suggesting that this time, she could be stubborn with him. Her eyes widen slightly with understanding. She agrees, insisting on no more secrets. They do this together. He finally concedes, telling her they'll go to the station first thing tomorrow morning as she lies down. Isaac watches over her, the weight of their new pact settling in the quiet room. With their truce established, she finally settles in to rest, whispering good night. The moon shines through the window, a silent promise for the difficult day ahead. But the next morning, standing before the Fishertown police station, a critical flaw in their plan emerges. The police won't release details to strangers, so their only path forward is to speak with the victims' families. Isaac, ever the stoic guardian, confirms he's coming along, much to Finn's slight annoyance. She asks if he's mad, but he just points out the obvious. Without him, she'd be meeting a total stranger alone. He mocks her lack of a concrete plan, and she has to admit she's just going to figure it out as they go. Their meeting is with a man named Gino, who seems genuinely grateful that someone is still trying to help. He offers to find them a better place to talk, but Finn politely declines, eager to get to the point. She asks if he knows any of the other families, and luckily, he does. He has their numbers from a search party. The conversation turns to one of the girls, Megan, sparking memories of cruel town gossip about her, and we see a glimpse into her tragic childhood. A small, hungry girl, dismissed by her own grandmother. Megan's grandmother launches into a bitter tirade, claiming the girl was abandoned on her doorstep. She then turns on Finn and Isaac, suspiciously asking if they're reporters looking for a story. Her voice echoes over the quiet storefront, declaring she's done looking for that ungrateful girl. Inside, they meet her grandfather, who seems just as defeated, sighing that Megan simply left him. He coldly tells them she brought shame on the family and isn't welcome back, ever. Back outside, Gino sighs, guessing it's easier for these families to believe their daughters just ran off. But Finn isn't convinced. What she felt back there wasn't grief or denial. It was pure resentment. Gino looks troubled, admitting their reaction is strange. They should be desperate for answers. He then reveals the town's ugly secret. The families learned their daughters were working disreputable jobs. Isaac cuts straight to the point, asking bluntly if he means they were prostitutes. Gino confirms it, warning them to be careful before offering his help and taking his leave. As night falls, the town is cast in an unsettling purple glow, and a heavy silence settles between them. Isaac notices Finn has gone quiet, gently suggesting they can pick this up tomorrow if it's too much. He looks away, admitting his own guilt is starting to weigh on him. Finn confesses with a heavy heart that deep down, she already believed all the girls were gone. She'd told herself this was for justice, a way to find Noah, but now she fears she was just obsessed with being right. Isaac thinks of Gino, who still clings to the simple, desperate hope that his sister will come home. But a new resolve hardens in Finn's eyes. Even if this isn't about Noah, she wants to help them. Isaac smirks, asking why she's saying it like she needs his blessing. He simply turns and walks away, telling her to do whatever she feels is right. Isaac gently cups her face, promising that no matter what, he'll be right there with her. The scene shifts to a different part of town, where a group of women are gossiping on a corner. They laugh about their clients, complaining that the married ones are always the clingiest. Suddenly, a man's voice cuts through their conversation, asking if any of them are free. It's Isaac, with Finn standing just behind him, looking completely out of place as he shuts down their flirty advances. A woman with short light hair eyes him suspiciously, asking if he's a cop and refusing to talk if he is. She tells him to get lost, explaining she's got bills to pay and can't afford trouble from talking to strangers. But Isaac presses, warning her that silence won't keep her safe if another girl goes missing on her watch. Before she can answer, another woman with long red hair steps forward, calling her friend a buzzkill. She then spots Finn and brazenly offers Isaac a threesome in exchange for information. The light-haired woman takes a drag from her cigarette, her eyes filled with suspicion. But Isaac ignores the offer, his attention drawn to another woman nearby, uttering a single name. Susie. He remarks on the uncanny resemblance, how she looks just like the missing girl. The other woman scoffs, saying girls don't just go missing here, they're taken, and no one cares. But the look-alike clarifies they aren't cops, they're just trying to find a friend's sister. A flicker of understanding crosses the woman's face. She knew it wasn't just bad luck. She wants the truth, too. She begins her story, the scene shifting to a grimy, poorly lit room. A fleeting memory of one of the lost girls, just living her life, unaware of the danger. Her voiceover describes the crushing hopelessness of their world, a place where you can't count on anyone. She explains how they begged for help when the disappearances started, but were dismissed by everyone as not worth the trouble. She continues, explaining this wasn't just a local problem. The same stories were popping up in nearby towns. They were all living in fear, wondering who would be next, but starving was just as deadly a threat. So they did what no one else would. They tried to investigate, keeping track of every girl who vanished. Susie was the last. She was just a sweet kid, trying to earn enough to finish school, not someone who belonged in this world. Back in the present, the girl recalls how after that, the disappearances just stopped, bringing a false sense of peace. Just then, Scott enters the room, his voice tense as he reminds her to always lock the door. He secures it himself, deciding then and there that she's not staying in this dangerous place another night. His tone softens as he asks if she's having one of her space-outs again. Concerned for her mental state, she seems distant, snapping out of a daze and brushing off his worry, insisting that she's fine. But he knows better, gently reminding her how she'd just started sobbing uncontrollably a little while ago. To break the heavy silence, Scott teases her, claiming she tried to kiss him earlier. She's mortified, denying it, and he admits it was just a joke. But the lighthearted act fades as his expression turns serious. He cuts to the chase, asking what's really on her mind. He gently prods, wondering if her mood is connected to Susie, and her quiet reaction confirms his suspicion. She begins to explain, recalling a time in her past when she was constantly asking for help, but it was like no one could see her, as if she didn't even exist. Shed thought if she just kept trying, someone would finally notice. A painful memory floods back a younger version of herself, alone and ignored, watching the world pass her by. No one ever came. After a while, she simply stopped trying. The look on her younger face is one of heartbreaking resignation. Back in the present, she notes with a heavy heart that nothing has changed. No one cared what happened behind closed doors back then. Scott listens intently, giving her the space to finally voice the pain she's held onto for so long. And it's still the same now. Some things, she concludes, just never change. But as she sits there, a different thought cuts through the melancholy. She looks at Scott and it hits her. She actually knows nothing about him at all. He's this quiet, intense presence. But what about the things he never talks about? A part of her desperately wants to ask, to finally understand him. But she hesitates, feeling like she doesn't have the right to cross that line. A heavy silence settles between them, a space filled with unspoken questions. They both avert their gazes, a moment of awkwardness hanging in the air. Then, Scott's voice cuts in, explaining how it's always the most vulnerable who become targets. Their line of work puts them at risk, and when they vanish, no one notices right away. She looks down at the files, her heart sinking. He's right, and so many cases likely go unreported. Scott's voice is low and serious. He knows it's a desperate hope, but they have to believe the victims are still out there. He suggests a new, grim strategy, cross-referencing their missing girls with cold cases of unidentified bodies. Finn agrees it's a good idea, but points out Scott is off the case and being watched. He just smirks. It won't be me. Elsewhere, a determined investigator takes a call, confirming the missing girls fit the killer's profile, and one of them looks just like Finn. The scene shifts to Finn and a mysterious man named Isaac, crammed in a phone booth, explaining their poor reception to a friend on the line. The investigator on the other end instructs Finn not to tell Scott about this new lead just yet, promising to see them the next day. True to her word, she arrives with supplies, finding them at a small-town inn where they've been laying low. She's relieved to see Finn isn't alone, feeling much better knowing Isaac is by her side. A teasing smile crosses her face when she hears they're sharing a room, much to Finn's flustered surprise. The mood sobers as Finn confirms the investigator's fears. Scott has been sidelined, buried in minor assignments to keep him away from the real case. The investigator agrees, explaining that Scott is too reckless to be brought in until they're absolutely sure. But Isaac sees a deeper motive, noting the chief isn't just rushing the case, he's actively pushing Scott out of it. She has to concede he's right. There's something more sinister going on behind the scenes. He then turns to Finn, asking if she ever wondered why Noah was never convicted for her father's murder. It was all because of one person, he reveals, the same person who handled his own mother's murder case. The man who covered it all up is now the central chief of police. The scene shifts back in time, to a bleak, dimly lit room from their past. The younger chief, then just an officer, is questioned about a child abuse report for a young girl. He remembers her, how she used to hang around the station, but they all just brushed her off. He just saw a lonely, creepy kid, completely oblivious to the silent screams for help from a young Finn. He couldn't understand it. How could this child sit there so calmly, so detached from the horror of what happened? This was supposed to be his last case before a transfer, and it had spiraled into this utter mess. He and his partner sit down with the girl, telling her to just start from the beginning. But the young, bruised Finn just stares into the distance, lost in a world of trauma. In the present, Scott gently prompts her, asking if she remembers what they said to her that day. Finn recalls their instructions perfectly. She was to claim total ignorance of Noah's actions. They wanted her to act like a simple, trusting kid who could be bought with a kind word or a bit of food. Back in the past, the officers feed her the lines, telling her she's suffered enough and this is all she has to do. The future chief leans in, assuring her she won't be punished, that they'll handle everything from here. And as Finn explains to Scott now, they even made sure she never testified, burying the case completely. Scott connects the final, chilling dot for her. The police couldn't risk her mentioning her father on the stand. For the man who would become chief, that case was the last hurdle before his big promotion. He needed it to stay quiet. Elsewhere, the female officer curses her own carelessness, realizing she let things escalate by not stopping Scott sooner. Finn quickly grasps the danger. If the chief finds out they're digging into this, he'll pull them off the case instantly. But the officer's eyes narrow with a sudden idea. She thinks she knows someone who can get them what they need. Their inside man is Julian Hahn, a seemingly harmless records officer buried in a mountain of paperwork. She asks him to pull cold cases with unidentified victims from the last year, a task he believes he can handle easily. Pleading her case, she asks him to expand the search, emphasizing just how much she needs his help on this. Julian smiles warmly, reminding her they're practically family and that he still owes her for a past kindness. He knows the case sounds messy, but without a moment's hesitation, he tells her he's in. Julian expresses his concern. Are they sure about this? They're just civilians, but the officer has already made up her mind, telling him to pass his findings directly to Finn and Scott. She can't explain everything right now, but she promises to fill him in later. The most important thing is getting those files. Trust me, she insists. They might not look the part, but those two are sharp, and in this for all the right reasons. With a confident smile, Julian assures her she has nothing to worry about. He's got her back, no questions asked. And with that, the unofficial team is formed, as the officer calls Finn and Scott over to exchange contact info outside the station. As Jay departs, he gives them one last warning. Be careful, stay quiet, and call him the second anything comes up. Now, it's a waiting game. Finn turns to Scott, realizing all they can do is wait for Julian's call. Scott gives a silent, determined nod in agreement. With their task set, Finn steals her resolve, ready to head back and prepare for the next move. The scene then cuts to a quiet neighborhood at night, as an unseen voice calls out a familiar, ominous name, Isaac. As they walk through the quiet night, Finn finally breaks the silence. She questions his sense of direction, asking if he even knows where they're going. Scott stops and turns, a thoughtful look on his face as he pivots the conversation entirely. He finds it funny, he says, how she can recall her police interrogation with perfect clarity, but when it comes to Noah, the boy from her past, her memory is just a blur. He sees her shock and quickly backpedals, assuring her he's not judging her selective memory. He just realized she came here for a reason, to remember him, and now they can do it together. With a quiet apology, he reveals their destination. This is the path to his old house. They arrive at the gate, the air thick with unspoken history as they stare at the familiar building. But Scott looks over, telling her they don't have to do this now, worried about her fragile state. But Finn turns it back on him, more worried about his feelings than her own. Scott's expression remains steady, almost placid in the face of his own trauma. He brushes off her concern, promising they won't be long as he approaches the gate. With a low creak, the old gate swings open, revealing the path to a sealed-off past. He turns, hand outstretched, a silent invitation to step into the memories with him. Finn hesitates, the gravity of what this place represents hanging heavy in the air. A memory seems to flicker in his mind, his hand dropping slightly. He remembers a younger version of himself, hand bandaged, asking if she was ready back then. Her gaze firms with resolve, a decision made in that fleeting moment. She reaches out and takes his hand, ready to face whatever lies ahead, together. His mind flashes back to a different time, their younger hands held tight. And in the present, that connection remains, a silent source of strength. They walk up to the old house, and a knock from the past echoes in his memory. The world dissolves into a flashback of a cold and relentless downpour. He was just a boy then, Noah, knocking on a door with a shivering Finn beside him. A young woman opened it, her face filled with worry as she chided him for being out so late. But Noah's voice was desperate, pleading with her to please help them. Her stern demeanor melted away, replaced by a look of pity and concern for the two children. The memory shifts inside, to a dark room where the ceiling light above them sputters and fails. Then with a sudden click, light floods the space, a brief sanctuary from the storm outside. The woman apologizes for the dim lighting, promising to get it fixed as soon as the rain lets up. The memory flashes to a teenage Isaac, recalling how their frantic knocking had woken him up. Without his glasses, the scene was just a fuzzy blur of shapes in the dark hallway. He was thirsty anyway, so he shuffled off toward the kitchen, deciding to linger for a bit. Back in the present, Finn takes a deep breath, thinking of how patient Scott has been with her. She knows it's her turn now. She has to force herself to remember. Scott senses her hesitation, asking if she's all right, but she urges him to continue. Finn is determined to recall the face of the woman who took them and Isaac's mother. A memory surfaces, a gentle hand reaching toward her younger self, brushing her hair, and then a kind, worried voice asking if her father was the one responsible for her injuries. The woman sighs, realizing Finn's father had been getting away with his abuse for far too long. The memory sharpens, her gentle hand cups young Finn's bruised face. She promises the little girl that she's safe now. He will never hurt her again. Turning, she orders Noah to grab the first aid kit, as young Finn thinks to herself how kind Isaac's mother is. Isaac just stands there, watching the scene unfold with a blank expression. The flashback shatters, and back in the present, Scott gently asks if she's remembered anything. Finn looks down, confessing she'd heard so many terrible things about his mother, but now realizes they were all wrong. But Scott quietly corrects her, explaining that after a while, she wasn't herself anymore. After his father died, she married Noah's dad, but he wasn't in their lives for very long either. And his mother was never the same after losing him, too. Scott continues, explaining that losing another husband simply broke something inside his mother. She was never the same person after that. And young Noah's rebellious behavior certainly didn't help. He just kept pushing her. But Scott is adamant she would never hurt her children, instead bottling everything up to cry in secret. When it all became too much for her, she started jumping from one religion to another, desperately seeking an answer. He didn't see it then, but it was a sign she was losing herself, praying for some divine intervention. Finn listens, asking if she ever got better, and Scott confirms she did after therapy, but not before she dragged them through her breakdown, believing they all needed to be saved. He tells Finn that through it all, he stayed by his mother's side as she finally pulled through. And with that, Finn's own memories seem to shift, realizing Scott's mother never stopped trying. Her voice cracks with regret as she admits she was used in court, a pawn to turn everyone against his mom. Scott listens in silence, his expression unreadable. He then asks a simple, cutting question. If the detectives didn't want her to testify, why did she? Finn looks down. The answer dredged up from a painful part of her past. She did it because she believed the last thing the world needed was another monster, a decision she made after seeing a young, broken Isaac cry. Scott presses further, asking if her belief that he was a manipulative liar was truly her own. She admits her memories are a fog. She doesn't trust the child she was, who understood nothing. Seeing her confusion, Scott offers her a choice. Does she want to hear the rest of the truth? Scott begins to recount the story from his perspective, a memory that starts with a loud thud, the sound of his mother collapsing. Finn, looking bruised and broken in her own memory, agrees to try and piece the truth together with him. The scene flashes back to that night, where a young Finn watched as his mother asked for a medical kit, but the boy returned with a bat, and the brutal attack is reflected in the girl's horrified eyes as his mother crumples to the ground. He remembers watching her, still awake, trying desperately to crawl away from her attacker. Even then, she was trying to protect him, her struggle a silent signal for him to hide. Back in the present, Scott stands before a door, explaining this is where the worst part of the memory is buried. Finn steels herself, insisting she's ready to see it, telling him not to worry about her. His hand reaches for the handle, pausing for just a moment before revealing the final piece of the puzzle. With a grim and steady gaze, he slides the door open, ready to confront the truth together. Finn peers into the room, her expression unreadable as the door slides open. A voice from the past urges her forward, telling her not to just stand there. The memory floods in. A younger Scott, a bound woman, and a twisted promise of reciprocity. His mother, broken and bloodied, had already given up, seeing freedom only in death. But in the present, a sharp gasp cuts through the silence at Scott, his composure shattering. He turns away, covering his face as he weakly excuses himself, unable to bear the sight. Finn just stares, utterly confused by his reaction, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Her hand clenches tight, something is wrong. This isn't how she thought she would remember it, because as she looks into the room, there's nothing there. She doesn't understand, she doesn't remember any of it at all. Outside, the quiet patter of rain begins to fall, washing over the silent, bewildering scene. Scott pushes his way outside, stumbling into the cold, pouring rain. Finn follows him out, her mind racing with worry. Is he mad, or is he hurt? Then, watching his back, she realizes with a sinking heart he might be crying. All she can do is stand there, desperately hoping she's wrong. An old, painful memory surfaces, the image of a young boy sobbing uncontrollably. She reaches out, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder to pull him back from the edge. He turns, his face a carefully constructed mask, and mutters that he's just starving. Trying to change the subject, he asks if she wants to grab some dinner, but the heavy moment has passed, and they silently agree to postpone this for another time. So they just stand there under the awning, watching the rain fall around them. But just as they're about to leave, a voice from the shadows calls out a familiar name. Scott turns, his face a mask of cold indifference, as he's finally found. A man from his past looks him over and welcomes him back, calling him Isaac. Scott immediately cuts him off, making it clear this isn't a friendly reunion. But the man, Gino, isn't deterred, casually inviting them to sit and catch up. His eyes slide over to Finn, with a snide remark about Scott still being popular with the ladies. That's it. Scott grabs her arm, deciding he'd rather walk in the storm than stay here. Gino quickly tries to backtrack, claiming he's let go of their old feud. He even tries to apologize for whatever he said back then, brushing it off as old news. But mentioning the cop he beat up, and his mom only deepens the icy silence. Scott's jaw tightens. He knows that apology was just for show. Gino's friend warns him he's drunk, but Gino just smirks, asking why Scott's in such a rush to leave. He then points a finger, directing his venom towards Finn. He asks if she knows about Scott's reputation, his time in juvie, or his penchant for nearly killing people in fights. Laughing manically, he brings up their shared tattoo, mocking how Scott used to act like the whole town was his enemy. His friend tries again, telling him to sit down, but Gino insists he's just doing Finn a favor. She deserves to know about the family she's with, his troublemaker, brother, and their deranged mother. He leans in, sneering that it's funny how Scott turned out just like his murderous brother. But instead of lashing out, Scott turns away from the noise and leans into Finn's space. He whispers that there's something he needs to tell her himself. He admits that for a time, Noah was a good brother, even if he couldn't bring himself to say it. And if his brother taught him anything, it was to never, ever take crap from anyone. But Gino's bitter rant continues, cutting through the sudden downpour that traps them there. He demands to know why Scott even bothered to return, and you can see Scott's hand clenched tightly. He sneers, accusing him of just dragging this poor girl along for the ride. Scott pulls Finn closer, trying to shield her, his expression hardening against the onslaught. Using his old name, Gino screams that the crazy just runs in their family's blood. But before Scott can even move, Finn steps past him, and a sharp slap echoes through the rain. The force of the impact sends a nearby plastic chair tumbling to the wet ground. Gino's friend just sighs. A look of pure resignation on his face, he knew this was coming. Gino clutches his stinging cheek, telling Finn she should worry about herself. But her gaze is cold, remarking that empty cans always make the most noise. She adds that Scott was lucky to escape, otherwise he'd be as worthless as Gino, and Scott just listens. Gino lets out a derisive scoff, a twisted smirk forming on his lips. He bursts out laughing, mocking her, asking who she thinks she is to lecture him. His tone shifts, demanding to know her real story, because nobody sticks with Scott out of pure kindness. He leans in closer, probing, asking if she just has a thing for pathetic lost causes. Then he invades her space, whispering that her brand of crazy is actually kind of hot. He claims that out of respect for his old friend Isaac, he'll keep his hands to himself. But the threat is clear as he grins, saying if Scott wasn't there, he would have already had his way with her. Before Gino can even finish his threat, a hand flashes out, grabbing him by the throat. Scott lifts the man clean off the ground, his casual strength on full display. Finn stares in shock, trying to tell him to let go, but the words catch in her throat. She grabs Scott's arm, trying to pry his fingers loose, stunned by his raw power. With a chilling calm, Scott tells Gino he thinks too much with the wrong head. Finn desperately pleads with Isaac to stop, but her words are lost in the tense air. Gino gags and chokes, his taunts turning to desperate gurgles as the grip tightens. She screams that he can't breathe, but Scott just tells her to shut up. He doesn't even look at her, his cold gaze fixed as he orders her to move. His command, sharp and absolute, freezes Finn right where she stands. Suddenly, one of Gino's buddies has had enough, grabbing a bottle and grumbling about his parole. Finn screams a warning, but it's too late as the bottle shatters across Scott's head. Blood drips down Scott's face, but his expression remains unnervingly calm as the man stammers an apology Scott has no interest in hearing, as he grabs the guy and delivers a brutal headbutt. But Gino, back on his feet and brandishing a knife, is absolutely ecstatic. This is the hometown brawler he remembers. He welcomes back the old Isaac, and Scott is more than happy to reintroduce himself with a devastating blow. The knife clatters uselessly to the pavement. Scott scoffs internally. Gino still can't fight fair. Finn can only watch in horror, the sounds of the brawl echoing as she whispers his name. He grabs Gino again, a flicker of self-blame in his eyes. He knows this escalation is on him, before delivering a vicious kick that sends the other thug flying, and Finn realizes with dawning terror this isn't him. She can only watch, frozen in disbelief as Scott just keeps going. Finally, snapping into action, she runs towards him, screaming his name, begging him to stop. She throws her arms around him, pleading with him to see that it's over, that he's already won. But the man she's holding isn't listening, and with a violent shove, he throws her aside. Finn tumbles to the ground, the crash of metal echoing her own shattered composure. From the pavement, a bloodied Gino can only curse, stammering that Scott is out of his damn mind. Scott's response is swift and brutal, a sharp kick to shut him up for good. He grinds his heel into Gino's hand with a sickening twist, breaking his fingers and his spirit. Leaning in close, he reminds him that he's never won before, and today wasn't going to be the day that changed. Then, without another word, Scott turns and walks off, leaving Finn alone to wonder where that monster is going. But he wasn't leaving. He was just getting started, grabbing a steel pipe from the trash. Finn looks on in disbelief as he stalks back towards them, murder in his eyes. She glances at the other thug, already unconscious, wondering why this isn't over yet. Gino is a crumpled mess on the pavement, completely out of the fight. A single drop of rain falls, and a horrifying thought hits her. Is he actually enjoying this? Then the heavens open up, the downpour mirroring the storm of violence in the alley. As Scott raises the pipe to finish the job, Finn throws herself over Gino, shielding him with her own body. He stares down at her, baffled by her stubbornness, asking if she even knows who she's protecting. But her gaze softens as she notices the blood on his face, realizing he's been hurt too. His anger seems to fade for just a moment, his voice low as he asks her to look at him. But her plea twists into a pained rejection, telling him he reminds her of someone she can't stand. She begs him not to be this person, her voice trembling in the cold rain. Her words finally seem to land, and Scott freezes, the violent energy draining from his body. Suddenly, a nearby door slides open, a shopkeeper shouting about the commotion scaring away his customers. He yells for them to leave immediately, threatening to call the police and end this chaos. The scene shifts to later that night, a simple bowl catching the steady drip of rainwater. We find Finn back at her apartment, quietly dealing with the leaks from the storm. But her thoughts are elsewhere as she grabs a first aid kit and walks towards Scott's door. With a soft creak, she pushes it open, stepping into the quiet darkness of his room. Inside, he sits alone on his bed, a towel over his head, looking completely defeated. He doesn't even look up, the violent energy from before completely gone. Finn holds out the first aid kit, a silent offer to mend more than just his wounds. She gestures for him to come here, her own cheek already patched up from the chaos. If he won't go to the hospital, she insists, then at least let her treat his head. She kneels down, opening the kit on the floor between them. To her surprise, he quietly moves to sit in front of her, still refusing to meet her eyes. She gently takes his face in her hands, tilting his head to see the cut. Warning him that it might sting, she carefully begins to clean the gash on his forehead. It doesn't look too deep, she murmurs. A little ointment should be enough. After she's finished, he remains silent, lost in thought under her lingering touch. Her voice is a whisper as she admits that she's missed him. He meets her gaze, confessing it's taking everything he has not to kiss her right now. It's a strange feeling, he admits. Considering his past hatred was so strong, all he thought about was hurting her. She looks away, reflecting that he might have been the only one who would have ever believed her about her mother. If only they had met sooner, he muses with a heavy heart. Maybe they could have saved each other. She then confesses her own moment of truth. Back in the greenhouse when she thought he was gone for good, the relief she felt realizing he was alive was twisted, because it meant she truly didn't want to lose him. He recalls the moment she threw herself in front of him, his expression turning serious. If he had actually hit her then, he admits, he would have completely lost what was left of himself. Finn looks down, whispering an apology, saying it was like he wasn't even there anymore. Looking her straight in the eyes, he cuts through everything with a simple, desperate truth. He needs her, but he can't bear the thought of her being chained to him just because she feels she has to fix him. He gently holds her face, asking her to tell him what she really feels deep down. Because when all the chaos finally ends, he truly wants a future with her. Finn's mind, however, drifts to a darker conclusion, imagining a cycle they can't break. Shed cling to him to stop herself from spiraling, and Head stay out of a misplaced sense of duty. In the end, there would be no salvation for either of them, they would just drown together. She imagines herself saying the right thing, the logical thing that it could never work. They would say their final goodbyes, and that would be the quiet, heartbreaking end of their story. Then they would simply turn their backs and walk away, into separate lives, forever. But that bleak future was just a nightmare, because in reality, Finn collapses into his arms. He holds her tight, whispering his true desire, for them to finally be together. Overwhelmed, all she can do is cling to him, her tears soaking his shoulder. He pulls her in even closer, a silent promise in the strength of his embrace. In the soft blue light of the room, they finally find a moment just for themselves. Words are no longer needed as they seal their decision with a kiss. They've made their choice, and for now, the rest of the world can wait. But elsewhere, under the cold fluorescent lights of an interrogation room, Their world is about to collide with reality. Officer J sits across from the monster he caught, impatiently asking about his own family. The copycat just smiles, taunting Jay about how close he's gotten to Finn and to Isaac. But Jay pivots, clarifying he wasn't asking about Isaac's family, he wants to know about the copycat's real one. The killer just scoffs, asking if Jay wants to hear about his mother just to tick off boxes on a serial killer checklist. Jay plays it cool, suggesting a man who loves to talk as much as he does would relish telling his own story. And with a theatrical sigh, the copycat agrees, promising to tell the detective the full truth about his childhood. He spins a tale of a perfect upbringing, loving parents, well-off, homeschooled, and never once abused. A smug grin spreads across his face as he taunts Jay, noting this isn't the tragic backstory he was looking for. Does a happy home disqualify him from being a monster in the detective's eyes? Jay doesn't flinch, explaining that plenty of killers come from good homes. Sometimes it's about nature, not nurture. The copycat twists his words, musing that he was damned to be a psycho no matter what. But Jay cuts through the theatrics, reminding him of the blood on his hands before asking if his stepmother was the real abuser. The copycat scoffs, telling the detective he's already made up his mind about who the monster is. He then tries to flip the script, claiming everything he did was to save both Isaac and Finn. Jay listens stone-faced as the killer tries to paint himself as their twisted guardian angel, but the detective isn't buying it, retorting that all he did was destroy them, and their falling in love was something he never planned for. The word love seems to catch the copycat off guard, an unexpected variable in his game. Jay leans in, a cynical edge to his voice, asking if he actually believes they're in love. The killer bursts out laughing, mocking the notion. Isaac might think it's love, he says, but Finn wouldn't even recognize it. He spins a dark theory. Finn isn't in love. She's just drawn to the familiar darkness in Isaac, the same way she always went back to her abusive father. And with chilling certainty, he declares that when he's finally free, she'll come running back to him. The cold, possessive claim hangs in the air, leaving Jay visibly disturbed by the man's absolute conviction. But Jay's heard it all before, scoffing that the killer will never get the chance. It's a typical profile: narcissistic, a hero complex, and a habit of blaming everyone else. Outside, he vents to a colleague, the killer's words making him want to smash his fist through a table, or through the man's face. She remarks with a small smile that he almost did. She questions why he bothers, since the killer won't talk, advising patience until they have solid proof. But Jay feels the pressure. Cases like this can drag on for years, and what Finn did bought them precious time. His colleague adds that Noah violating the restraining order was an unexpected slip-up. Still, they're stuck. If Noah hadn't brought Finn to the hospital, the case would have been closed. This raises the real question for Jay. If he's killing lookalikes, why has he left the real Finn untouched? His colleague offers a chillingly simple explanation. It's a common pattern, seen in other killers before. Scott seems to dismiss her theory, questioning if the killer's motives even matter at this point. He's more focused on the present, ready to go have a little chat with the copycat, Cole. But Jay has other duties. As Scott starts to walk off, Jay calls out his name. He waves without looking back, assuring her they'll find a way to get her back on the case. She just chuckles, adding a quick compliment about his haircut as she turns to leave. Just then, a buzz from his pocket stops him in his tracks. He pulls out his phone to see a message from Officer Julian. The files are ready, with copies for Finn and Isaac. The scene then cuts away to a quiet house at dusk, a young woman's voice cheerfully announcing she's home. Inside, a girl with blonde pigtails walks in, completely drained from finals and complaining about being hungry. She stops suddenly, sensing an unfamiliar presence in the house, wondering if there are visitors. Not paying attention, she rounds the corner without a care in the world. She calls out to her dad about guests, sliding right into a solid frame. With a bump, she stumbles backward, completely caught off guard. But her annoyance vanishes the second she looks up and sees Scott Lee holding her steady. Her father appears from the kitchen, introducing his daughter Emily with an apologetic smile. But Emily's eyes drift past Scott, lighting up as she recognizes the pretty sis, Finn. Later at the dinner table, her dad jokes about them surviving the week, offering them a room. Emily, ever the observant one, asks why they'd share a room unless they were married. Her father quickly shuts down her nosiness, but she pivots, asking Finn why she was looking for the police station. The question hangs in the air, and for a moment, Finn doesn't know what to say. Thinking fast, Finn spins a wild story about being a top-secret detective, and Emily is absolutely captivated. Officer Julian Hahn tells them to get some rest, promising they can go over the case files Jay asked about tomorrow. As they head upstairs to the room he's offered them, Scott can't help but notice how happy the officer and his daughter seem together. The comment makes Finn wistful, admitting they remind her of Allie and how her stubbornness always ended in laughter. With his head resting in her lap, Scott listens as she calls those memories some of her happiest. He smiles softly, glad she can finally recall something good amidst all the darkness surrounding Noah. But this snaps Finn back to reality, a sudden panic rising that they're losing their sense of urgency. She begins to spiral, questioning if they're even chasing the right leads, as he tells her to just relax. He leans in to distract her, but her mind is stuck on one terrifying possibility. What if Noah gets out before they solve this? But Finn immediately shushes him, worried that Emily is just in the next room. Even though the girl is probably asleep, she whispers that the bed creaks with every little movement. A deep blush creeps across her face as she realizes just how awkward their situation is. The next morning, a sharp knock echoes through the house. It's Emily, checking to see if Big Sis and Big Bro are awake yet. Finn opens the door, a little flustered, as Emily cheerfully announces that breakfast is ready. She thanks the girl, promising that she'll get Scott up and they'll be down soon. A quick glance back shows him still sound asleep, oblivious to the morning's interruption. Later, Julian lays out a mountain of files for them on the table. He's compiled every case he could find: missing girls, unidentified bodies, all from their timeline. As they sift through the grim collection, Finn voices a thought that's been nagging at her about the city's serial murders. She points out the first two were surgically clean, but the later ones were sloppy, suggesting a copycat. But Scott has another idea. He explains that killers evolve, and their earliest work is often their messiest. Finn's eyes sharpen with a chilling hypothesis. What if Noah's first kill was right here, sloppy and overlooked? The sheer volume of cases is staggering, a graveyard of forgotten lives just waiting for someone to connect the dots. Scott admits he's overwhelmed, never expecting their small town to hide so many dark secrets. But Finn's gaze turns cold as she reminds him they already know who Noah's very first victims were. He asks if she means their parents, but then his voice drops, filled with disgust as he corrects himself. Animals. Before ever targeting people, he says. Noah honed his cruelty on rabbits, a detail she seems to have forgotten. Finn holds up a file, showing him the disturbing photos inside, explaining that in the chaos, patterns always emerge and she's just found one. Having found her lead, Finn calls Jay, asking her to review a specific file she sent over. Jay pulls up the case from a nearby town, confirming she sees the similarities Finn was talking about. Finn explains the victim is unidentified and doesn't match any of their current missing persons. Jay's mind starts racing if a local case matches the serial killings, and the copycat has an alibi that means two killers. Finn presses her point. If they can prove Noah was in town for that crime, they'd have grounds to bring him in. But Jay pumps the brakes, warning Finn to stay focused and not get carried away by personal feelings. She reminds Finn that this is too close to home, and they can't risk crossing civilian boundaries again. A quiet moment passes, and Finn's determination gives way to a flicker of doubt. She asks Jay, her voice small, if she's crazy for chasing this truth against such small odds. But Jay immediately shuts that down, telling her that stubbornness like hers is exactly what they need more of. Before hanging up, Finn has one more thing to add, a little more personal this time. She happily confesses to Jay that she and Scott are back together, and she just had to share the news. Jay takes it in stride, promising to say hi to Scott for her before ending the call. But the second she hangs up, a wave of renewed determination washes over her. Meanwhile, at their makeshift investigation headquarters, the door suddenly slides open. A young woman named Emily makes a grand entrance, declaring herself the fourth member of their secret squad. The man with glasses tries to send her away to do her homework, but she's already finished it all. He insists this is serious work, not playtime, but she refuses to be dismissed, adamant that she can help. Leaning over the table, she argues that with all these files, they'll need every brain they can get. But before her fingers can touch a single document, a hand slams down, blocking her with finality. Scott calmly advises Emily to listen to her father. This isn't a game for kids. Her face falls as her dad agrees, telling her she has no business looking at these files. With a firm gaze, Scott tells her it's time to go to bed. Frustrated, Emily stomps away, muttering about how much they all suck. Finn gently chides her not to run, getting an indignant "I'm not a kid" in response. Her father apologizes for the outburst, but Finn just smiles, saying it's normal for her age. With the interruption handled, he asks for an update, and Scott confirms they've found something. Their goal is to connect the missing local girls to a string of unsolved murders Jay is investigating. He's taken aback. A case from the city reaching all the way out here? How could they possibly know? Finn admits they can't be certain yet, but the methods are too similar to ignore. Finn presents the grim file, showing him the disturbing photos of the victims. The officer looks over the case, his expression darkening as he understands the gravity of the situation. She explains they have two suspects in custody, but the chief is narrowing it down to just one man. Scott cuts in, asking if he could pull the suspect's record for them, but notes the police files seem suspiciously incomplete. The officer offers a convenient excuse: a fire at the station might have destroyed some files. Still, he promises to dig up whatever he can, and Scott gratefully acknowledges his help. He just needs one thing before he starts: the name of their prime suspect. Later, riding a bus through the countryside, Finn worries they might be asking too much of him. Scott reassures her, stroking her hair as she leans against him. He explains the officer is just repaying a debt to Jay. She settles into his touch, content for a moment, before asking him what he's been staring at so intently. Scott reveals he just took photos of the files, which they'll have to keep from the detective. Still, Finn worries, asking if he thinks their target will actually tell them anything useful. With a grim look, Scott admits it's highly unlikely. As the bus rolls on, they realize they need a good cover story, and Finn suggests they pose as family of a missing woman. Their journey ends as they arrive at a quiet suburban home, knocking on the front door. The door cracks open, and an annoyed man demands to know what they want. He looks them over, clearly irritated by the interruption on his day off, until his eyes land on Finn. A flicker of recognition crosses his face as he calls her Pipsqueak. Finn stares back, stunned, having no idea who this man is, or how he knows that name. Meanwhile, back at the station, the officer pulls the file, confirming the prime suspect's identity, Noah Inoue. The file confirms their worst fears. Noah murdered Finn's father and is deemed extremely dangerous. Despite his high-risk classification, the parole officer notes he's cooperative, making sure he stays locked up for now. The scene flashes back to a bruised, younger Finn being callously asked if she has any family left. The interrogator, a younger Noah, presses her, cynically questioning if she ever secretly wished for her father's death. Even then, she couldn't deny the truth her father was hardly a man worth fighting for. Back in the present, Noah scoffs at their investigation, asking if they're just playing detective. Scott retorts that somebody has to care since the police clearly don't, earning a sharp warning from Noah. He claims there's nothing to tell, that the case went cold because the victim was never even identified. But Scott pushes forward, revealing they know this isn't about just one girl, others have gone missing too. Noah's demeanor shifts instantly. Seeing the documents, he demands to know how they got their hands on police files. Seeing the conversation going nowhere, Finn places a hand on Scott's leg, quietly telling him it's no use. She looks at him, her expression firm. It's time for them to just go. As they turn to leave, a polite but hollow thank you hangs in the air. But Noah isn't done, his voice dripping with condescension, as he asks why the Pipsqueak even came back. He can't believe she'd crawl back to this hellhole after finally getting a chance at a normal life. A life, he sneers, that her father could never give her. Finn listens, his words washing over her, her resolve only hardening. She stops, turns back, and asks him a simple, cutting question. If he could fix a past mistake, would he? Before he can answer, she shoves her phone in his face, showing him the faces of other missing girls. She tells him plainly that if these victims don't get through to him, then she doesn't know why they bothered coming at all. One by one, the faces of the missing girls flash across the screen. Noah's eyes narrow, his usual arrogance faltering for just a second. As they walk away, the weight of their past hangs heavy between Finn and Scott. She reaches for his hand, her voice small as she asks if Noah was right about them. She can't help but wonder about the normal life they abandoned, the one they almost had. But Scott looks at her knowingly. He tells her she'd always be haunted by the what-ifs. A sad smile touches her lips, as she agrees she was never one to just walk away. He reassures her they're on the right path, but he needs her to be all in. She promises she won't quit this time. Elsewhere, the police are poring over grainy surveillance footage from a train station. Jay holds up the evidence, a bright red jacket, so conspicuous it feels like the culprit wanted to be noticed. Jay lays it all out. Cole's schedule at the flower shop made it perfectly convenient for him to be their man. And what a coincidence. They found the exact red jacket tucked away in his closet. Her colleague has to ask, with all the evidence pointing his way, could he have actually done it? But Jay just scoffs. There's one big problem, the guy can't even keep his own lies straight. We see Cole in interrogation, stumbling over his own words, changing his story mid-sentence. Jay's frustration is boiling over as she calls him out for constantly flip-flopping on his confession. She leans in, pressing him with a hard fact. None of the victims' doors were forced open, but when she mentions Dale, the man who gave him a job, Cole completely loses his composure. He sneers that she could never understand the bond he has with the man. With rattling chains, Cole defends Dale as the only person who ever saw past his criminal record. Jay mulls over Cole's words, wondering if his devotion is the same as what she's seen before. But her thoughts are cut short when a colleague tells her there's an anonymous call she needs to take. He leans in and clarifies that the call is specifically for someone named Noah, and her expression hardens. The call is patched through to the team at the central police station. Jay gets on the line, but there's only silence on the other end as she asks who's there. She tries to coax them into talking, but the line clicks dead, leaving her with nothing. Annoyed, she demands to know what the caller said before she took over. The officer who answered first explains he was a man, and he only spoke a single name, Noah Inoue. They realize the call is untraceable, likely from an old phone booth, and they'll have to catch him live. The use of Noah instead of Dale tells Jay everything. This caller is someone close, and now, he's their top priority. Jay doesn't hesitate for a second, barking an order to her colleague to bring Scott here, right now. Meanwhile, at a different precinct, Dispatchers are handling the usual chaos of the city. A phone rings, seemingly just another emergency call coming in. A female officer answers professionally, identifying herself as Central Police. But the voice on the other end makes her blood run cold, her eyes widening in shock. She turns to her partner, breathless, confirming their worst fears it's him. The call is immediately rerouted, patching the audio directly to Jay's team. The line connects, monitored, bridging the gap between the police and their target. And there, in an interrogation room, Scott picks up the phone, a small smirk on his face as he reintroduces himself as Noah. Back at the station, Jay's superior leans into the mic, demanding the person on the other end to speak. On the other end of the line, the caller's voice is laced with confusion, asking if he can be heard, warning that they're being listened to. Across from Scott, the copycat Cole calmly confirms that he's well aware of their audience. Jay and her superior listen in, completely baffled, concluding that the caller seems just as clueless as they are. The man's confusion turns to anger, as he demands to know who's on the line, but he's cut off by a cold, clear voice, promising to make sure it's done. A faint, dismissive sound escapes Scott's lips as he hears the promise. A flicker of dark amusement in his eyes. But before anyone can react, the line goes dead, the caller vanishing without a trace. Jay's superior steps into the interrogation room, his voice sharp as he questions Scott, pointing out that the mysterious speaker knew his name. For the first time, Scott's composure cracks, his gaze falling to the table as he seems genuinely lost in thought. His interrogator presses harder, demanding to know what the message meant, mocking him about running a cult or collecting fanboys like Cole. But Scott ignores the taunts, looking up with a chilling focus to ask a single, haunting question. Where is she? His voice sharpens with unnerving urgency, demanding to know exactly where Finn is right now. The scene cuts away from the cold interrogation room to a quiet, sun-drenched window. And there she is, Finn, sleeping peacefully in the morning light, seemingly safe. But her rest is suddenly shattered as she gasps, her eyes flying open as if jolted from a nightmare. We're then pulled into a memory of a breakfast table, a conversation from a time long past. A younger Finn sits with her friend, Emily, who's annoyed that her busy father is having Finn help her. Emily isn't buying the excuses, accusing them of hiding some top-secret business from her. Finn can only look away, wishing she could explain but insisting her father has a good reason. Her friend scoffs, muttering that good fathers don't make other people do their jobs for them. Then she asks a question that hangs heavy in the air: where is her big bro? She's never seen Finn without him. Finn explains her brother is just out with a friend, but Emily teases that's what everyone says. The conversation takes a sharp turn as Emily leans in, asking for Finn's secrets. She wants to know how Finn makes men so devoted, they'd die if she told them to. Finn tries to shut her down, saying Isaac isn't like that and Emily is too young for this kind of talk. Frustrated at being treated like a child, Emily declares Finn is no fun, and gets up to leave for school. But as she turns, a small box slips unnoticed from her school bag. It lands silently on the wooden floor between them. The playful mood evaporates as Finn begs her friend, pleading not to tell her father. All of Emily's bravado is gone, replaced by a desperate, quiet plea. She picks up the box of cigarettes, asking if she can please just keep this one secret. But Finn isn't keeping the secret. She tells Emily to be honest with her father herself. The younger girl's pleading act vanishes, replaced by a cold annoyance. She drops the facade entirely, telling Finn to stay a clueless big sister and mind her own business. With a casual wave, she announces she'll be home late, leaving Finn to deliver the message. The door slides shut, leaving a stunned silence in her wake. Finn is left alone, processing the venomous words from the girl she just tried to help. Later that night, the house is dark and quiet, but someone is inside, hunched over in the hallway as if struggling to stand. It's an officer, Julian, his face strained with pain. Finn finds him, asking if he's okay, but he just brushes it off as tired knees from a long day. She then asks where Isaac is, only to learn he's also gone, and she feels a pang of guilt for keeping Julian. The situation gets worse when Finn admits she argued with Emily, who also hasn't returned yet. A quick glance at the clock confirms that Emily is hours late, and Finn's worry spikes into full-blown alarm. Deciding she has to act, she resolves to search for Emily and asks Julian to come with her, and he readily agrees. He gives her a pained but grateful look, thanking her for her trust and concern. Elsewhere, under a flickering street lamp, Emily is fuming to herself, still stewing from the earlier fight. She sits alone in the dark, grumbling about wasting her last box of something she paid for with her own savings. But a sudden noise from the shadows cuts her off, and her head snaps around in alarm. A figure emerges from the darkness, his voice cold as he advises her to turn back. He ominously warns her that she's walked right into a dead end. As night settles over the city, the frantic search for Emily is underway. Finn and Officer Julian start by questioning one of Emily's friends. The girl confirms Emily asked to hang out earlier, but she had to go straight home. She gives them a list of the usual spots they could try looking. They check with a local shopkeeper, only to learn Emily was there hours ago and wanted to be alone. Another lead turns cold, and Julian stares up the empty stairs, his hope dimming. Finn apologizes, blaming herself for Emily running off, but Julian immediately shuts her down. This is his failure as a father, he insists, but then a thought strikes him. He tells her there's one last place they can look, a place of significance. It's the street where he first met her, a memory from a happier time. Finn questions their route as they speed past a dark trail leading into the woods. Julian knows the place. He's hoping it's a spot Emily frequents, a desperate last guess. The quiet drive gives Finn a moment to reflect, admitting she barely knows Emily at all. With a heavy heart, Julian reveals that Emily's mother passed away when she was very young. He confesses how hard it was raising her alone, his job as an officer always pulling him away. Head promised his wife. Head make sure their daughter never felt lonely. But in this dark moment, he feels like he's done nothing but fail her. Finn's reply is a quiet, painful confession. She wishes her own father had cared that much. Hearing his regret, all she can think is that she would have killed for even half of that love. Struck by her words, Julian reaches over, taking her hand in a silent apology for a pain he now understands. Finn thinks to herself that she could never imagine laying a hand on her own child. The car's headlights pierce the gloom as Julian announces they've arrived at the secluded spot. As they get out, he grabs flashlights and casually asks if Isaac knows she's out here. She confirms that he does, and Julian breathes a sigh of relief, glad Isaac won't worry. But just as he relaxes, he suddenly pauses, his eyes catching something in the darkness. A lone school bag sits abandoned on a tree stump, instantly filling him with dread. At that same moment, Isaac is arriving at the Fishertown police station. He walks in with purpose, announcing to the front desk that he's here to pick up Emily. His name is called out, but as he turns the corner, his confident expression vanishes. He sees Emily sitting there, disheveled, and demands to know where she's been and what happened to her clothes. Emily collapses into his arms, trembling as she whispers how terrified she was. The station detective cuts in, asking Isaac if he's the one who answered Julian's phone. He explains that Emily stumbled in here completely panicked. She was chased through the forest, and though she escaped, she's convinced her attacker is still out there. Isaac's gaze hardens as he processes the news. Someone was in the woods with her, still clinging to him. Emily confirms it, her voice cracking as she says she saw someone. Meanwhile, deep in that very forest, Julian and Finn search under the pale moonlight. Finn suggests they split up to cover more ground, but Julian immediately dismisses the idea as too risky. She just smiles, assuring him she knows this place like the back of her hand and will be back in an hour. Reluctantly, he agrees, watching with a worried expression as she disappears into the trees. A sudden rustle in the undergrowth makes Finn call out, hoping it's Emily. She sweeps her light through the trees, telling the girl her father is worried sick. But the mention of a father sends her own mind spiraling back into a dark, buried memory. She recalls a gentle hand holding hers and a quiet promise to be nothing like him. The memory jars her. She never told Isaac about her father's abuse, so how could he have known? The past rushes in with a gasp, her younger self's voice pleading not to be sent back home. She remembers sobbing, explaining how her father's gaze had changed into something that made her skin crawl. The physical violence had stopped, but his new gentle touches felt so much worse. She had begged Noah, her voice breaking, admitting she couldn't face going home anymore. And with chilling resolve, he had promised her that her nightmare would end that very night. A sudden rustle in the dark woods puts Finn on high alert. Flashlight cutting through the night, she calls out, hoping to find Emily. But her beam of light lands not on a person, but on a small white rabbit, sitting beside a figure lying in the grass. Elsewhere, Officer Julian desperately searches for Finn, his voice echoing through the trees. He urges her to stop, pleading that if she's looking for the killer, she needs to back off now. Finding her, he tries to explain that the station just radioed in, but trails off, confused by her stillness. Finn looks back at him, her expression dead serious, telling him he's going to need a detective and backup. Her light reveals the truth. Another victim, bound and murdered just a few hours ago, the killer possibly still lurking nearby. She holds her gaze, waiting for the officer to grasp the horror of what they've just stumbled upon. Officer Julian stares, completely rattled by the scene, and asks Finn if she's okay. The grim discovery sends them racing back to the Fishertown police station. Julian bursts through the doors, his voice cracking as he calls out his daughter's name. He finds her sitting there, safe but visibly traumatized, with Scott Lee watching over her. Overwhelmed with relief, he rushes to embrace Emily, who apologizes for not going straight home. While father and daughter have their moment, Scott's attention shifts to Finn, asking if she got hurt. He pulls her into a tight embrace, his voice heavy with regret for letting her go out alone. But Finn pulls away, her own voice trembling as she tells him it's happening again. She explains that the victim's injuries match the old murders perfectly, the same gruesome M.O. Scott processes the horrible news, wondering if this means their connection to Noah was a dead end. But Finn's gut tells her this new killer isn't the one they've been hunting, and she knows this victim won't be the last. Suddenly, a memory clicks into place. She recognizes the dead girl's face. It was Allie, one of the women they'd met before. The connection is undeniable and terrifying. Scott tries to calm her, urging her not to jump to conclusions until they can confirm it. He turns his attention to Emily, gently suggesting it's time for her to go home and rest. But Emily stops her father, telling him he really needs to be more careful with his things. She then reveals a pair of broken glasses, the lenses shattered and smeared with blood. Julian freezes, his face paling as he stammers, asking where she could have possibly found them. She quietly tells him it doesn't matter, promising that she won't tell anyone what she knows. Sensing the overwhelming tension, Scott pulls Finn back into a tight, protective embrace. Later, a phone rings, and it's Jay on the other end, asking if Finn is okay. She plays it off as a simple check-in, claiming she was just worried. But Scott isn't buying it, his suspicion piqued by her unusually persistent tone. He reassures her that Finn is fine but presses her, knowing something else is wrong. The timing is too perfect, and Scott calls her out, forcing Jay to admit she wasn't being honest. She finally caves, explaining they received a strange, untraceable call at the station for someone named Noah. And in a flashback, we see the aftermath, the copycat, Cole, demanding to know where Finn is. Jay's superior interrogates him, wanting to know why he's suddenly so interested in her. Cole plays dumb, taunting the investigator that it's his job to figure it out, not his. But the superior isn't fooled, pointing out how Cole reacted to the name and his immediate questions about Finn. Cole smirks, finally admitting he might have a hint, but if they want his cooperation, he expects something in return. The superior listens, stone-faced, as Cole reveals he knows Finn is out there, doing her own investigation. The prisoner then lays out his audacious demand. Either bring her to him, or tell him exactly where she is. Back in the present, Scott can't believe it, scoffing into the phone about the nerve of that prisoner trying to negotiate. But Jay's tone is dead serious, asking him if maybe, just maybe, Cole actually has the leverage to make these demands. The question hangs in the air, Scott's expression hardening as Jay presses him, asking what happened back then. As the tense phone call continues, he silently moves through the quiet apartment. He opens a door to find Finn, completely vulnerable and fast asleep in her bed. Scott watches over her for a moment, a storm of concern brewing beneath his calm exterior. His gaze is fixed and serious as Jay's voice cuts through the silence, asking if he thinks Finn is in danger. Jay's voice explains the grim pattern. The disappearances and murders stopped a year ago, but the moment Finn is back on their radar, it all starts again, as if someone's been watching her. She warns Scott that if they don't find the truth soon, this will become another Cole situation. He can hardly believe it, asking if she seriously wants him to negotiate with that monster. Jay insists this is too big for her to decide alone. They need his help and can't rule out the bargain just yet. Suddenly, a soft voice calls out his old name, Isaac, pulling him from his thoughts. Finn stirs awake, rubbing her eyes and explaining she's been so tired lately she just passed out. She asks about the call, wanting to know if there are any developments on Noah or the case. But Scott deflects, his expression serious as he tells her there's something he needs to ask first. He gently takes her hand, asking if she would hate him for wanting her to come back home to the city. But Finn's gaze is sharp, cutting through the moonlight. She knows exactly what he's thinking. She reminds him that he was the one who made a promise that they would face whatever comes next together. She asks him pointedly if he's trying to send her away, and Scott immediately backs down, apologizing for even suggesting it. He swears he'll never bring it up again. As he pulls her close, Finn's true fear spills out. She doesn't want to go back. He holds her tight, a silent promise to keep her safe right here. She begs him, please, don't make her return to that place. But elsewhere, the darkness they're fighting against claims another life, the second victim this week. At the grim scene, Jay connects the dots. Tied limbs, a body in the woods. It's just like a case from last year, and she's already been digging. Her colleague confirms her worst fears. There were others. Cases closed with no answers. The grim conclusion is unavoidable. This town has finally birthed a serial killer. The crime scene photo is just one more piece of a puzzle someone tried to bury. It all floods back, a memory of a desperate woman asking when they'd finally take this seriously. In a heated confrontation at the station, she accused the police of not even looking for the missing girls. Another woman stepped forward, her voice raw with grief, accusing the lead detective of ignoring their pleas. She told him that if he had just listened, the killer wouldn't have taken another one of their friends. But the detective was tired of her interference, telling her she was only slowing them down. He dismissed her condescendingly, telling her and her friends to just try and stay careful. As she walked away, she muttered a final, bitter hope that they would catch the monster, before they end up disappearing too. The detective just scoffs, clearly annoyed by their persistence. He retreats into his office, grumbling about those women and their naive ideas. Still complaining about his time being wasted, he's told there's another visitor for him. A calm voice cuts through his rant, telling him that's no way to treat concerned civilians. He turns to find Jay, who introduces herself as a detective from the Central Police Station. He immediately gets defensive, demanding to know why she's on his case without authorization. She explains she's investigating a serial killer in the city with a very similar pattern. Her case has 4 victims and 2 suspects already in custody, with more bodies being uncovered. The detective wonders if they caught the wrong guy, but Jay suggests a darker possibility, a copycat. The detective tries to regain control, offering to explain everything if she'll just cooperate. He starts with a demand. How did she learn about his cases so fast? And who is her source? He even accuses her of being the one giving Finn and that guy access behind his back. Jay just looks at him, asking if he truly doesn't recognize the man he's talking about. She drops the bombshell. That man is Isaac, the son of the woman Noah murdered long ago. And to make it all worse, she reveals Noah is now one of their prime suspects. The detective freezes as the pieces violently click into place for him. Jay sees it too, the MO. The resemblance it all makes a terrifying kind of sense now. Finally, on the same page, they agree to end this, with Jay adding she has debts to settle with those two. Meanwhile, at Emily's home, her mother confirms to a guest that the girl needs therapy and time off from school. Just as things seem to settle, a buzz at the door announces an unexpected visitor. And look who it is, Officer J, arriving with a confident smile and a clipboard in hand. She greets Finn, Scott, and even Julian, remarking how they have so much to catch up on. But Scott just stares back, his expression cold and untrusting as he utters her name. Cutting through the tension, Jay asks Julian to step outside so they can speak privately. He hesitantly agrees, and the paper door slides shut, sealing the 3 of them inside. Left in the hallway, Julian can only wonder what's so important that he had to be excluded. From outside, we hear Jay's serious warning. For now, they can't trust anyone. She explains this is for Julian's safety too, before asking them to list everyone they've told. Finn admits they've spoken to locals all over town, and the grim reality sinks in. The killer could be anyone. Jay cuts straight to the bad news. Another body turned up this morning. Scott immediately asks if she's been identified, but Jay reveals they only know she was a prostitute. Noticing Finn's troubled expression, Jay tries to comfort her, insisting none of this is her fault. But there's a silver lining. Jay believes this new murder is just what they need to keep Noah behind bars. She then reveals something Scott hadn't told Finn. A mysterious phone call came in for Noah just after the first body was found. The timing, she explains, is far too suspicious to be a coincidence, making this whole case even more complicated. Scott listens, stone-faced, as Jay declares this is enough to reopen the investigation and suggests there's a second suspect. This new killer knows everything about Noah, copying his methods to either frame him or simply to mess with them. But then Jay drops a bombshell. She thinks this killer is an amateur, reckless and sloppy. She reminds them of Noah's meticulous planning. He would wait months between kills, unlike this new, frantic copycat. Jay lays out the killer's predictable pattern, but Finn has a far more direct idea. She fits the victim profile, so she'll be the bait. Before she can even finish, Scott and Jay shout in unison, absolutely refusing her reckless plan. Jay pleads with her to stop throwing herself on the line, pointing out that even Noah never wanted her dead. A wry smile crosses Finn's face. She knows they're right, but the guilt still eats at her. Meanwhile, in an interrogation room, a detective storms back in, his patience completely worn thin by the suspect's games. He glares at Cole, the copycat killer, who just sits there with a smug, infuriating smirk. The detective slams the table, demanding to know who Cole is working with, screaming that they are out of time. Leaning in close, he finally reveals the devastating news. Finn is missing. And just like that, Cole's arrogant facade crumbles, his eyes widening in what looks like genuine, gut-wrenching shock. The detective's desperate accusation hangs in the air. If Cole doesn't talk, Finn is as good as dead. Across the station, Jay's partner flies into a panic, yelling that they need to get up and find Finn right now. But as he lunges for the door, Jay calmly blocks his path, telling him he's not going anywhere just yet. She advises him to hold on to that desperate expression. It'll be useful when he's face to face with Noah. He stares back, bewildered, as she drops the bombshell. Finn isn't missing. It was all a setup, she explains, and it was Finn's idea from the start. To prove her point, she slides several chilling Polaroids across the desk photos of other possible victims. The case, she admits, is far bigger and more complicated than they ever realized. Her partner's shock turns to cold fury. She knew all this and still let Finn go in alone? Jay defends her choice, arguing they needed more evidence to connect Noah to these older serial murders. But he's heard enough, accusing her of repeating the very mistake they swore would never happen again, leaving her with nothing to say but a quiet, pained apology. Jay insists they can still turn this around. The call, the killings, they can use it all to make him crack. The scene flashes back to Finn, who explains it was her plan all along, born from a chilling certainty that Noah would never let her die. Her partner is still reeling, questioning how she could possibly be so sure he'd take the bait, but Jay's eyes narrow with grim determination. They don't need him to believe it, just to show one flicker of panic. Her voice echoes as we see Cole in his prison jumpsuit, telling her partner that once he sees it, he'll know exactly how to move. A slow, knowing smirk spreads across her partner's face. He gets it now. That arrogant look on Cole's face, it's all an act. He bursts into the interrogation room, slamming his fist on the table, demanding answers about Finn's disappearance right after Cole's call. But Cole just scoffs, playing dumb and pointing out that if Finn were truly missing, they wouldn't be wasting their time here. The detective isn't fazed, pulling out the victim photos and laying out the timeline. The murder started right after the call, right where Finn was staying. He slaps the pictures down on the table, right in front of Cole's cuffed hands, forcing him to look at the evidence. The detective flips the script, blaming Cole's hesitation for everything that's happened to Finn. Cole fires back, questioning how he could ever trust the police's intentions for her. A slow, condescending smirk spreads across his face as he begins to see the game. He glances up at the camera in the corner, realizing this is all just a show. Seeing his opening, the detective offers a trade, promising to reveal the original killer's secrets. He leans in with a tempting offer. He'll give him the names and all the locations. The detective's eyes narrow as he asks the million-dollar question, just how many were there? Unable to resist the chance to gloat, Cole looks up, a triumphant gleam in his eyes, and states the number, 11. In the observation room, a junior detective turns to Jay, completely stunned by what he just heard. Jay's expression remains cold and focused as she confirms it. That was a full confession, and with that, the trap is sprung. A colleague approaches his superior, the case finally clicking into place. He lays it out with chilling certainty. Noah is their serial killer, just as they'd theorized all along. The chief simply stares back, his face a mask of cold calculation, absorbing the confirmation. But the story shifts, cutting to a quiet, sunlit room where Finn sits alone. Her peaceful moment is interrupted by a voice from the doorway. She has a visitor. Looking up, she sees not one, but two figures standing there, Scott and Isaac. In a flash, she leaps from her seat and throws herself into Isaac's arms, overwhelmed with relief. Scott, however, hangs back, his expression unreadable as he watches their emotional reunion. Isaac holds her tightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips, just glad that she's safe. But Scott quickly shatters the moment, asking Finn to give them some space he needs to talk to Isaac. Isaac's voice rings out, absolutely livid that Scott would entertain the killer's insane proposal. But Scott calmly explains the situation. The man has practically confessed to the murders. Isaac argues back, warning him that the moment he lets this psychopath take control, he loses. Unfazed, Isaac reveals their bargain, one name and one location up front, just to prove he's not bluffing. His main priority, he states, is getting Finn back to the city, far away from Noah. But then he reveals the final, twisted condition of the deal. The killer refuses to confess to anyone else. He wants Finn, and only Finn. Suddenly, a quiet but firm no comes from the doorway. Finn has heard everything. Scott's composure shatters, his hand gripping the table as he reminds Isaac of the promise he made. He makes his own vow. If that man gets anywhere near Finn, Scott will kill him without a second thought. Scott accuses his other self of being weak, of letting the killer turn him into a pawn. But Isaac scoffs, pointing out Scott's own barely contained rage whenever Noah's name is mentioned. He questions how Finn could possibly be any safer around someone so consumed by hatred. That strikes a nerve, and Isaac grabs him, furiously refusing to be compared to that monster. Scott grabs him right back, forcing Isaac to look at what he's become. This rage, this loss of control is exactly what the killer wanted to inflict upon him. Their heated confrontation is suddenly cut short by a sliding door. Finn steps between them, her patience gone. She declares this is her decision to make, and with her choice made, a convoy of police cars begins its journey through the quiet countryside. Inside, Cole the copycat watches the scenery pass, a confident, chilling smile on his face. From the back of the transport, Cole's eyes meet the driver's in the mirror, his voice a mocking whisper. A faint, chilling smile spreads across his face as he soaks in the moment. He admits it's hard not to feel nostalgic as his mind flashes back to this very countryside, to the day he was first brought here as a young boy named Noah. His guardian explains that this new life, with this new woman, cost him everything. He then tasks Noah with being a good older brother to her son Isaac. A hollow promise is made that from this day forward, they would all be a happy family. Back in the present, Isaac's hand tightens around Finn's, begging her to reconsider. But she pulls away, telling him the decision is made, even as he argues that he should have a say. The real issue surfaces. He can't believe she hid a call from him, breaking their one rule of total honesty. He reminds her that she almost died last time, frustrated that his worry is making him the bad guy. Isaac insists that no matter how brave she thinks she is, he doesn't believe she can face that monster and come out unchanged. Finn listens, her expression heavy with the weight of his warning, but she turns to him with a condition, asking if she'll truly be alone. She needs him to promise that if she starts to break, he'll be the one to pull her out. His frustration melts away, replaced by a quiet understanding. He covers her hand with his own in a silent vow she didn't even have to ask. The moment arrives as Officer J walks down the sterile corridor of the investigation unit, and there sits Finn, ready, as a familiar voice greets her from across the table. It's Cole, the copycat, feigning concern for her safety with a sickeningly sweet smile. From the observation room, the detectives watch, noting he looks like he's just hit the jackpot. Finn tersely replies she's fine, but everyone knows Cole just got exactly what he wanted. Jay's colleague wonders if it's all a bluff, but she knows they have to play his game. The conversation turns to Scott, whose presence is questioned, but Jay insists Finn needs him there. Inside, Cole soaks it all in, the picture of a man in complete control, but Scott is anything but calm, his jaw set as he watches the scene unfold. His hand clenches into a tight fist, betraying the rage simmering just beneath the surface. Finn cuts through the charade, demanding to know why she's here, but Cole just laments that they aren't alone. He leans in with a chilling smile, telling her he just wanted to see her, and that should be reason enough. Finn stares him down, refusing to believe he confessed to murder just for a chat. Cole just offers a calm, almost gentle smile, enjoying her disbelief. Then he drops a single name that cuts through the tension. Megan. In the observation room, Jay's colleague instantly recognizes it. She was one of the missing girls. Jay is stunned. She expected him to toy with them for much longer. Cole calmly offers to lead them right to the body, no strings attached. He then dismisses Finn, telling her she's served her purpose and can go home. She's floored. Is that really it? But he simply repeats that he just wanted to see her. Finn demands answers. What about the other 11 victims? What about her? But the shutters come down. Cole turns away, declaring he's done talking, and won't say another word. But just as he turns away, Cole adds a final, chilling condition. And if she wants the other names, she'll be back. In the observation room, the profilers see it for what it is, a blatant display of dominance. The lead detective turns to Scott, his voice urgent. They have to get Finn out of there, right now. Finn's hands tremble beneath the table. She can't let him do this to her again, not after everything. She knows he's making her believe that coming back is her only choice. A detective enters the room to escort her out, and she looks up, the weight of the situation crashing down. As she leaves, Cole watches her with a smug, satisfied smirk, but his eyes and his thoughts are directed elsewhere. He's putting on a show for his little brother. He stares right at the one-way mirror, knowing full well who's on the other side. A direct challenge to Scott, a twisted lesson from a monster who thinks he's a teacher. This, Cole's smirk says to the hidden camera, is precisely why his brother will never measure up. And with that, we're deep in the woods, where police have followed the killer's lead. The area is taped off, a crime scene established on nothing but the word of a monster. After an hour of digging, the lead detective is losing patience, suspecting this is just another one of his games. His eyes land on Cole, standing there with his police escort, and he seethes, hating that they have to trust him at all. The detectives exchange a look of doubt, their skepticism growing with every passing minute. But suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet woods. A forensics officer is calling out to them. They rush over to find the grim discovery. Human remains, confirming they've found a body. A wave of relief washes over the team. The ID still needs to be confirmed, but it's a huge weight off their shoulders. As Cole is led away, the detective watches him go, vowing that this little field trip won't earn him his freedom. But even with the body found, the lead detective feels a pit in his stomach. This was all too easy. Back at the apartment, a sudden phone call cuts through the tense silence. It's the police. Scott listens, confirming the discovery and promising they'll be there soon. He hangs up the phone, the weight of the conversation settling on his shoulders. His expression is grim as he turns, preparing to deliver the awful news. Finn waits, her eyes fixed on him, already dreading the words she knows are coming. And as he tells her, the truth hits her with the force of a physical blow. Her composure crumbles, a wave of shock and grief washing over her. The trauma sends her spiraling back into a memory, to a boy with reddish-brown hair, a vision of Noah, the person at the very heart of all her pain. Her mind flashes back to him, to Noah, waking up in a small, bare room. The morning light spills across the mattress on the floor, his only furniture. Downstairs, a simple meal is waiting for him on the table. He picks at his food, lost in a world of his own thoughts. His mother tells him she's leaving now, reminding him to be home by 6. He watches her go, his expression unreadable, before turning back to his food. Soon, another boy with dark hair and a bandage on his cheek quietly sits down. They eat together in a shared, unspoken silence, neither one looking up. The memory then shifts to a quiet place by a river, surrounded by trees and flowers. And there, standing alone in the dappled sunlight, is Noah, looking somber and distant. A voice cuts through the quiet, telling a small, lone figure that the river is too shallow for what she's planning. The girl turns, revealing a bruised cheek and eyes hollowed out by trauma. The scene snaps to the present, where Jay strategizes in her office, planning to use Noah's name to make Cole crack. On the phone, the lead investigator confirms their two-pronged approach. Search the forest and cooperate with their captive. But he's furious with Jay, demanding to know why she would put Finn through facing that monster a second time. Jay's response is cold and pragmatic. It's the fastest way. And more importantly, Finn insisted on doing it herself. The investigator's concern isn't just for Finn. He warns Jay they just got a call from the real killer, and he is not happy. The killer's voice explodes over the line, calling the police incompetent and promising the killing won't stop until they fix their mistake. But this doesn't faze the investigator. A sly smile creeps onto his face. Good. Let him get angry. Let him make a mistake. With Scott standing ready in the room, he ends the call, telling Jay they're moving now. The real hunt has just begun. From the observation room, Scott Lee watches on as he's told that Finn is ready. Inside, the interrogation room is cold and silent, the only sound a flickering overhead light. Finn cuts straight to the point, her voice echoing in the tense air, demanding to know why he did it. Cole feigns ignorance, forcing her to specify the murders, those poor women. But he dismisses her question entirely, saying the police can handle that. It's not why he's here. He just wanted to see her again, promising to cooperate if she'll just keep coming back. Finn tries to press him, but he masterfully deflects, turning the tables with a simple question. How are you, Finn? He leans in closer, his voice dropping as he asks how she's been since that night. Cole then scoffs at her predictable answer, musing how easy her life must have been, before mentioning the name of her friend, Allie. The lead investigator listens in, his expression hardening as Cole casually remarks what a good woman Allie was. He twists the knife, reminding Finn how Allie sent her to therapy, convinced something was wrong with her. Finn quietly admits it helped her handle her feelings, but Cole scoffs at the very idea. He mocks the whole system, calling it a place where idiots just echo your own thoughts back at you. All the easy answers society offers, therapy, prayer, medication, are just different flavors of the same lie. He claims it's all just a system to make people dependent, profiting from those who can't stand their own thoughts. From the observation room, the investigator listens in, a grim understanding dawning. So this is what Finn endured as a child. Cole continues, insisting they were never broken, just different from a world that couldn't understand them. He tries to pull her back in, painting them as a special pair who don't think like the herd, asking if she misses it. Finn forces herself to play along, knowing she has to keep humoring him to get to the truth. But just as she tries to steer him back on topic, the scene cuts away to a ringing phone at a quiet, suburban home. Scott hangs up the phone, confirming he's found who they were looking for and promising to tell Finn. He finds her sitting quietly in her room, a heavy silence hanging in the air as he asks if she's ready to go. Finn seems to shrink, questioning if her presence is really necessary, but he gently insists the family asked for her. He understands her nerves, but assures her they just want to express their gratitude for what she did. They arrive with Gino at a stark, institutional building, where they're about to meet the victim's older sister. A woman named Glenda opens the door, a baby in her arms, her face lighting up with relief at seeing Finn. Finn tries to downplay her role, but Glenda won't hear it, insisting that without her, the case would have gone cold. She explains that she always knew her sister wouldn't have just run away, not when she had a child to care for. With tears welling in her eyes, Glenda admits that knowing the horrible truth is a strange kind of relief. It's better than the endless torture of not knowing, and she thanks Finn for finally giving their family peace. The fragile domestic moment continues, with Glenda asking her husband to find his socks so they can leave. She then turns to Finn, asking if she could possibly hold the baby for just a moment. Just then, Gino emerges from a back room, announcing their service car has arrived. Surprisingly, Finn holds the baby with a natural ease, admitting she was nervous she'd make her cry. Scott Lee watches from the doorway, noting how much the child seems to like her. A rare, gentle smile touches Finn's face as the baby coos happily in her arms. Scott's gaze remains fixed on her, observing this unexpected softness. But this quiet, tender moment is cut short, as the scene shifts to a cold interrogation room. Finn is now seated across from Cole, the copycat, ready to extract the name of the fourth victim. Behind the glass, two investigators watch, feeling the pressure mount as another murder hangs in the balance. One of the investigators admits Finn is holding up remarkably well, showing real bravery. The other agrees, finding the copycat's textbook narcissism even more repulsive in person. Her colleague feels uneasy, questioning if it's right to let a civilian do their job for them. But Detective Scott is pragmatic. His job is to ensure this killer is locked up for every life he took. He tells his partner he'll get his shot to talk to the suspect, but only after they have the name. His colleague can only sigh, acknowledging the detective's legendary reputation for getting convictions, no matter the cost. Inside the room, the tension breaks. Finn has done it, calmly stating she has the name. Rachel Halls. With the new lead, the team immediately gets to work, pulling up any records they can find. They find a missing person report for Rachel, but it's a dead end with no follow-ups. Just then, Scott Lee chimes in, correctly guessing she went missing just a couple of months before the killer's first known victim. Detective Scott is immediately on guard, asking how he could have possibly known that. Scott Lee calmly explains the killer's pattern, A 2 to 3 month gap between each murder. The pieces start to fall into place. The killer is giving them the names in reverse chronological order. But one name is missing. Susie, the final victim. And Scott Lee notes with a grim tone she looks the most like Finn. He then pivots, giving an update on his own case. A plant-based toxin was found in 2 victims. The detectives realize this is a huge lead. Their original killer never used poison, meaning this new killer is physically weak. A killer who knows about plants, the description sounds disturbingly familiar to Scott Lee. Meanwhile, back in the interrogation room, Finn tells Cole their time is up. He scoffs, amused that she's leaving when he hasn't even given them all the names yet. But Finn flips the script, revealing she knows about the other killer, the one demanding Cole's release. Cole lets out a dry chuckle, acting as if he's seen this all before, telling Finn she just had to ask. But Finn isn't playing his game. The new killer is still out there, and even with a curfew, her safety isn't guaranteed. She leans in, her expression hardening, urging him to help them stop this monster. She makes it personal, asking him to do it for her. Then, she shifts gears, posing a strange riddle about how to make flowers believe winter is over. From behind the glass, Scott Lee understands her metaphor instantly. Some flowers can't bloom on their own. Cole listens, his smug facade cracking as Finn explains you have to convince them it's spring. The scene shifts, recalling a past interrogation as Jay's voice echoes in the empty hallway. She had questioned Cole before, forcing him to confirm he acted alone and that Noah wasn't involved. But she had evidence dashcam footage showing him leaving a murder scene, only for a second figure to appear minutes later. She confronted him with the footage, asking why someone else was wearing the red hoodie found in Finn's home. Every lie he told, she warned, was just tightening the noose around Noah's neck. The scene snaps back to the present, as Jay reports over the phone that she finally broke him. His story wasn't enough to convict Noah, she admits, but it revealed a very clear pattern. She relays Cole's past to her team, an ex-con who felt invisible until Noah gave him a chance. In a flashback, we see that moment, Noah hiring him on the spot, no questions asked. Had seen Cole's criminal record but dismissed it entirely, a gesture that left Cole stunned. Sobbing in the interrogation room, Cole confessed it was the first time he'd ever been treated like a human being. That single act of kindness cemented his undying loyalty. He would follow Noah anywhere. So when an angry woman threatened everything Noah built, Cole decided she had to disappear. Cole confesses he followed her, waiting for the perfect opportunity, feeling absolutely no regret. He'd cornered her with a knife, dragging her to a deserted construction site where he thought they were alone. But he was wrong. Noah was there, watching the entire gruesome scene unfold with cold amusement. Terror seized Cole. His life was over. He was sure Noah would turn him in. He tried to downplay it, claiming he only wanted to teach her a lesson. But Noah remained unnervingly calm. Instead of judgment, Noah offered a twisted salvation, telling him he could still be saved and to hand over the knife. From there, Noah took charge, giving Cole ropes and newspapers, promising to make it look like his own work. Cole truly believed they were the same, that Noah understood him, as he watched his savior finish the job. Jay listens as Cole explains how Noah kept him close, but she sees the grim reality. He was being groomed as a scapegoat. She spells it out. Noah kept the knife, covered in Cole's fingerprints and the victim's DNA, ready to be found. The crushing realization finally hits Cole. He was never an accomplice, only a tool to be discarded. Back at the station, Detective Scott spells out Noah's twisted method of control. Finn and Scott listen, recognizing the pattern of emotional manipulation all too well. They now know the current killer is just another puppet, and the only way to find them is to dig into Noah's past. The scene shifts, showing the small hands of a young boy meticulously folding a paper charm. He gives the small trinket a little shake, seemingly satisfied with his work. It's a young Isaac, who looks up with an unnervingly focused and intense gaze. A small, chilling smile plays on his lips as he announces that he's home. His mother walks in, and he excitedly asks to place his newly made charm on the family altar. But she tells him to wait, and to spend time with his brother, a red-haired boy we know as Noah. Young Noah whines with thinly veiled jealousy, annoyed that his mother fusses over their dog. He then lures his brother Isaac outside, where their puppy lies whimpering and bleeding on the ground. Isaac looks on in horror, his face etched with worry as he realizes Polly is gravely injured. But a cold, knowing smirk crosses Noah's face as he calmly says she won't last long. He twists the situation into a dark act of mercy, claiming the dog is in pain and shouldn't suffer. With a knife in hand, he pressures a terrified Isaac, insisting that what he's about to do is the right thing. The memory shifts, blending into another moment where Isaac timidly asks his mother if she's in pain. He looks up with wide, innocent eyes as she confirms that yes, Mama is hurting. With tears welling, she turns to him, confessing the immense pain she's in. A perfect, practiced manipulation. The traumatic memory shatters as an adult, Scott gasps, jolted awake from the nightmare next to Finn. Finn holds him close, asking if it was a bad dream, and he quietly confirms it was. He wonders why she's still awake, and she admits her mind is stuck on what Jay told them earlier. Her thoughts are clearly heavy as she stares into the darkness, asking Scott if he thinks they owe him. But Scott quickly shuts that down, telling her not to let that manipulator get inside her head. She gently touches his face, her expression turning serious as she asks him to promise her something. If things go wrong, if something happens to her, he must not become the monster their enemy wants him to be. He pulls her close, hating this kind of talk, promising her that nothing will happen on his watch. She playfully rubs her foot against his, trying to lighten the mood by teasing him about being good with kids. He leans in for a tender kiss, admitting he never planned on falling for that part of her, but he did. And after everything they've been through, his hand gently rests on her stomach in a silent, protective gesture. She whispers that this is the future she wants to see more of, a quiet moment just for them. But a shadow of doubt crosses her mind as she asks if he truly believes they can get there. He assures her they will, which leads her to wonder if they'd argue over silly things. He pulls her closer, asking what they could possibly fight about, as she imagines trivial debates over groceries or chores. He laughs softly, admitting that maybe they would, but he'd always let her win. As their hands clasp together, the mood shifts, a silent acknowledgement of the one thing standing in their way. And in that quiet darkness, Scott's resolve hardens. He can't wait any longer to end this. The scene then cuts to a bright, warm memory, a mother's voice calling out to her daughter, Emily. A cheerful Emily waves goodbye, playfully dismissing her mother's repeated warnings to be home before dark. Later, her parents sit at the dinner table, relieved she's bounced back so fast, commenting on how she's tougher than she looks. Her mother finds it odd, almost suspicious, how quickly Emily is recovering from her trauma, but her father insists everything is fine, volunteering to pick Emily up himself. The conversation shifts to Scott, with Emily's mother praising him for his work and telling him not to worry about them. The father then turns the tables with a seemingly innocent offer, suggesting Scott could help them out, too. Scott, sensing nothing, readily agrees, promising to do whatever he can to assist. The friendly facade drops in an instant as the father hits him with the real question. Then why didn't you tell us you were Noah's parole officer? In a flashback, Scott's investigation hits a wall. Official records on Noah are almost completely barren. His contact on the inside confirms it, explaining that a convenient fire years ago destroyed many crucial files. Scott presses for the one detail that matters. Noah's parole started before the murders, so who was supervising him? And back in the present, the father stammers out a pathetic excuse, claiming he didn't even recognize Noah at first. The parole officer confesses that Noah was a model case, so perfect, in fact, that he became complacent. He just kept filing the same reports, thinking everything was fine, never digging deeper. But now, knowing he was supervising a future serial killer, the guilt is crushing him. He feels responsible. Scott listens patiently, arms crossed, letting the man's regret settle in the air. Then he cuts in, telling the officer there's no need for guilt. This is actually good news. He reframes the situation. This is the man's chance to make things right by sharing every single detail he remembers. With his help, Scott insists, they can finally crack this case wide open. The officer, desperate for a chance at redemption, readily agrees to cooperate fully. With their new ally secured, Finn stands, announcing they'll head to the station to brief Detective Scott. The parole officer quietly sees them out, the conversation over and a new, heavy responsibility just beginning. As Finn is about to leave, she pauses in the doorway. She turns back to Julian, the parole officer, with one last thing to say. It's just a simple compliment. She thinks his new glasses suit him well. The door slides shut, leaving Julian alone, his mind already drifting elsewhere. He can't shake the feeling seeing those two reminds him so much of Noah. Elsewhere, Scott and his team follow a lead, arriving at the nursery where Noah once worked. They learn the previous owner, a generous man, passed his business to trusted employees, which must be how Noah got his start. But it's a dead end. The one man who knew Noah best is already gone. The man they're speaking with then introduces his son, Daniel, who looks terrified to be talking to cops. An officer's eye is caught by some unusual charts, which Daniel stammers are just sewing calendars. Daniel nervously explains that the charts are just for knowing when to plant seeds based on temperature. Watching from afar, the other officers murmur about his strange way of speaking, one recalling he has a disability. The young man clarifies that the columns are for seeds, dates, and the gardener assigned to them, but the officer presses him, pointing out that some of these notes are ancient and he can still see Noah's name. At the mention of the name, Daniel happily confirms that Noah worked here and was incredible at growing tulips. A light bulb goes off for Scott. Noah's fixation on flowers must have inspired his entire modus operandi. His partner smirks, commenting that of course it did. Manipulation is basically Noah's brand. Oblivious, Daniel continues explaining the horticultural trick. You chill the bulbs so they think it's winter. Then, you move them to a warm place, convincing them it's spring, forcing them to bloom out of season. With that chilling parallel laid bare, the team knows they have their man. The team lays out the evidence. Daniel knew plants, admired Noah, and used poison because he was weak. But Jay points out one critical flaw: the caller didn't have a stutter like he does, and she wonders if it's all an act. Her colleague is unfazed, deciding the only way to be sure is to put their man under surveillance. A senior detective then suggests a bold move, lifting the citywide curfew. The plan is to lull the killer into a false sense of security, making him believe everything is back to normal. So they watch and wait as Daniel walks the now open streets at night. The theory is simple. Comfort will make him careless, and his true nature will finally slip out. And just as they predicted, he zeroes in on a vulnerable target, a lone woman sitting on a bench. He approaches with a predatory grin, questioning if she's even old enough for this line of work. The woman, playing her part perfectly, seems desperate, pleading with him that it won't take long. He leads her down a secluded path, probing with questions, asking if she lives alone. She leans into him, playing the part, while he asks if this is her first time, a smug grin on his face. But just as they approach the woods, a voice cuts through the darkness, ordering them to halt. An officer steps out, informing them the forest is off limits. There's nothing down that trail. The officer's eyes narrow, accusing Daniel of being with a minor, asking if he wants to get arrested. He demands to see some ID, his gaze fixed on the bag slung over Daniel's shoulder. Panic sets in, and Daniel stammers an apology, turning to flee the scene entirely. But he's not going anywhere. The woman he brought here expertly trips him, sending him to the dirt. With Daniel neutralized, she drops the act and coldly orders the other officer to cuff him. The lead detective steps out, congratulating Jay on a successful undercover job, but reminding her their whole case now rests on what's inside that bag. They open the bag, revealing a grim toolkit: rope, tape, a knife, and a bottle of suspected poison. The lead detective smirks, offering a cold apology to the kid whose plans just went up in smoke. And there he is, cuffed on the ground, the would-be predator, looking utterly pathetic. The scene shifts, and a voice cuts through the quiet of an institution, calling out Finn's name. Her eyes snap into focus, locking onto the person sitting across from her. It's him, Scott, looking back at her from behind a table, clad in a prison jumpsuit. He calmly mentions that he sees she still has those blackouts, leaving Finn stunned. He even knows. He explains it's something she's always done, shutting down emotionally when things get too much. And for Finn, it all clicks. These are the holes in her memory, a defense mechanism her brain created to survive. But Scott presses further, suggesting her mind hides things for reasons beyond simple trauma. He asks if she remembers the promise, the one they made right after the trial. The question triggers a memory, fractured and distant, of two young girls on a balcony. A younger version of him, being led away, flashes a confident smile, promising to come back for her. But the memory ends there. Scott explains that back then, overwhelmed, she simply passed out. He tells her he can fix it, that he'll tell her everything she wants to know, just not here. Finn looks down, confused. What could be so secret that it can't be said in this room? Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts them. An officer says Detective Jay needs the room. He delivers the stunning news. Jay says they've already caught him, the killer.